Okay, so good morning, everyone. Before I give the floor to Professor Manuel Cabogueira, member of ANACOM's board, here with us, and also to Professor Bruce Howe, chair of JTF SMART Cables, who will be participating remotely for the opening of this meeting, Hertzpool's Smart Cables in the Northern Hemisphere. I have some very brief housekeeping notes. We have interesting presentations and lively discussions ahead of us, but it will be an intense day, with interventions from in-person, but also remote speakers and having yet many remote attendees. So I call everyone to be as brief as possible, speakers in their presentations and all the participants in the Q&A sessions, so that everything runs smoothly. I also ask the speakers who haven't yet handed us their presentations to do so as soon as possible. Please note that the seats in the front row are reserved for the speakers of each panel to facilitate the discussion between the main players on each panel's topic. But of course, you are all invited to pose your questions, remote attendees using the chat. We will be also publishing on LinkedIn during the day short posts about the meeting, which we invite you to amplify in your social networks. And in the morning break, we invite you also to stay here for a couple of minutes for a group photo before going to the coffee break. And finally, we will break for lunch between 12:30 and 2:30 p.m. We circulated by email a list of suggestions of restaurants at walking distance from here. And my colleagues have also some hard copies if you need it. Any questions you might have during the day? I'm Paulo Serra. And now, without further ado, I pass the floor to Professor Manuel Cabogueira. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to ANACOM. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Some of you have been discussing and exchanging views during the last days in the first part of this week of cables and the week of convergence on the topics related to communications, related to the use of data, and related to the use of infrastructures to improve our lives. I was trying to see, oh, there they are. I was trying to see what were the SGDs that were chosen for this conference, because I truly believe that we should put more of them. It's not only four. I truly believe that today you'll be discussing different issues that actually impact on much more than all the industry. Well, even though those are probably some of the relevant ones, climate, blue economy, and the last one, I cannot see which one it is. Oh, it's partnerships. So it's okay. It's 17 that is always changing. So yes, it is partnerships. But anyway, I would say that there are the impacts that we'll be discussing today are probably much more, much broader than those. It is wonderful to have you all here. As you know, ANACOM is putting a lot of effort not only to guarantee that we have the best infrastructure to connect the different parts and different continents of the world, but we also want to make the most of those infrastructures. During the last 2 days here in Lisbon, we discussed how the infrastructure not only connects the world, but also serves as a backbone to the whole environment of digital, how it connects the different data centers, how it enables the use of artificial intelligence. Today, if I understand correctly, we will be discussing what is the actual data, what we can actually put into the computers so that we can have more knowledge and improve our perspectives on the impacts that we are making into the environment and what we can learn from it. Welcome. Looking forward for a wonderful day of work. I do know that you'll be in great hands with our team from ANACOM and everyone else. And I don't know that we have someone else on the other side of the world that's making an effort to be kept with us. So I'll hand over to Bruce. Bruce, good morning.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Manuel. Yeah. So I'll give some words here, and we can keep that slide up there. So together with Manuel and ANACOM, the Joint Task Force Smart Cables welcomes you to this meeting, the Earth's Pulse Smart Cables in the Northern Hemisphere. And again, greetings from Hawaii on the other side of the world. So more and more direct and negative impacts of climate change are becoming the norm. And we must do more to monitor climate change on all time and space scales to better plan for the future and ultimately save lives. So it's essential to get smart systems into the water soon and collecting data as soon as possible, while the planning and including pulling teeth in various quarters over the last decade has been necessary. It is time to really now take concrete action and get systems in the water. One needs to realize the value of a data time series increases tremendously with the length of that time series. And so the knowledge of past and present is essential to guiding us into the future uncharted and changing world. At this point, let me just briefly review some of the history that has led to this meeting, starting 4 years ago when ASN announced that they would supply the SMART capability. And then the day following, Portugal announced the Atlantic CAM system. Last December, a wet demonstration system was deployed off Sicily, and it's now producing high quality real-time data. And then last winter, January and March, contracts were signed for the CAM system and TAM in the Southwest Pacific. Last May, Smart Cables was designated an emerging ocean observing network of the Global Ocean Observing System. So we are formally in the UN structure for ocean observing. And that does carry responsibilities, by the way. And then next, NordUnet is leading the coordination of trans-Arctic cables, Far North Fiber, Polar Connect, with environmental sensing from the very beginning as part of that. And I just want to note that on Monday, there is a webinar NordUnet is providing on science associated with that. And then finally in this list, and importantly, European Union funding support through DG Connect CEF2 program is really essential. And then also further, there has been a continuous stream of science papers which are warning of the possible shutdown of what's called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, the ocean currents that presently keep Europe warm, and a shutdown of this circulation will cool off Europe drastically, but further warm the rest of the world and affect global ocean circulation. So coming more to the point of this meeting, we had a meeting in Copenhagen last March. Jorgen and Eva and others from NordUnet and Steen Hansen. Steen described the TUSAS Connect vision that connects Greenland to Newfoundland and Denmark. And the notional cable route basically followed the OSNAP ocean sampling line that's measuring this overturning circulation. OSNAP is overturning in the subpolar North Atlantic program. And given I have an oceanography background, and so when I saw that and made the connection, my eyes lit up. And so, you know, I started really pushing hard on this. And sometime during our discussion at this meeting in Copenhagen, and probably over wine at dinner, Steen suggested that, of course, the TUSAS system should have smart sensing, and that he would simply ask his CFO to come up with the funding. Maybe that's my optimistic memory playing tricks on me. So together with ANACOM, we all realized that the observation of AMOC, this circulation pattern, would benefit from all these linked and interconnected telecom cable systems, also including, for instance, the Pisces proposed cable from Ireland to France, Spain, and Portugal, and also cables in the Mediterranean, Medusa and Miss. I might mention that the Mediterranean provides warm, very salty water to the Atlantic that is cooled in the Arctic and subpolar waters, and is eventually goes down to Antarctica and is further cooled and becomes the deepest water in the world. So, you know, we have a global ocean, it's all connected, but there's very important processes going on in the North Atlantic and so on in the Arctic where cables will absolutely be able to play a positive role. And then lastly, as Manuel mentioned, the Atlantic Convergence meeting the last few days brought a lot of stakeholders from industry together, and this meeting was scheduled intentionally after, let's see, okay. This meeting was facilitated by the previous meeting the last few days. So the confluence and crystallization of all these ideas came together in June when the planning of this meeting really started. So maybe you could show the objective slide at this point. And here we're together today, amazing with 60, 70 people are registered in person, and almost 100 online are registered to help chart a path into the future, a mutually beneficial path, communications connectivity married with smart environmental sensing. Maybe, yeah, there, that slide, good. So here you've seen these objectives in the emails you've received, raising awareness among the science and business communities about the potential deploying smart cables. And so basically this is a meet and greet first step in the matchmaking process between all of you, the stakeholders. And then second, to demonstrate that there is concrete scientific and social interest in doing this, making cables smart, and that the primary responsibility for raising the incremental additional cost shall be borne not by the telecom operator, but by the stakeholders for the smart component. Having said that, though, one has to recognize that it'll be a joint effort in raising money for both sides. But the overall goal here is to foster awareness and discussion while creating the human networking that will lead to opportunities for the future developments and implementation. So I look forward to all of your very brief and concise talks, and expecting consensus for a unified network of complementary cable systems with a scale and sensing technology to address climate change, the greatest challenges really facing our civilization and society. So with that, I'll conclude and pass it back to Paulo to get the actual talks going and panels. So thank you very much, and have a good meeting. I'll be on all night long listening, and I'll be talking at the very end also. So thank you again.
Good morning. Let's get started. And before I invite the first speaker for the first panel, I'd like to point out that we'll have to keep a strict discipline on this, and each speaker will have 8 minutes, and I will alert smoothly when the 7 minutes arrive. I will stand up just to give you to the speaker a sign that you are almost over the time. I'm sorry to do that, but I will have to do that first to keep the discipline, and the second one to give this opportunity for the following moderators to try to keep that discipline. We'll have a lot of speakers today. Perhaps we should be doing this in 2 days, not one, but nevertheless, that's the way it goes. Then the first speaker is Alberto Passos from IP Telecom, and we'll talk about his project Atlantic. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you in this distinct audience. Just to start making a short presentation of what is the Atlantic CAM project. So CAM, for the ones that are not so used to this, is continent, Açores, and Madeira, the first letters. And so basically, I've given this name to the presentation. It's a smart way to connect Portugal and mainland to Açores and Madeira, because in fact, we do believe it is a smart way. So let me start the presentation. So this is a brief story about
Alberto, sorry, can you speak near the microphone, please?
This is a brief story of the cables, submarine cables in Portugal. So we had first the telegraph cables back in the 19th century, and then the coaxial cables, and then after, in the 2000 years, around 2000, we had the first optical fiber cables connecting Portugal and the mainland Portugal and Açores and Madeira. And in fact, this is the actual footprint of the system. There will be quite a difference from this new system to the previous one. So we'll connect 2 places in Madeira, 2 places in the Açores Islands, 2 islands in fact, and we'll have 2 landings in Portugal. So it will be in Carcavelos and Sines. So it's quite a diverse diversification. And the idea of this is a project founded by the European Commission and also by the Portuguese Republic, which is to guarantee, together with ANACOM, to guarantee the digital cohesion of the country as a whole. And so this project started shaping in 2019 with the help of JTF, with the help of ANACOM and a lot of players that wanted to do something really different on this field. We also had the vision that the Atlantic CAM ring could be not only to guarantee the connection, which is obviously its main reason, and also the smart component that we'll speak in a few moments, as a mid-Atlantic platform that could enable, or at least easy, the interconnection of subsea interconnection between the continents. So we do believe that in the close future there will be some mesh networks running on the ocean floor as today they do in the terrestrial. And the type of networks, mesh networks that we have together, they were not happening, they were not there 25 years ago. Just to say that 25 years ago, we want to make a 10 megabytes connection from Portugal to the CERN in Geneva. We had to do it by satellite, VSATs, 25 years ago, not 50 years ago. And so I believe this will happen in the future also. And there's a part of the vision of the Atlantic CAM is to also help, not enable, but to help that move if it happens, which I believe it will do. And so, let's see, as a gateway, because this is the front haul, the submarine, the part that links to the ocean, then we have the backhaul, which is the part that we are in the tip of Europe, so we have to guarantee a good connection to Europe, and that's what IP Telecom, together with Infraestruturas Portugal, so both companies, we are a subsidiary of Infraestruturas Portugal, and so this is basically some key figures of the system. So we have actually 5 interconnection points, because one of these is double, is railroad and road, which enables us to connect to the rest of Europe. In terms of the system, it is foreseen to have up to 64 carriers per optical pair. The system has 6 pairs, so total at least 150 terabytes per second. And so we also interconnecting all these major places that today are Linda Velha, Equinix, and other ones that are about to come. We are already at Sines, so we are also carrying some solid hyperscalers and worldwide carriers that are using this network today. Now, let's come to the smart part of the system. So, this system has been designed since the outbreak to be a smart component. In the case of Portugal, and in the case of what is supposed to happen on this new cable, there will be mainly three: the seismic, which is an accelerometer of 3 axles, the temperature, and the pressure, the gauge. And this basically will be spread along the 3,812 kilometers that is expected to be the span of this cable, which, by the way, we have a vessel right now on the sea confirming the desktop study. So we are ready with the survey vessel, a scientific vessel, doing digging the bottom of the sea and taking some samples, and also to see if the route list is 100% correct or not. So we have been working very, very closely, and let me say, with ANACOM, which I already spoke, also with the other institutions, namely the IPMA, and at a certain point with the LEIA project listed hers below the ocean, which was very helpful, very helpful, and make a decisive contribution to this project to come alive as we expect in the next 2 years. And so this is a this is a picture of what will be the CC, the climate changes pod, and we'll have a completely separate telecommunications suite, which has nothing to do with the telecommunications itself. So the 6 pairs run the telecommunications, 1 pair will run the information that will be collected on these sensors. Apart from this, we'll also have one fiber for DAS systems to be installed in the future. So it's not coming with the DAS right now, just optical fiber, which will be stretched 100 kilometers from each of the 6 CLS and 8 landings that is foreseen for this project. So we'll have 8 landings, 6 CLS. And so basically, and I will open to any questions that you'll have, this is the idea. This is really the idea. This is bringing closer Portugal, mainland, Southern Madeira in a smart way. That is the aim of the project. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's all.
Thank you very much, Albert, for respecting the time. Now, Link, Philippe Dumont, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, José.
Oh, je vous en prie.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Oh, great.
Then,
The red and the green pill.
Philippe, 8 minutes counting down.
I need to be here, right?
Yeah,
It's going to be difficult. So if I move, you need to push me back.
No, the remote people won't get you if you are.
Okay.
Okay, 8 minutes counting now.
Starting now, right?
Starting now.
No, just now. Okay. So I'm not going to take so much about technology and everything. I think we need to talk about the people that are around this smart sensing project and the ecosystem that is being built in Portugal. I think I want to insist on that one. I made a flu slide. I think, I'm not going to spend time on it. If people don't know what is Link, I'm there, so they can ask. It's a system between Portugal and Brazil with expansion to French Guiana at this moment. Just one thing before, just to highlight the importance of Link for a certain number of countries, or 70% of the Portuguese traffic is landing in Portugal at this moment, just if people don't know at the government level. It's important. So Portugal is a strategic partner to Morocco, 70%. It will be soon a very important landing point for the traffic coming from the space agency out of French Guiana. A very important traffic in terms of volume, but also in terms of security of the data. Because at this moment, it's going through the US. Okay. I will be centering the conversation around the Atlantic hub in Portugal, which is namely in Sines, back 100 kilometers down from Lisbon, and that's interconnected to Europe, to Brazil, of course. You do have a lot of land. You have one of the top 10 data center in the world being built at this moment. One of the top data centers. It's huge, okay? Several billion euros of investment, 2 gigawatts, okay? It's not so for people that thought that Sines would not happen, and I think there has been a lot. Seeing is believing. I encourage anybody to take a car and go visit what is being built at this moment, okay? And data centers and subsea, they go along together very well, by the way. Okay. Here, terms smart cable, smart sensing needs cable. There is a good news here. At this moment, and I'm not counting what I think will arrive next, I've identified 1.5 billion euros of submarine cables that will or will be landing over the next years in Sines. In Sines, okay? So, of course, you see Alberto's cable here, Atlantic Cam, down there. Should be first, sorry, Alberto. Okay, you have Elalink. Obviously, Elalink is first, but that's normal, Alberto, right? Okay, sorry about it. And then you have Olisipo, okay? You have 3 other cables which I cannot name for confidentiality reasons. One of them is built with a branch to Azores. I'm sure you will understand what cable I'm talking about. And there are 2 more arriving. 1.5 billion euros. Some of them have fiber sensing capabilities, like Elalink. Some of them have active smart sensing, okay? I wanted to insist on Elalink now, okay? Elalink has smart sensing, so we have DAS at this moment in Madeira, we have DAS in Sines, and we have ongoing research using SOP and SOP OTDR, for those that know what that is. There are people working on it, there are papers that will be coming, okay? We are seeing tides, we are seeing a lot of information on earthquake. The thing I want to insist is that we don't know what to do with it, and we don't know, I mean, we're a commercial cable, we don't know how to monetize that, okay? And that's one of these important things. So we're trying Elalink at this moment to see whether we can, with fiber sensing, develop technologies that are going to be interesting for the research community and other people, and at the same time trying to find out if there are interest for people to get this data and remunerate Elalink. We are commercial people. We don't raise tax, so we need to raise invoices. Now, I'm saying this just not to point at anybody, but it's important that at some point of time we find a business model for all this, okay? So the good thing about it, and I think, yeah, I'll go on that. I think at this very moment, there is something very interesting in Portugal. I think there is. I think there is a smart sensing heaven information. Okay, it's not yet in heaven. Okay, but it could be becoming in heaven. So first of all, we have a major smart sensing cable. It's called Atlantic Cam, 150 million euros. There is no cable of that size anywhere at this moment which is commercial and smart. There is nothing. We have more than 10 cables which I think will arrive either in Lisbon or in Sines. Okay, billions of euros of money. We have data centers arriving that are able to process the data. And above all, we're building an ecosystem of people that know what they're talking about. Believe me, this is very important, okay? So maybe in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you might have this ecosystem knowing what is smart sensing, how to monetize it, how to make it work, how to monitor the smart sensors, how to find things that were not found before. I'm insisting on that. This is a heaven information, and I guess the message is it's information, so we need to protect it. Voila, that's it.
Okay, thank you. You were too fast. Thank you.
Stay here if you want.
No.
Someone wants to ask a question, maybe, no?
No, at the end we'll have questions and answers. Then Medusa from Norman Albi. Norman is in remote. Can you project Norman, please?
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Please, next slide.
Yes, you can begin.
Yes, can you go to the next slide, please? Which is the map. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this is the map of the Medusa SMART cable. Okay, at this moment in time, the cable is under construction, and the red and the blue dots of the cable, they are showing the places where we are building an additional fiber for DAS configuration, okay? So it means that all the fibers that, all the landings in the European Union, which are the landings in Portugal, in Spain, in France, in Italy, in Greece, and in Cyprus, they are configured having an additional DAS fiber in them. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, what is the objective of adding an additional fiber? For us, the main objective is the protection of the Medusa submarine cable, using correlation of the DAS information with some other sources of information as AIS. Okay, this is the main objective that we have now. The only technology that available that we had at the time of the manufacturing of the cable has been to add this fiber. So there is no additional technology that we can put related to a SMART than DAS at this moment in time. As we said, DAS fiber is installed in all the European landings, and the extension of the fiber is limited, and this is very important, to European territorial waters. Okay, so we don't go beyond Europe, and no fiber is laid in conflicting waters. We are laying in the Mediterranean Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea is an area with a large number of disputed waters. There are disputed waters within European Union members, and there are disputed waters between Europe and third countries. We should be thinking that we are crossing 17 economical areas or territorial waters of 17 different countries. So the conflict of disputed waters is the main challenge today for laying cable. And the installation of the fiber doesn't mean that we activate the DAS, because the actors, for third parties, let's say for marine and research, the DAS will be activated subject to coastal state consent. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. One of the things that we have, because in the Atlantic, let's say that you have the high seas, maybe you are laying a cable in one country, you are laying the cable in two countries, but in the Mediterranean, since we have so many countries, we need to look for what is the status of the legal framework that can support us. Okay. We think that smart cable is the closest that can be to marine study research. And when you do a marine study research, you are subject to UNCLOS, okay? And then UNCLOS, what it says, and we included the articles here, is that marine study research in territorial waters and the economical waters and on the continental shelf is subject to coastal state consent. So it means that if we want to activate the DAS for in the European Union landings, it means that we will need the coastal state consent of each one of them. So this is important for us and important for the next slide, but just for the moment remain in this one. Because today we have DAS in 6 countries, so it means that we have to talk to each one of the countries. In some countries they are very familiar with it, but in some other countries they are not familiar with it. Can we go to the next slide? So for us, what are the challenges and what do you think that we face in the marine space? Shall Medusa manage the country-by-country coastal state consent? So our objective is to use the DAS, I would say, to protect the cable. But if the DAS is used also for marine study research, it means that we need that consent. Who is going to manage that concept? The data that is generated in each one of the landing, shall we deliver it to each coastal state? Can the scientific community act as a single point of contact for multiple countries? And this is what we would like to have. Coordinate the coastal state consent for all the countries, act as a single point of contact for managing the data. Okay? Otherwise, I think that we will have to manage too many countries, and we are a submarine cable. As Philippe said before, we're a commercial cable, we are a telecom provider, and we don't manage marine research data. Okay. So the private sector, as we said, we're pushing, we're investing, but the scientific community, we think that can do much more, organizing something that helps us. Okay, so we don't have to follow the scientific community. If not, the scientific community needs to help us and create the framework for us to work with them. And then another thing that also for the Mediterranean element is for smart systems end-to-end. One thing is to do that system in the Atlantic. The other thing is that there's a big question mark is how to install these systems in disputed waters or when we are crossing third-party waters or countries that maybe are not so supportive with the smart technology. They don't understand it, they support it, and they might create big problems in providing permits in principle for the cable to use them. Thank you very much, that's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Norman. Please keep online until the end of the panel, if possible, because we'll have the questions at the end. Okay, next speaker, Tom, can you have the floor, please?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tom McMahon, Director and Founder of McMahon Design and Management, Consulting Engineers. We have been building subsea cable systems since 1995, Ireland, UK, Europe and transatlantic. And as engineers, we are very interested in looking at all new technologies in how cables are installed, but a huge interest in the potential smart capabilities of new cable systems. Our system that we have been developing at the moment is Pisces or Pisces. I'll call it Pisces today. The system does a number of different things, but effectively it goes from Ireland to Portugal with a branching unit into France and a phase 2 to connect into Spain. When we looked at the Pisces system initially in terms of getting a direct link from Ireland into Europe without passing through the UK, we looked at the shortest route from, say, the south of Ireland into northern France. But when we looked at the engineering design of that, it's all shallow water. It would require plough burial in the entire route. There's about 35 cable crossings of existing and out-of-service cables coming out of the UK. It's very heavily fished. There's huge shipping movements there. So we looked at a different solution. And the project company is called Deep Sea Fibre Networks, which is a joint venture between ourselves and Orange. And the clue is in the title, it's Deep Sea. So we come out of Galway and head to the deep water in the Porcupine Sea Bight, and we stay in deep water for as much of the system as we possibly can. And this means we cross all those existing systems in deep water with surface lay, and we avoid all of the fishing areas, the shipping areas. So we believe this will be a very, very secure system. Our current plan is that we carry out marine survey next year, and we're looking at a ready for service date in 2027. What are the key aspects of the Pisces system? It provides high level of diversity from existing routes, direct European connectivity for Ireland, which is very important without passing through the UK. You'll see on future slides, it provides a fantastic link between all of the other systems that are currently in existence and proposed. It gives direct access to Irish and European backhaul routes. It links with all the transatlantic cable systems. The secure deep water route is very important for us. We are looking at pushing the fibre count to as high as we can do with commercial hat on. We are certainly noticing in the industry that finding sea space to develop new systems is very, very challenging. And I think for the industry to try and move to higher fibre counts is a very important topic. From the design point of view, we're pretty much fixed on everything. We have a few small things to finalise, but we're just about there on the design. We've had the support, which is hugely appreciated, from the CEF Digital Fund, which without that, this project would certainly struggle. And we are extremely interested in looking at the smart capabilities of the system. The Pisces system in yellow, as I have mentioned before, does a whole lot of things effectively. It gives Ireland that UK bypass, but more importantly, it gets Ireland connected to potentially France, Spain and Portugal. But it also ties into all of the potential landing sites of new and existing transatlantic cable systems. And I think it certainly fulfills a number of the criteria that we are looking for in a European context. Again, you will see that the huge amount of initiatives that are currently in place. Pisces system provides quite unique new routes bypassing the UK, new routes potentially from Portugal to Spain and France, and a marine route rather than the existing terrestrial routes. Also then, in terms of complementarity with the other CEF projects, it's very interesting to look at how all these systems might mesh together, and if you had smart capabilities on these systems, it could provide something extremely interesting. I think the unique sort of nature of the Pisces system running north-south on the Atlantic seaboard provides a great opportunity for smart sensing and linking different systems together. And in terms of where we are with project planning, we are using predominantly existing infrastructure terrestrially, which is a great opportunity to move the project ahead faster as well. So that's it, and happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now I call Ike Icard from Far North Fibre. Ike, please.
Thank you, Yusuf, for putting this together, and to ANACOM for hosting us here. My name is Ike Icard. I'm with a company called Far North Digital. We can move to the next slide, so we have a map up. A company called Far North Digital. We began developing the Far North Fiber route back in 2007, 2008. While working on some other Arctic and subarctic cable systems around Alaska as well, both terrestrial and marine projects. I guess the first of the Arctic routes, the first serious look at Arctic routes was a Russian effort, Rotax, in about 2005, 2006, I guess. And premature in terms of sort of the oceanography of the area and climatology and ice and so forth, to really think seriously about a cable at that point. Since then, a number of outfits have looked very closely at it. We started in earnest with a development company formed in 2018 to start looking at the route more seriously and to develop it. The route now stretches from a landing outside of Tokyo with a second proposed Japanese landing on the North Island of Hokkaido, answering in particular some significant commercial and governmental interest in Japan to further develop the green energy availability and so forth, supporting data centers up in Hokkaido. The route then stretches up off the continental shelf, but along the Aleutian Trench, through the Aleutian Islands in the Bering Sea, to a roughly midpoint double landing in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, which is a tremendous boon to the system as far as power supply, and it gives us greater flexibility as we look at additional branches off of the system. From Prudhoe Bay, we stretch through the Northwest Passage, through Canada's Northwest Passage, dropping into Baffin Bay and Davis Strait across the North Atlantic to a principal landing in Galway, Ireland. We have a landing party in Galway, MDM Engineering. Tom, the previous speaker was just describing. We're excited about that for the potential for, right off the bat, for extension through other systems, through the Pisces system they're developing. Another outfit that we share the landing with is Far Ice, the Icelandic submarine cable provider. So we see that as, again, another opportunity to sort of expand the reach of the system. We are looking very seriously at a branch that would extend up to northern Norway as well. And I would say we're in a cooperative effort there with another speaker who I think will be here talking shortly, Eva, with the Polar Connect project that Norgenet has been developing. You see a number of triangles along the way, sort of representing what we expect to be further development of the system. We hope to take advantage of the synergy of mobilized assets and so forth to develop some of these simultaneously with our system. That would include a number of landings into Canada, some of the remote communities in Canada, mostly indigenous communities that otherwise are pretty isolated. We're working with another, the cable provider in Greenland to explore where we can I guess, share the synergies of both our developing projects also, and believe that's a very significant opportunity for us. Let's try out the next slide. Oh, that's my responsibility here, isn't it? I have the benefit of following very good and articulate explanations about the oceanography, about the sort of the mechanics of a fiber optic system, so I'll be very brief. It's our system is approaching actually 15,000 kilometers in length, end to end, from Japan into Ireland. Rough preliminary estimates of 138 to 140 millisecond round trip latency, which is very good. 16 fiber pair system. We have not reached design lock, so we have the opportunity to increase the fiber count, and our supplier offers increased fiber counts, which make more and more sense as the demand is exploding so geometrically. Let's see here, 3 landing points. And ready for service date of 2028. We hope to have marine survey underway next year. We're giving ourselves the latitude of a second year in our timeline for potential additional survey work, especially up in the Arctic, where we're sort of dependent on ice and weather windows of availability. The state of the art of the marine sensors that are aiming toward smart capabilities right now is such that the qualified sensors that are available to us right now are temperature, pressure, and 3-axis accelerometers. In fact, Alcatel, I think here just a matter of a week or several days ago, has announced a couple of their development partners in putting together these sensors. So they are qualified, and we expect ready for deployment within a year, 2 years, but consistent with our timeline for deployment. What SMART does for the system, in our view, is open up a whole lot of possibilities to address long-term in situ continuous data sampling along the route. In our case, we have something like 270 repeaters, end-to-end optical amplifiers. But as the evolution of these smart capabilities has progressed to this point, the principal supplier addressing the smart supply requirement is Alcatel, and their development now is toward independent nodes for the science instruments, apart from the balance of the commercial repeaters. But we're looking at coverage of something like 30%, roughly, of the repeater coverage. So we got something like 60 to 65 smart nodes anticipated along the system. My time is up, and I'll cut it loose. Happy to speak more about it, of course, and very long-winded, so I'll take my opportunity on the next occasion. Thank you.
Then we'll have Eva from Northern. She's remote. Okay, Eva, we got you.
You've got me. Can you also see my slides?
Yes. Just say
Super.
next slide, please, but hold on, just to be sure.
I have my slides running myself, so I hope everything works smooth.
Okay.
A pleasure to be presenting here today. Thank you for the opportunity to be remote. Just a brief recap, that Polar Connect is an effort run by the Nordic National Research and Education Networks, and who are collaborating with the Nordinet. And we envision Polar Connect to be a resilient submarine cable system between Europe and East Asia, which will be traversing the Arctic Ocean, and will be equipped with innovative smart sensing capabilities. And the submarine cable system itself will enhance the strategic digital autonomy and sovereignty of the European Union and its global partners. And this way we expect to bring really widespread and multiple benefits, not only to the Northern Nordics, where we have the green digital economy present, but also to the global community and global connectivity. As I just mentioned, at Polar Connect, together with Fanos Fiber, we created this innovative, ambitious, but actually realistic vision, 2030, for 2 submarine cables between Northern Europe and East Asia. One, Fanos Fiber going across the Northwest Passage, and Polar Connect going closer to the geographical North Pole. In the vision, we see these 2 submarine cables forming a resilient ring infrastructure on these new and quite unexplored routes. And we expect to create really substantial value by equipping these systems with sensing technologies. There are still some years ahead for us, and to prepare for the build of the Polar Connect that we plan to have around 2030. We are in the planning phases now. This is a good time to prepare for a technical solution, to prepare for some terrestrial operations and finding the locations. Thanks to the EU funding, we have some additional boosts to move forward with a consistent pace. And especially we are focusing now on the necessary studies and other practical steps, understanding the requirements, and also what comes in terms of having the right permits and securing locations. As you can see in the plan, we already next year have a plan to do some seabed surveys to collect more information about the Arctic seabed, which is really highly unexplored at the moment. And currently we're running a North Pole Fiber project, which is focusing on the terrestrial parts within Sweden. Last year, we, in successful collaboration with the Swedish Polar Research Institute, we completed a feasibility study. So we know actually that it's possible to lay the cable through the Arctic Ocean through its ice. And we now understand the technical requirements, what it actually takes to lay the cable. With the suggested 3-vessel approach, we are waiting for the Sweden's decision on building the new icebreaker, which will be capable of accompanying the cabling vessel in the Arctic. But more importantly, as NRENs, we are uniquely positioned and have an opportunity to foster the collaboration between the fiber sensing experts and the scientists. And we want to push these systems to really be true smart cables. And we still see Polar Connect as a system that will benefit, that will try to address and benefit the several Arctic research areas. So this way, we expect to have a very positive impact in the climate change, in marine biology and oceanography. And we want to enhance this dialogue, not only between the scientific communities, but also between the developers of scientific sensors, but also with other submarine cable systems that are planning to be smart, to share knowledge. And I think this meeting that's happening here today is a really good platform, and I hope it continues further on. So enhancing this dialogue, last year, we had this wonderful workshop that we invited the scientists and fiber sensing experts. The dialogue was really valuable for us to understand what kind of challenges the Arctic scientists are dealing with, and how the continuous, uninterrupted, and reliable data from the Arctic region, facilitated by Polar Connect, could benefit and boost their research, but also to give them insights, what they can expect from the sensing capabilities of the cable, how it works. And workshop report actually summarizes the synergies between the technology and the science. So we're really happy about this. And we found this exchange of knowledge extremely valuable going forward. And this will complement our technological design of the submarine cable system. And as Bruce mentioned in the opening, as part of the North Pole Fiber project, which we are currently running, I would like to use the opportunity to invite you or share the invitation with anyone who would be interested to taking part. This coming Monday, we're holding a Polar Connect Science Engagement webinar about the opportunities for the long-term Arctic Observatory. And this webinar is organized in collaboration again with the Swedish Polar Research Secretariat and SUNET, the Swedish NREN. We invite the Arctic scientists who are interested in understanding and improving the ways that smart cables can be used for the Arctic research. The webinar will focus on what are the current applications and what are the latest developments in the accurate deep water sensors. But also we will take the opportunity to collect the opinions and input from the scientists in several areas of Arctic research. And we hope that this input will help us shape the future efforts on sensing on Polar Connect. And thank you. This is my brief intervention to the workshop today.
Thank you very much, Eva. Now I call Steen from TUSA System. Please, Steen.
Thank you, Jose.
You're welcome.
Good morning. As Jose said, my name is Steen. I'm from TUSAS, the telecom operator in Greenland. And by saying that, I'm also saying that our responsibilities are towards the Greenlandic society. What we do is to provide them the connectivity they require. But of course, we are open-minded for any cooperation where we can, together with others, gain value from a partnership. We are running a total telecom network at the world's biggest island. Everything you know from Europe is actually available in Greenland. And well, this is a picture from one of my colleagues' home office. One of the sites located in 1,600 meters of height. And from time to time, we are also seeing snow in Greenland. Temperatures below zero. And, the weather is changing. You can also see that. This is a site located 200 kilometers outside Nuuk in a fjord. When people are going out there, we prepare them quite well, tell them to bring the emergency kit, because there might be 2 hours of work there, but if the weather is changing, there's a 1-week stay. And then we're also using a satellite for our remote areas at the east coast of Greenland. Now, what this is actually about is our existing submarine cables. We installed Greenland Connect, connecting Greenland with Canada and Iceland back in 2008. We are reaching the design life of that system. We're pretty sure we can keep it in operation several years more. But we have also seen some difficulties, cable damages to our system, both the one going to the international locations, but also the system going along the west coast up to the Disco Bay area, where one of the most productive glaciers in the world are located. This made us aware in 2019 that digital connectivity, the requirement of that has increased since we built the first submarine cable. We had 3 incidents in 2019 where Greenland was disconnected from the international world. Well, being a hunter, that doesn't matter, but being in the government, in the financial situations, and not being able to buy the food in the stores because everything is linked to Denmark, that's actually a problem, we found out. And therefore, I was asked to draw up a vision for our new submarine cable system, the SAS Connect vision, where we'd like to enhance resilience in Greenland, but also enhance our resilience on the international connections to Europe and to United States. And as you can see, we have included the Faroe Islands. It's just because it's a kind of, we're in a community together with them and Denmark in the Danish kingdom, so it makes sense for us to include them. And then there might be additional people to pay for this tremendous investment. Then, of course, we also heard what the EU was telling us, and we have also received funding from CEF2, and thank you for that, that Ireland was a partly disconnected island due to Brexit. So it said, okay, well, can we pick Ireland up in our vision? Then let us do that. But actually, Ireland is doing a lot of work themselves, and that's great. Looking at the other way, it seems as we are going to pick up Newfoundland on the American route. That is actually not the case. What we are indicating here is that there is a French territory outside Newfoundland called Saint-Pierre-et-Miquelon. They are an OCT just like Greenland, remote located. So digital connectivity back to mother or father in Europe is difficult. So maybe there's a possibility of cooperation there. And for us, this is critical infrastructure. It wasn't made to support sensing or smart cables until I met Bruce. And I still remember the meeting, Bruce, but I actually don't remember that I was going to tell my CFO to find the money for this, but let's discuss that another time, right? Well, this is a slightly different vision of it, where we are going to build our system in phases. In 23, we carried out the marine route survey along the Greenlandic west coast. And we are placing the cable in the EEZ of Greenland, as we have the experience that crossing, sorry to say, Canadian waters is giving us difficulties. Not due to authorities and so in Canada, but the legislations regarding protection of submarine cable is slightly different than what we are used to. In Greenlandic waters, in Danish waters, you are not allowed to fish over submarine cables. In Canadian waters, you are allowed to fish over submarine cables, but if you damage them, you should call the owner and tell them, well, I've just made the damage on your cable. Guess how many do that? We actually had a cable fault in 2013 on our existing cable going into Newfoundland. It took 3 years to get the money back, so we're keen on that. But we understand that Greenland is located in an area where there are data that is vital for the modeling of the weather in Europe. So of course we are also interested in working together to find solutions both on the SMART and the DAS. We are aware that DAS could give us as an operator an opportunity to increase the security along our submarine cables. We will be able to hear if something is touching the cable or the cable is moving. We might not be able to prevent a damage, but we then would know where to ask others to go with the capabilities they are having to protect the cable. So yes, we are open. We have not decided on the number of fiber pairs in the cable. We know there's a limit of 24, so it's just a matter of using them for research, scientists, civilian communication, commercial work. So let's join forces. Yeah, and this is just to tell you, oh damn. that we are of course aware that there are a lot of other initiatives going on, especially Far North Fiber, IKE, and we are in close connections for discussing cooperations. And there's also a quintillion system. They would like to go to UK, not on here, and then of course Polar Connect. But it's a bit far away from Greenland. But for Europe, I guess it could be a good solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sten. Now I call Guillaume from Pacific Peering. He will present MISTs. Guillaume, you have the floor.
Next. Okay. Yeah, so hi everybody. I'm very happy to get the occasion to present you our company and our new project, MIST. Let's go back to warm weather after the cold weather system. And thank you very much, ANACOM, for this great meeting and welcoming us in your office. So thank you very much. Pacific Peering, quickly, it's a New Caledonian company which is based in Nouméa, Paris. We have an office in Nouméa, Paris, and Washington, D.C. Pacific Peering is initially a Pacific operator, also specializing in the development and the implementation of data platform for various industries. Pacific Peering also has a significant experience in submarine cable deployment in some system in Pacific. Our company has been working for several years on the implementation and the financing of the smart tam-tam cable as a smart operator. It's a system who is linking Vanuatu and New Caledonia. I won't go into too much detail about this project because it's not today's main topic. But briefly, the project is progressing very well. The smart system is already financed, and there is a small portion of the telecom which is still be finalized, but things are looking positive. Finger crossed. Second project we are working on was presented by Eric a few moments ago. Topic is ongoing too. So the third project we are working on is MIST. This is a predominantly Mediterranean system with potentially a small segment in the Atlantic. The goal of this system is to be, of course, smart, so with CC nodes and DAS, by providing a tsunami and earthquake alert system for civil safety, the generation of environmental data useful for scientists and serving as decision-making aid for policymakers and the ecological policies of Mediterranean countries and the EU, and of course, the generation of data useful for other applications, such as illegal maritime traffic and more. Additionally, it aims to enhance connectivity in Europe and the Mediterranean basin by creating secondary routes and reducing the digital divide still present in many regions and countries of Mediterranean. We are currently in the study phase, which we are conducting in partnership with ISN, and this should last about a year, perhaps less, given the interest generated. The study is intended to be open to all stakeholders and to gather the needs of public and private actors, operators, scientists, and tech giants, of course. It is part of European initiative and has already the support of several countries. In this context, Pacific Peering is positioning itself as a neutral operator. Through this project, we are trying to reverse the approach to smart. We are increasingly doubtful that traditional telco operators, whose primary business is selling connectivity, will be able to develop smart on the system and the infrastructure, especially without business model and global helps. It's too technically complex, too financially complicated, and represent too much responsibility in case of problem or maintenance, and not to mention the authorization required. So to be honest, we have some doubts about that traditional operators will be the promoters of tomorrow's cable, and especially smart cable. So it seems preferable to us, therefore, to lead future projects by integrating smart and its needs from the start of the project and not at the end. So that's what we plan to do with MIST. So if you're interested about this project, feel free to contact us, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. And now, the last but not the least, as we used to say, João Vaz from the project group of Inter-Island in Azores.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm João Beleza Vaz, and let me start to express my gratitude to the organization for this event and also for the invitation. Thank you very much. I'm João Beleza Vaz. I'm director of ANACOM from Azores delegation, and let me start for a little context about the Azores. Well, Azores is comprised by 9 islands, are located 1,500 kilometers west from the mainland, approximately 2,600 kilometers south from Greenland, and 3,000 kilometers east from Halifax, and 900 kilometers north, approximately from Madeira. The archipelago actually is located on 3 different tectonic plates, and the population is about 237,000 people. The population density is low, 70 people per square kilometer, and basically 79% of the people lives in 49% of terrestrial area, basically in 2 islands. But there are still 7 other islands to attend. Well, what this is all about? This is all about connectivity and Azores connectivity replacement. Today, Azores are connected to the world by this CamRing, a domestic system already, and it is owned and operated by Altis. The replacement of the CamRing is ongoing and will be probably the first smart cable, as already mentioned by my colleague Alberto Passos. And being the first smart cable is something that actually I'm very proud of it. Well, about the inter-island connectivity. The inter-island connectivity is granted by 2 rings. The one of the picture, although it is not a repeated system, is reaching the end of life. And the other system that connects the 2 other islands actually is not a ring, but the close and makes the second ring is in the middle of the lifetime. So it's not actually a concern right now, but it's something that we are taking in consideration. Well, the connection between the Azores Island is paramount, and this government brought to the daylight something that ANACOM has been stating for a long time. The need of a working group to think on replacements in a holistic way. And the group has been created already and aims to accomplish the mission in due time, and will propose several recommendations, high-level recommendations to the government, and will raise several options, of course. And basically, the mission is conduct a study and analysis of the most appropriate technical and financial configuration, as you can see. Well, the guidelines stated by the government are as follows. Basically, is proposing a technical solution that enables connectivity according to the best state-of-the-art type of cables, capacity, resilience, redundancy measures, and so on, and propose the business and financial model. Of course, we want to fulfill all the criteria in order to be co-founded, and consider the potential, the complementary use of new inter-island ring in conjunction with the Atlantic CAM, new international systems, and of course with the digital agenda of the community of Portuguese language countries, where Azores and Madeira have an important role to play. Well, the group should consider, of course, the use of the sensing to support scientific projects, seismic detection for environmental monitoring and seismology, and so on. The group will propose a timeline for renewal of the inter-island. Well, among several internal experts that ANACOM that helps the group to moving forward, it is the group is comprised by the following representatives. One representative from the Minister of State and Finance, Minister of Territorial Cohesion, Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, Minister of Economy, and last but not the least, one representative from regional government of the Azores. Well, among several challenges, the biggest one is, of course, the time available for the report, to deliver the report. 31 of October, it's actually too short. We are running fast, and the study will not be disclosed to anyone outside the group, and decisions and the way forward is something that shall be done by the government. I hope this has been informative for you, and I would like to thank you for watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have some time now for questions and answers, answers. We have a panel here of people. Please raise your hand. Identify yourself and please go straight to the question. Luís Matias, please.
Yes, Luís Matias from the IDL, a research institute dedicated to seismology and tsunamis. So I have several questions, but my first question is to Alberto Passos from IP Telecom. When is expected this cable system, new cable system, be ready for use? So I've seen maybe that date skipped. I skipped that data. But the second question is, how many sensors will be in the Atlantic Cam, and where will they be placed?
Estou?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to answer.
Please stand up because you will be in the video.
Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. I'll try to speak in English so that everybody can understand what I'm going to say. So trying to be very sharp on your questions, it is scheduled to be starting operation, or at least tests, on the end of 2026. So 2026, in 2 years. So basically that's the roadmap. The roadmap is that we are actually right now surveying the final road to see if everything is okay, and also the landing. So after all that, we'll be starting manufacturing the cable, and during 2026, it will be the installation phase. So the other question you made is how many sensors? For the time being, it's 20 sensors. So we'll have 20 sensors spread across the pass, and the exact locations are on study right now. So they have not yet been decided. It's not yet been stabilized where the sensors will be. I hope I've answered your questions.
Over there, please.
João Castro, PQI. I have a question related to the camera, the Azores cables. It has been presented as the cable as the necessity of replacing it because it was at the end of the life. To the best of my knowledge, the cable has no repeaters whatsoever, and that's the repeaters that dictate the end of life. So my question is, why is it at the end of life?
Thank you very much for the question. It's something that, if you check the slides, we mentioned that the system is not repeated. And so, of course, the end of life is not a technological issue, but probably there are several issues that we have to face. And it's something that we are studying. The beach manholes, because we are talking about some islands that they are, actually the sea state are very harsh during the winter. And of course, we need to evolve and we need to at least tackle this international context that we have. Smart cable link, some initiatives in the north, and some initiatives regarding the data gateways, European data gateways. And so, in a holistic view and taking in consideration all these aspects, we think that it's very important at least to study the replacement, to study the replace, at least because after 25 years, at least we need to check if everything is correct on the cable. I think I answered your question.
Hello, Thomas Cooper from the European Commission. I have a question to Ike. I don't see. There you are. So we learned from Norman that it is not that easy to deploy sensors between EU member states or from EU member states to third countries. What is the situation with the EU, with the US? if a European company, for example, ASN, would deploy a cable system with sensors in US territorial waters or with landing, that's what I would be interested in.
Can you come here and to respond, please?
On this mic.
Bob.
Very good question, and I'm not going to be able to answer it satisfactorily right off the bat. So I'm going to echo, I believe, Mr. Dumont, who said, we're building a commercial fiber optic cable system, and we're very committed to incorporating the SMART, and we see the very existential need for the capabilities of SMART cable and the research that it enables and so forth. Beyond that romantic notion, we have a whole lot of questions still. So again, we want to build the system. We want to incorporate them. The early response we're getting from the scientific community is, whether it's GOOSE, the Global Ocean Observing System, NOAA, U.S. agencies, or any others, their immediate interests are in where to site the SMART sensors to be the most effective, how to architecture the system, and so forth. Otherwise, we have a whole lot of open questions. The ultimate administration of the system, who owns the data, hands the data out, where the funding is going to come from, although we're getting a better feel that funding need for this sort of public aspect of the cable is going to be more public funding than private. We can anticipate that. And then the sort of regulatory and international jurisdictional question that you ask, we don't know the answer. It was a long-winded answer, but long-winded way to tell you that I don't know how to answer the question at this point. We have the enthusiasm of the scientific community. We don't have a good grasp on how it's going to be handled yet politically.
Just me, Ike, can you stay there? Can you stay there just 1 minute? But please consider that the smart cable, you can put the sensors in some places between two countries, A and B. You can put sensors in national waters of country B, and only that country accessed the smart information. You can put sensors on the other side for the national waters of country A, and only that country receives and gets the sensors information. And in the international waters, that can be arranged, and accessing that information both countries, A and B. That means in your system, you can have sensors in some zones, and the countries of that zones can access that information. In the other zones, not have sensors in some zones. It's up to you. You can design the system in that way.
That's sort of our inclination. However, that sort of segregation, the walling off of national interests and, where we're on different territorial waters or something, we believe that that'll be accomplished. We'll be able to accomplish that ultimately by it's going to be short ends. It's going to be the network operating sensors, where we're sort of gathering this data that's pouring in from some number. Nominally for us, it's something like 65 to 70 sensor pods, and that'll be sorted out in the NOCs. And we're going to have to figure out what the protocols are for sort of isolating national interest information, from any given, federal agency, I suppose. Again, not a great answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Before I go to the next, thank you, White. Next question, I'd like, just because people were not listening well, the response of Albert. Albert was asked, don't worry, Albert, you were asked to have how many sensors are you going to have in the cable? And Alberto replies that at least 20. And the location of those sensors will have to be decided and is under study now. Another question? Yes. The micro here, please.
Thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Luis Bernardino, and taking the last words of Philip in consideration, we know that Portugal is playing a major role now in this dynamic. We are also building in our society an observatorium for the subcables. And my question for you is, what can we do to bring this issue outside of this room to the community and provide more information to the society in order that we can have this discussion and this debate in a larger audience, particularly in the university? Thank you very much.
Yes, Philip, you are the rock star again.
I think it's already largely international what we're trying to achieve here in Portugal, really. I mean, you have I'll take the example of the submerged project, which is in Elalink. You have, of course, the Portuguese universities that are providing resources, students, people that are going through a PhD. You have equipment that is being provided by the University of Portugal. You also have product coming from vendors. You have the Géant community, which is largely European. Okay, Chris is somewhere. You want to answer that question? You should be the one answering the question, Chris. In fact, not me.
Chris, are you volunteer to add and to complement something?
I wasn't planning on it, but yeah, it's difficult to say. Also, because well, if you could repeat the question, that would help. The question again.
Can you repeat the question, please, Luis?
Well, my question is what we can do to take this discussion outside of this room. I mean, to the university, bring more people discussing the subject and get a better idea for the society what we are doing concerning, of course, Portugal.
Yeah, I think there's a number of different mechanisms that are available to try and facilitate this type of dialogue, both with vendors, with commercial operators and the commercial interests in this, as well as the academic and research communities. They're very nascent at the moment, so they're only just starting to form around this idea, and I think that the work that the JTF has been doing over the last, well, 10 years at least, I think, has really helped to crystallize that type of collaboration between those different communities. In Europe, we are working in different projects. So there's the Submerged project, which Philippe mentioned before, and that's 24 different partners all working together from different parts of the industry. And that's kind of a pathfinder for how these different communities can work together, including the Portuguese representatives, of which there are 3 or 4. And we've just had the RDT, which is the Madeiran research entity, join as a associate partner so that we can work with them to interpret and operate interpret the data that's generated from the equipment we've installed in Madeira as well. So yeah, having all of the different stakeholders in a country represented in a project, that's one way of approaching it.
Okay, thank you, Chris. There is a question there for Vasco. Hold on, Vasco, there.
Good morning. Just for a question of curiosity, I would love to know, if possible, what is the present stage of the contract for CAM1? If there is coming into force, if there is some intention to proceed with the contract, is the contract is already in the ultimate phase? What is the real situation?
Is it for Atlantic Cam? What is the present stage in terms of contract with the IP Telecom and the ASN? I believe that was the question, right? Yeah.
In fact, the contract is in full force right now, so we even have the RPL has been established. We have the vessels on the sea, not the vessels, the vessel on the sea, which is basically surveying to see if the RPL is okay or not, or something has to be changed, so full force.
Can I add a question? Any payment was already done with?
Well, it's on the way. It's on the way. I don't know exactly if it's already been paid or not, but for sure it's been invoiced.
Okay. Next, perhaps I could ask, because I lost the contact with the chat here, and I'll give the floor to Paulo to put those, to identify those questions. We still have time.
Okay, so we have a question in the chat from Charlotte Rowe, which envisage IC from Far North Fiber. So the question, and it also applies to Polar Connect. She asks, what kind of resilience tolerance will these cables have for major earthquake movement on the Aleutian Trench? Design of the Alaska pipeline was done in collaboration with seismologists, which saved it in the 2002 Denali fault, 7.9 in the scale of Mercalli earthquake. Are these cables being similarly planned to withstand major Aleutian event of magnitude 8 or larger? I don't know if
perhaps
can
we could
answer
begin,
the question.
Could begin with Ike trying to answer that. Or no, Yeva is online. Maybe. Hold on, Ike. Yeva.
I can try to answer it. So when planning the submarine cable route, the ideal position of the submarine cable is somewhat avoiding a very seismically active areas in its very close proximity. So we aim to lay the cable a little bit further away. So especially that's why we're planning to do the seabed surveys in the coming 3 years in the Arctic Ocean to understand what are the geohazards and how to avoid them. So we aim to find the best location for the submarine cable. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Eva. Ike, do you want to take this answer to there? Please go there, because the video is recording you.
Okay. I can't improve much on her answer. Clearly, we aren't going to avoid the Aleutian Trench. Clearly, we aren't going to avoid the Japanese Trench. We have to cross both with the system. We will exercise the most prudent planning for it in the first place, looking at the overall route requirements, but we'll design and engineer the crossing to best possible standards. I guess is the answer. I can remind you that in the instance, for instance, of the Japanese earthquake a number of years ago, a tremendous number, 6 or 8 of the cables landing there along the coast of, Mr. Dumont has something to add, failed, and it was of course a big recovery effort. We yield the floor to you.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think we need to answer it. We have a YSN representative. You want to comment? No, I think ASN and the other vendors, they do have a lot of experience into going through these pieces. So we avoid volcanoes, we avoid very active seismic areas for sure, and they always take the best possible path, best possible. So I think the example of 2011, okay, earthquake in Japan, it was quite rich in many ways. There were, I think, a total of 11 cuts in total. Some of the cuts were on the same cable. So if you have what I'm saying is that if there is a major earthquake, the chances that some cables will get cut, and the best way is resiliency of the network through diverse cables. That's the only way you can go through this. There is no magic recipes to avoid a cut if the earthquake is located near to the cable. Sorry about that. No.
Thank you. Juanjo Danobeitia, please.
Hello, good morning to everybody. My name is Juanjo Danobeitia. I am here as a UNESCO IOC liaison with the Joint Task Force, so I'm supposed to be the guy to connect science with telecom people. Well, my question is, well, I have many questions, but we have many topics to discuss. But one of the questions not many people talked today was about security. But security is not only a matter of earthquake and a matter of having a very long cable across the planet, but we know that in Svalbard, a few weeks ago, happened that all of a sudden cable disappeared. They have ice, so they checked there was a sort of a ship coming, and all of a sudden, 2 days later, no cable anymore. So this has consequence in the sense that once you deploy a cable and providing regularly monitoring of different seismic or environmental variables, you have a sort of liability with the international organization. Maybe this is peanuts, no? But at the end of the day, there is some kind of regulation, there is some kind of early warning system to protect the cable, or is a risk to have a cable? I mean, the risk is lower than the benefit, of course, so we take the risk. And connected to this question is, it may happen that redundancy when you deploy sensors, whatever at the distance, is better in terms of the long-term maintenance, or what is the idea of the operators? Who can answer this?
Alberto, can you try to say something?
I can try to say something concerning what you have asked, or at least in the Atlantic Cam Vision. Atlantic Cam Vision, together with all these partners that we have had, is really to bring more information to the information society. And in fact, we have here JTF and all the community have one of the primary ideas is how to not foresee, to detect the tsunami. So that's a key element on all this. So that's why the seismograph of 3 axles, and then the thermometer and the gauge is for general environments, not supervision, surveillance. Basically, if I may say, don't occur me anything else right now, but that is the information is the one that we want to have, and to pass it to IPMA, which is the Portuguese Institute of Atmospheric. Atmospheric, IPMA, Institute Português Atmospheric. So the ones that issue all the warnings.
Okay. I believe we have more questions in the chat, right, Paulo? Who? Please.
Just to complement the answer regarding the security. Today, everything is about data. Data that we collect from the smart sensors can be used for scientific purpose, to early warning, but it can be used for early warning in terms of security. In Portugal, it's something that we are tackling, and it's something that we are concerned, but it's something that we do not raise the information here in this kind of forum, okay? But we are concerned with security. Is something that even defense and the Navy are working. I can tell you that are working, and is a concern of our working group is the safety and also the security. Regarding, can I use the microphone to make to answer to Luis Bernardino? I think perhaps the activities of the observatories, you can use your observatory to at least to acculturate the society. Because smart today, it's nonsense to implement a submarine cable without being smart. It's my opinion. And at the end of the day, it increase the budget, 10, 20%. And at least acculturate the society and the politicians is a good start to make sure that at the end of the day, they release the money for this kind of project. That's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paulo, do you want to?
Yes, just.
João.
I have a few more questions in the chat. One from Eric Jan Bos. And the question is for Atlantic Cam. And he's asking how easy or how hard was it for you to get the permits for the installation of the cable? He complements saying that, no, but it's the same. He complements saying, it's in another, farther below. He complements saying that for receiving, storing, and process the data from the sensors, you will need a permit from the government. How easy was that?
Well, let's say, so far as now, the permits that we need, we get it really, really fast, or at least faster than it was supposed and was told by our counterparts that are used to this type of installation or this type of implementation. We have not yet arrived at the phase that we'll lay down the cable in the bottom of the ocean, which I believe it will be a little bit more difficult to get, not more complex to get all the permits, but so far we are, or at least I am, confident that things will go smoothly and there will be no major issues concerning that. In terms of the data, so how are we intending to handle that? It is the data will flow to the IPMA. IPMA is the institute, the Portuguese Institute for Meteorology and for the Atmospheric Studies and Surveillance. So they basically design the data interface, so the communications, the information that will come from the sensors perfectly matches the type of information they need on their system. So I believe, trying to go straight for your answer, is that we didn't have that question of having a permit. The information that will come from the sensors will go to the IPMA, which is the National Institute for the Environment, for the atmospheric. Maybe it is true that we have the task easy because the implementation of the CAM has been well, it has been taken by the Portuguese state as not a priority, but a nice task that they want to have. And all the stakeholders, we are private, so we are public company. IP Telecom is a public company. It's owned 100% by Infraestruturas Portugal, which is the sole shareholder. So we are public, and that, I believe, helps the process, not only in funding, but also.
Paulo, Paulo.
Yeah, Alberto, you may stay.
Paulo, hold on,
Yes,
hold
sure.
on. I'd like to comment this because Alberto has a position in a public operator, but I'm nobody here, and I believe I can be neutral. I do believe that in the future, for the licensing process, smart cables should get priority. That means a red carpet, because they are returning to the science and society additional value that goes beyond connectivity and telecommunications. And who are the clients of those? Are the public institutes, are the academia, are international organizations, so forth. There is no commercial value here. There is no business. It's just to return to the society and science, and that should be recognized in a licensing process as a giving priority for that cable to speed up all the process.
Yes, that's what we are facing. Our experiences so far, yes, it is true. That's what happened. So we didn't feel up to that moment any problem, any issue that we couldn't solve in a matter of talks and with some detailed information when it is needed. But so far we didn't feel any problem at all. So we are confident that things will go smoothly in what the permits are concerned. So in fact we are quite confident. That's the word that came to my head. So, yeah, that's true.
About who is going to manage the data, well, who is the client? The clients should understand themselves, and in Portugal is easy. First, 100% public investment. Second, public operator. The clients of smart data are public institutes, Navy, and so forth. That's it's solved. It's just.
In fact,
just people talking and dialoguing and solving.
Yeah. So far as now, the experience and the feedback is great. Yes, it has been great. It's been a lot of work, but it's been great. The results have matched what we expect.
Thank you, Paulo.
No, perfect.
Sorry, can you give me some? Yes. So I have one last question coming from the chat, and it's from Rui Ribeiro from Interfiber Networks. He's asking IP Telecom and also ANACOM, João Beleza Faz, here close to me, if you have plans to attract new specialized human resources, given the lack of people in this area specifically.
Well, I would say yes, for sure. Not for the moment, because we are in implementation task right now, but that will be a concern that we'll have. Yes, it's most probably, for sure. For sure, because you'll have 25 years to operate and maintain the system, not only the smart component, but the telecommunications, all that part.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
In case you want to complement, Alberto, answer.
Actually, we don't have planned because we are still studying, but it's something that we are concerned is the manning to run properly and doing the maintenance of the cable. That's the answer. Thank you.
Okay, so one last question before we break for the coffee from Isabel Rodrigues from ANACOM. Oh, so.
Thank you.
So we have a question in the room before this last one from the chat.
First, I would like to thank you for communicating this event to me, and I would like to thank Juanjo Daño Beitia, who was my predecessor. I'm the General Director, newly assigned, of the EMSO-ERIC, which is a European research infrastructure gathering about 25 institutions, research institutions in the marine domain in Europe. And previously, I was also working in the coastal domain. And here are also about 30 marine research institutions. So my key message here is that if you want to collaborate at European level with marine scientists, you should talk to our community, because EMSO is deploying an observation system on the sea floor and on the water column. Some of them are cable already. We already have 5 sites around Europe that are organized around fiber optic or deployed with fiber optic, sorry for my English. And we want to develop this. Now we are preparing the new strategic plan and the implementation plan, and I want to open the floor for the discussions with the private sector and the industry to jointly discuss how we can progress together, because we need to extend our observation system. The DAS system is one thing, smart cable are another. It's crucial for the community, for both the geophysicists and the marine, I would say, oceanographer. That's the point I wanted to make, so please feel free to contact me.
Thank you.
And thank you a lot. I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Paulo?
Okay, so last question before break. From Isabel Rodrigues, ANACOM. She's asking if sensors could be implemented also to other kind of submarine cables, not only telecommunications cables.
Yeah.
Say yes.
The sky is the limit, or deep sea is the limit.
Okay, so I think with this we conclude this first panel. Thank you. After the first panel, speaking about the cables themselves, now we will approach the other component of this ecosystem, which are the sensors and the sensing technologies. So I welcome you to this second panel between now and lunch, and we have several speakers. One of them is connecting to us remotely, so which is Greg Johnson. So I would ask the Reggie for the connection with Greg Johnson from RBR, with a presentation on bottom pressure recorders, reducing drift and packaging optimized for smart cables.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to
Good
join
morning,
you
Greg.
from Canada. Between now and breakfast, I think, is what you should have said rather than now and lunch. I'm sitting here in RBR and would love to give you a tour of our engineering team, but for some reason I couldn't persuade any of them to join me. I'm just going to share my screen, and we should.
Nomeadamente, sempre. Okay.
Let's just see. So I think we now have screen share working. If somebody could just confirm that that's the case. It's,
Greg, do you want to share the screen, or shall we?
I have shared my screen. Is it visible to you?
I see it remotely.
Okay. Okay. Please go on.
Visible in Lisbon? Excellent.
Yes.
A word or two about RBR, and I am trying to keep this very brief. So it's 8 very, very short slides. RBR is based here in Canada and was started here 51 years ago as Richard Branca Research, named after the first founder, the founder and the first owner, president. We've been involved in oceanography, not only in Canada, though, but across the world. And our instruments are deployed in every basin, gone to the bottom of the Challenger Deep many times, and we're considered one of the global leaders in oceanographic instrumentation. The subject today is actually a slightly less common instrument that we make, which is a bottom pressure recorder. We've been making these for about 20 years of different kinds. And the things that we would say to describe a bottom pressure recorder, as opposed to just a water level recorder or a pressure gauge, that kind of thing, is that we're, instead of using a piezoresistive pressure transducer, which has moderate accuracy and moderate resolution, we're typically using a quartz oscillator-based pressure sensor. And there are 2-3 reasons for that. The first is that we're able to obtain an accuracy about a factor of 5 better than piezoresistive sensors. And accuracy of pressure sensors is typically characterized in terms of a percentage of full scale. And so an accuracy of 0.01% full scale, which on a 7,000 meter water column is 70 centimeters, is usually achievable. The resolution of the measurement is dependent on both the raw oscillator itself, but also the electronics that you're using to measure the frequency of that oscillation. And the pressure sensor is not only a pressure sensor, but it is also a very good temperature sensor, which means you need to remove the effects of temperature in order to have a stable measurement. We are typically using the transducer from Parascientific, which has both pressure and temperature outputs. But we develop our own custom electronics in order to obtain the very best resolution possible. And the reason why we're concerned with resolution so much is that we're interested in very, very small relative signals for tsunami detection and early earthquake warning type systems. Now, the accuracy is also important, but the accuracy is compromised by the drift of the sensor. If you're interested in seafloor geodesy or steric water height measurements, then you need to know not only the initial accuracy, but some estimate of the drift, which is typically estimated in parts per million per year, or incorporate a method to, once you know what that drift is, to try and reduce it. And the idea of reducing the drift forms the core of one of the instruments variants that I'm going to talk about. The instrument name that we have on the market now is the RBR Quartz BPR. It's been available for about 12 years, combined with an internal tri-axis, another quartz oscillator-based accelerometer. It's been deployed, you can see here on the left, I think this is about, it's a fairly shallow deployment, about 2,700 meters. But these have been deployed, ocean networks have deployed them around the world. I think this photograph is taken from a deployment on the Neptune Observatory, cabled observatory that runs off the west coast of Canada into the Pacific a few hundred kilometers, deployed by ROV in this case, to try and get good coupling with the seafloor, which is one of the questions that will always be pertinent for smart cables when doing any kind of seismic work, is how well coupled the sensor is to the motion of the Earth. However, the purpose of the BPR is primarily for water level and very accurate temperature measurements. I won't talk about those much. They're a kind of bread and butter measurement. And we want to be able to measure temperature to a millidegree or 2 milledegrees, that kind of thing. But that's something that's well established, and single point measurements to that accuracy are routine. What makes the BPR more interesting is a technique that has been kind of colloquially named the A0A technique. The way of thinking about this is really a calibration technique for a pressure sensor, because once it's deployed to the bottom of the water column, any assessment of drift is very difficult because you're unable to interpret whether there is drift happening on a sensor level or drift happening because the environmental signal is changing, unless you've got some cross-reference. And some of the original ideas for doing this were ingenious, but quite laborious. One of them was to take a deadweight tester, which is the classical instrument for pressure calibration, and make a completely watertight, high-pressure version that could be dropped with the instrument. And once a month, the deadweight tester would be plumbed into the instrument and a reference measurement made. And this allowed you to, for instance, with a 4,000 dbar or 4,000 meter pressure sensor, you could send down a deadweight tester that is also at about 4,000 dbar, and simply switch hydraulically the measurement from being that of the water column to that of the deadweight tester and back. But it was realized that actually the drift that occurs on these quartz-based oscillators is primarily a offset as opposed to a slope or a higher order in the polynomial. And therefore you could perform the same drift correction by simply comparing by making a measurement at any pressure. And so one pressure that is relatively easy to measure, that is not the water column, in an instrument that is on the seafloor at 4, 5, 6,000 meters, is the internal air pressure of the instrument housing itself. And as a reference measurement, because that obviously changes with temperature and despite you being in a titanium pressure housing, it can vary, is to use a barometer based on the same technology, because the drift of these oscillators is also a function of full scale. So if you're trying to remove the drift on a sensor that has a full scale of 4,000 meters, but you make an atmospheric pressure measurement and compare it with a barometer that also has a drift on full scale, but that full scale is now only 10 decibars or 1/400th of its full scale range, then in marketing terms, we say that the drift can be corrected to 0. In scientific terms, you would never be so bold, but you would say that you should be able to get a drift correction to be no worse than the magnitude of the drift of the barometer. That is a factor of several hundred times better than you would get by doing it yourself. This instrument is quite large. It's 140 millimeters in diameter. I have one next to me here, which I will show you. This one is actually back here from Ocean Networks Canada, and you'll probably hear the strain in my voice as I pick it up. It's about 40 kilos or so. It's quite long in length, and it's designed for optimum performance without any considerations really for how it's going to be deployed, because this is typically done by an ROV in an operation that might take 6, 12, 24 hours by a research organization. In thinking about
Greg,
yes?
Can you listen to me? It's very interesting to see real things, not only PowerPoint stuff. But I would like to ask you to, speaking about accelerometers, if you can speed up a bit your presentation so that we don't run out of time. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. The repackaging of this for smart cable deployment, the most critical elements are to reduce its size so that it could be used in the form either encapsulated adjacent to a repeater or to be encapsulated within the repeater shroud itself, to ensure that we meet the requirements for shock and vibe handling on a cable laying ship, which is not how our instruments are usually done, and to ensure that we have the reliability to work without any possibility of maintenance for 25 years. The second part to show you is actually, on my last slide, is to show you this new instrument. And so maybe by comparison, you get an idea of the difference between the two. And so I'm going to conclude with that. And my apologies for having taken too long. I think I must have had too much coffee getting going.
No, but it was very interesting. So thank you for showing the equipment itself, not only slides, as it's usual. Thank you. Stay in line for the panel questions. Thank you. So now I would invite Emre Alpsen from Nanometrics to make a presentation on seismic instrumentation for smart cables. Thank you, Emma.
Okay, so Greg already hinted at the time difference between here and Canada, and I'm still on Canadian time myself, so let's see how this goes. Okay, first of all, let me attempt to explain why I'm beginning an 8-minute presentation using a mission and vision slide. I'll keep it short and sweet. Some years ago, I watched a movie. It had a specific scene. This is the movie Wanted, where Angelina Jolie is starring. Yeah, all right. The movie is familiar to some of you. The scene that I'm talking about is when she asks a question to her co-star, why are you here? And the lesson that I took away is if you don't have a good answer to that question, there are consequences. So I started asking myself that question more and more. Why am I here this morning, presenting to this privileged audience? Why does Nanometrics get to talk about seismic instrumentation for smart cables? Why did ASN select Nanometrics as their seismic instrumentation provider? It's an indirect answer, but it does have a lot of the answer. Take smart cables and plug it into the vision and mission statements. Smart cables advance the understanding of our planet and help build a sustainable environment. Smart cables represent an innovative technology that furthers earth science research and produces actionable intelligence to ensure responsible stewardship of the planet. The very spirit of smart cables is so well aligned with the identity of the company that it's only natural for us to be here today to contribute to the discussion on smart cables in the Northern Hemisphere. Now, there may be ocean bottom seismologists in the audience, either in the room or attending virtually, and I'd like to believe that they will agree with me when I say that it's a pretty big deal to get broadband seismic instrumentation down on the ocean bottom. Now, conventionally, there have been two ways to do this. Autonomous stations, such as the abalone you see in yellow on the slide, or cabled systems, such as the cabled ocean bottom observatory, the one that shows the insides of it. And we've been able to support different types of deployments with different types of sensors. The bigger and round one is a 360 device. The smaller one, as the name implies, is the Trillium Compact Ocean Bottom Seismometer. Either way, there are pros and cons, and either way, there are challenges. Autonomous deployments, there's a lot of ship time. You have to get on a ship to deploy. You have to get on a ship to recover. Sometimes you have to do multiple cycles of those. You have to wait some months, maybe over a year, to get access to the data. When you do have access to the data, you could be faced with other issues. There could be time drift. There could be all sorts of other things that present more challenges. There are ways to get to the data faster, but those methods also come with their own limitations and challenges. Cabled observatories, on the other hand, offer you bigger real estate under the ocean. You have your power, you have your real-time streaming data ability, but then it's a huge investment to get that infrastructure down on the ocean bottom. That is why I believe, to the best of my knowledge, there are few cabled observatories out there, and all of those that I'm aware of are fairly close to shore. You just can't extend that too far into the ocean. Well, along come smart cables. And as Jose Barros yesterday mentioned at the Atlantic Convergence Conference, smart cables offer instrumentation a ride down into the ocean bottom. He did make it clear that it's not a free ride, and that discussion is beyond me. However, I would argue that it's a pretty good deal either way, because it allows for an unprecedented way to get instrumentation down on the ocean bottom in what I believe is a very cost-effective way, allowing us to instrument swaths of ocean that were previously untouched. I was asked to look at the specifications that were put forward by the Joint Task Force earlier on in the journey, if you will, of smart cables. The table here is extracted from the 2016 white paper, and I've titled the slide Evolving Requirements because there has indeed been an evolution between then and now. Recognizing that these slides will be distributed, I've included links to the Nanometrics portfolio that aligns well with smart cable applications. The 10 accelerometer, the Trillium Compact Ocean Bottom Seismometer, and the Pegasus Ocean Bottom Digitizer. I welcome you all to take a look at the data sheets. You will find that all the relevant specs are either met or exceeded by what we have there. What is also significant is that although smart cables were initially envisioned to be based on an accelerometer in terms of seismic instrumentation, the architecture that we're now looking at also has a broadband seismometer, and I'll take a minute to explain why that's important. Now, recognizing that not everybody has a seismology background, I won't go into the details of some of the seismology jargon here, and I will ask those in the virtual audience for their forgiveness. I'll step away from the microphone for just a little bit to do some showing on the screen, and if there are any questions on what this slide means, I'm happy to take them later from the virtual audience. So this obviously doesn't do justice.
You can take a micro, a wireless micro, so that people remote can listen to you.
All right, even better. Now, this isn't going to do justice to how well this is explained in Bruce Howe's article that uses this figure on stage right, so your left. The gist of it, what it says, is that in terms of the magnitude, proximity, typical ambient noise, when you're looking at earthquake early warning interests versus global seismology interests, they appear on fairly different ends of the chart, and there's some intersection space in between. But what it tells us to the seismic instrumentation industry is that you would have different types of sensors to address those different types of interests. What this graph shows, and I won't go into the lines and the triangles and the dots, the clip level of an accelerometer, which is beyond which you're not able to detect any events, and the noise floor of the broadband instrument, which is under which you're not able to detect any events. What lies in between is basically representative of what you're able to detect. And the accelerometer will offer a higher clip level, allowing to detect higher magnitude earthquakes that are closer to you. A broadband instrument will allow you to detect weaker ground motion, potentially farther away from you, so that having both co-located will offer the best overall range in which you can detect events. I'll get back here and quickly wrap up with my last slide. I don't intend to steal the thunder from Antoine about the CC node. Just a few words on what Nanometrics is contributing. We have, as mentioned in ASN's press release, developed a customized seismic instrumentation solution that is based on the products in the Nanometrics portfolio that you see, long-standing products, the Titan accelerometer, the Trillium Compact ocean bottom seismometer, and the Pegasus ocean bottom digitizer. I tried to explain the value of having strong motion and weak motion together in one place. Basically, it represents an end-to-end seismic instrumentation solution that is optimized for clip level and noise floor, as I mentioned on the previous slide. And obviously, the smart cable comes with some form factor limitations. This suite, if you will, offers best-in-class seismic instrumentation performance that is compatible with a smart cable deployment. So in terms of, from a seismic instrumentation perspective, commercializing seismic instrumentation technology in the context of smart cables, I believe we're off to a great start. Thank you.
Thank you, Emrah. So I would now invite James Lindsay from Europe to make a presentation on smart repeaters integrating broadband seismic instrumentation, and also with some updates from the first wet demonstrator project.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is James Lindsay. I'm one of the regional managers at Gurup Systems Limited. So just to start my presentation, for those of you who aren't aware of us, of Gurup, just a few numbers here to illustrate who we are and why we're relevant in this conversation about smart cables. So we've been around since 1985, and with that, over 35 years of experience. We also have a wealth of experience deploying ocean bottom systems, whether those are autonomous or cabled systems around the world. So I'm going to provide some more details on our first wet demonstrator project. So this is a project that we deployed in December of 2023, really showcasing how sensitive seismic instrumentation, both accelerometers and broadband seismometers, can be deployed in this fashion that's required by smart cables in a commercial way, and how that provides good quality data for the community. So as I said, we have over 35 years of experience of designing, manufacturing, and deploying ocean bottom systems. So this has really been enabled by significant investment into our own R&D capabilities. So we use state-of-the-art robotic milling facilities, as well as CAD design, to develop and enhance modular design in our design concept. This robotic facility allows us to really be agile in our manufacturing process. And it means that for particular projects, we are able and flexible enough to design modular components and modular systems that are really fit for use for our customers. We also make use of a range of local and on-site oceanographic testing facilities. So we are based just outside of Reading in the UK. So we have good access to facilities local to us and also in Southampton, which allow us to test our oceanographic products and ensure that they are fit for use, and also to ensure that they have enhanced life cycles. So some updates from the first wet demonstrator project. This was a 21-kilometer system deployed off the east coast of Catania in Sicily. So this was awarded to Gurup in 2020 and involved 3 instrumented repeater housings. So for this system, we were able to use reclaimed repeaters, reclaimed cable, which meant that because of the repeaters being slightly larger than some comparable systems today, we were able to use commercial off-the-shelf products. So each instrumented repeater included a broadband seismometer, a force balance accelerometer, a pressure sensor, and a temperature sensor. Our instrumentation had been deployed in the field for many years previously, so we had a good basis to work on for this particular project. The sensor components themselves are able to operate at any angle without the use of any mechanical gimbal design, which removes a mechanical source of failure from the system. So as I mentioned, the system was installed in December of last year and has been performing as expected, proving reliable implementation of deploying this type of sensitive instrumentation in this fashion. I think Emra mentioned earlier that the deployment of broadband ocean bottom systems is a process that takes lots of time, lots of effort, and lots of resources. So demonstrating that seismic instrumentation can be deployed using cable laying vessels in a commercial way is really a good step in the right direction for this community. So this particular project has now kick-started the development of a commercial smart package with Gurup. And I guess the last and most recent update is the data will be available in near real time from this project at the link provided. So what are the next steps? So at Gurup, we are focusing on modular implementation, modular components. So what this allows us to do is take already field-proven seismic sensors, both for acceleration and broadband, as well as our data acquisition systems, and effectively miniaturize these components into relatively small modules which can be scaled. Whether they are to be used in dedicated standalone sensing modules or into full amplified repeater housings, these modules are going to be small enough to allow a scale of uses. The broadband seismometer is based on our Certis instrument with thousands of these sensor components deployed both offshore and onshore globally. I mentioned earlier the real design benefit of this system is that it can work at any angle. For a broadband seismometer, that is significant because it means that it can cope with the harsh realities of smart cable deployments. The force balance accelerometer is based on our Fortis product family, again with thousands of land-based systems deployed globally. And finally, the data acquisition is based on our Minimus digitizer platform. So this system has a wide range of networking and channel capabilities, and we've used it to great success in our ocean bottom packages for both autonomous and cabled systems. The reason we use this digitizer platform is the availability of additional channels and easy networking. So that means it's not just the seismic instrumentation that we're often working with. As I said before, these deployments are typically lots of investment in terms of time and money. So our systems are often deployed with other types of instrumentation, whether that be pressure sensors, hydrophones, or temperature sensors. So our Minimus digitizer has been field proven for offshore deployments to be able to handle data from third-party sensors. So in terms of next stages, we're looking to work with a number of global partners to repackage our instruments to a size and form factor which is suitable for modern repeater housings, utilizing our agile approach to projects and design work within our engineering team to allow for us to really be involved in a scale, in different scales of scope, and further development and integration with other types of sensor packages. So as of today, we are working with a number of local partners to provide scalable and turnkey offerings to the market in terms of smart cable systems. The modular design of our sensor components allows for easy integration into existing and new repeater housings, and the flexible design is also there to allow for easy integration with additional types of oceanographic sensors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. So I would now pass the floor to Luís Matias from Instituto Dom Luís, which will give us a picture on available complementary technologies for sensing.
Hello, good morning. So I'm here as a representative of the users of these systems, and in fact, here is a list of all the people that have been collaborating to study what can we do, what can we recover with the data from submarine cables, and many of them are in the room. So just regarding seismic monitoring, so the Earth is covered by seismic stations, but in fact the oceans that cover 7% of the Earth are not covered by seismic stations. This also applies to other types of sensing. So we have a smart dream. The smart dream is that the future telecom submarine cables will be equipped with smart sensors that will complement and make these observations in the ocean. We have also our homeland smart dream. So this was the dream at the beginning. Now we learned today that only 20 of the sensors will be deployed. And as a representative of the user community, I'm very curious to know where is the choice, what is the choice for this location of these 20 sensors. So the question is, all this the smart technology can be used for new cables. But what about the existing cables? Can we use existing cables also for sensing? And the answer is yes, if we use the fiber itself as a sensor. What can we measure on the light that travels across the fiber? We can measure the phase, the amplitude, the polarization, or the pulse time. And we know that these parameters can be so they are the result of changes in the fiber, namely the optical length, which is a function also of the refraction index. And we know that on the seafloor, there are several external effects that can influence these parameters. These are the strain, which is the most common used, but also pressure, which is important at the seafloor, and also temperature. So the idea is that if we measure the optical properties of the signals, then maybe we can recover any or all of these parameters. So available technologies nowadays, I select or I join them in all cable technologies or distributed sensing, DIS is the name of it, or a mix which has appeared very recently, which is not all cable but is not distributed, and it's we call it SOP OTDR. So for the all cable measurements, there are many technologies that have been proposed, and I just mentioned briefly the state of polarization, SOP. So the idea is that the polarization across a cable is stable if there is no physical action on the cable. If there is a physical action on the cable, then the polarization changes and it can be measured at the end of the cable. And it has been shown that ocean swell, storms, earthquakes produce changes in the polarization, so they can be monitored by the state of polarization. But it measures the whole cable, so we don't know yet where is the impact, for instance, for an earthquake. What is the impact point of the first waves that reach the cable? SOP OTDR is a recent development of this technology, which uses the repeaters and I lost loop back. Some of the repeaters have these systems to control, to assess, to monitor the functioning of the cable, and then we can, using the difference between the two repeaters, we can locate the disturbance in between the repeaters, which is an improvement. Then we have distributed acoustic sensing. So probably you are aware of distributed acoustic sensing. So a laser, a pulse or chirp is sent from the interrogator, and we record the signal back, and the signal is coming back because there are errors, there are heterogeneities on the fiber, which by backscatter they will return. So if there is a change of the properties in a piece of the cable, then the phase of this signal will change, and this can be measured by the interrogator. So it is very interesting because we can, if we assume that this disturbance is caused by strain, which is the most common interpretation of these disturbances, then it can be related directly to a seismic parameter that we use in seismology, which is the ground velocity, which is very appealing. So we have to understand that this technology can be applied to a cable, 50, 100 kilometers long cable, and the length of the piece that is measured, which we call the space sampling, can be 10 meters typically, or even 1 meter. It means 100 kilometers cable can generate 10,000 sensors. 10,000 sensors. So frequency can be 1 kilohertz, and they can be used on existing cables. So there are some technologies that can be used either dark fiber or illuminated fibers. So what have we, the community, Portuguese community, doing in research? So we have been involved in two projects. One is the national funded MODES project, which is monitoring the oceans with DAS, where we are monitoring one fiber cable, not the one that you see on the screen, which was originally planned, but the fiber that gets out from Faial to Flores. We are currently monitoring that on this project. The other project, we have Chris that also spoke about it this morning, Submars project. The Submars project is an European project, involves more than 20 institutions, three of them are Portuguese, and the idea is to investigate three technologies, DAS, SOP, and SOP OTDR. So, making a summary. So all cable measurements, opportunities. So they allow for very long baselines. So they monitoring they can monitor areas not accessed by other sensors, and they have been shown to have a very broadband response. It means drift years to kilohertz. Challenges. For transient signals, we don't know yet where the signal comes from. So it is very important for earthquakes and tsunamis. Also, since it is a whole cable measurement, it records the signal over the whole cable, not just the physical actions that we would like to record. And can it be an improvement on current sensors? So these are the challenges. So for tectonics, which require near DC signals, again, can we locate the source? Can we get rid of the noise in the cable? Is it strain or temperature what we are measuring? So this is a very big question mark. And can we improve on current sensors? So for DAS is the most developed technology, okay? So the opportunity is very high horizontal resolution, 10 meters. It has been shown that it can detect earthquakes, ocean swell, and also monitor the sound environment in the ocean. It means generated by biology, whales, for instance, or by anthropogenic origin. Challenges, big data. You can easily generate 1 terabyte in 1 week. So this is a big question. And this morning I didn't have time to ask Medusa how they plan to manage this kind of big data for their own use of DAS for the security of the cables. So how they manage it. So we must work on the automatic detection of events. We cannot go through all the data. Automatic processing, is it done on the recording site or is it done in the operating room? So for now, it can only reach 100 or 150 kilometers according to some manufacturers, and we don't know yet if it can detect long period waves like tsunami because the noise level is shown to be very high. So DAS is the most developed technology, but it does not solve the problem for the deep ocean. So you don't see this image anywhere. So people that speak about DAS, they show the left image and not the right image. The right image is the areas that can be covered by DAS. So it's not a solution for the whole cable. The final take-home message, I recovered 2 slides that I showed in Aveiro meeting 1 year and a half ago, and regards the comparison of smart technology with other sensing technologies regarding earthquakes and tsunamis. And we see that for all the technologies, lots of research must be done before they can be used in the operation room. This is valid for earthquakes, and also this is valid for tsunamis. So I didn't have the time to change the last slide. So my proposal is, in fact, fiber optic sensing is very useful, but it must be complementary to the smart sensors. So our proposal to sensing the ocean is smart plus fiber optic sensing, and that's the end.
Thank you. So now we'll listen Antoine Caval speaking about the new developments at Alcatel Submarine Networks.
Okay. Good morning. So I'm working in business development at ISN, and I'm dedicated to the smart cable market. So I will not be too long. Our proposal for the smart cable is actually 2 solutions. We just discussed it, actually, and we was the conclusion. So the first solution is a new component in the wet plant, which is the CC nodes. We call for climate change node. And so this node is very similar to repeater or branching unit. It is integrated in the cable. Inside this node, we will have active sensors, okay? And this is the first solution. Second solution is the DAS. We have our equipment that we put in the station, and we use the fiber itself, it was said before, the fiber itself for sensing. We are also convinced that mixing CC node and DAS is a very good solution. They are complementary, and they can be deployed together. So here is the list of projects we have deployed for the last 3 years. So it is installed and in service. I don't know if Philippe is here. So you see first one is Link. So I put this slide just to give you an idea of what could be the coverage. So this is the last 3 years. So you see we have coverage for Atlantic. We have coverage around Africa, Middle East. We have also coverage in the Pacific. So within 3 years, I mean, we can achieve quite a big amount of, let's say, a smart cable. Important thing is there is no CC node, okay, in those cables, no CC node. And we cannot add CC node. It was also said before. Because for CC node, we need to plan it in advance, and it needs to be deployed at the same time of the system. But if, for example, you want to add several years later a branch to connect on this system, it is possible to have on the branch some CC node. Okay, so, and I was discussing this with Philippe on Link, for example. He plans to have branch to Mauritania, Guyana, or okay. So it is possible in the future to have CC node in Link. DAS is another story, because DAS, all of them, they can put DAS. Okay, it's just interrogator. They use the fiber which is already deployed, so you don't change the wet plant. Focusing a little bit more on the CC node itself. So we see here you have a representation of CC node. You have on the weight, it's on the weight part. This is where we will put the seismic data monitoring with accelerometer and seismometer. It goes together with the power supply module and the communication module. And on the right, on the gray section, which is an open section, which let the water come in, we will have the pressure and the temperature sensors. Yeah. So the important thing is it was very important for us. It's always very important for the wet plant, is to have a robust system. So for this, we leverage the design of repeaters, which has been field-proven track records and very robust design. Here, so you saw we made the press release during Singapore conference. For us, we understood it's also very important to communicate to the market that we are using RBR for pressure and temperature sensors. And we are also using nanometrics for accelerometer, seismometer. So it was very important to clarify this with the scientific community, because now they could have a good sense of the quality of the solution that will be deployed, knowing already those suppliers. And this is here my last slide. Just to say that in ASN, so we have already some experience with the scientific projects. We have a solution which is called DCFO for direct current and fiber optic. You see in the yellow, this is delivering a hub, and you can connect on this hub. You can connect some cable and sensors, so external sensor. It's not ASN sensors. We have done this for Ocean Network in Canada, connecting sensors, and we have also a project. We have done a project, Neutrino Observatory Telescope for Italy. This is a project of IDEMA. So this is our experience with scientific, and now we are very pleased to really and proud to start the deployment of first smart cable projects with Portugal, of course, Atlantic, and also with Tam-Tam between Vanuatu and New Caledonia. Voilà. So don't hesitate to come to me if you have projects or questions on the solution. I will be happy to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoine. And now to conclude this panel, I invite Steve Lenz from Subsea Data Systems to present us the last developments.
So I get the last slot before lunch. So I'll try to make this interesting.
Can you just give me 1 minute to check with the Reggie if it's the remote attendees are already... There is no internet? Okay.
No internet?
I don't know how to react to that.
Don't react to that.
Well, can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, anyway, we are saving the session so people can watch it after the meeting.
All right. So I'm Steve Lentz. I've been involved with submarine cables for over 35 years. I've been a member of the JTF for 10 years. My colleague, Matt Fouch, is a seismologist by trade. And together, with support from our parent companies, we formed Subsea Data Systems to try and bridge that gap between the submarine cable world and principally the seismology world, but the science world in general. Our real mission is to catalyze the development of SMART. So if all we achieve at the end of the day is to get other folks to move faster, then we've been successful. At the end, what we'd like to really accomplish, though, is to make use of the data, regardless of whose sensors or whose cable it comes from, that we take the data, process it, and make it useful for end customers. But when we look at the industry, there weren't sensors out there, so we, starting in 2020, we undertook some hardware development, which I'll show you. Working with our technology partner, Silicon Audio Seismic, who has a very compact seismic sensor. We are funded by Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation and Schmidt Marine Technology Partners. We have received support in the past from the National Science Foundation as well. All right, so here's the evolution of our hardware development. The first step which we undertook in 2022 was a proof of concept, a benchtop test to show that we could get data all the way from the sensors to a data repository. In this case, we had a test network at the EarthScope data repository, and then from there, to users. So all the links in the chain are important. That we don't just have sensors, we don't just get it to the shore station, but that we get it to repositories, and then there are actually lots of tools out there that people could then use to retrieve the data. Currently, we're developing hardware, and I'll show you that a little more, to have a very compact, well-integrated solution that's suitable for adding to a repeater, and importantly, making this compact and low power and inexpensive enough that we can try to put these in every repeater in a system. We are in discussions with a couple cable suppliers, and we have some alternative approaches, potentially involving unrepeated cables or cables where all the telecom fibers just pass through the sensing nodes. Here's a picture of our solution. Everything in the central block there is integrated and would go inside a repeater housing. The temperature sensor and the pressure sensor would need to be outside the repeater housing. Again, we're using Silicon Audio for the seismic sensors. Temperature sensor, we're using Seabird. The pressure sensor is the Parascientific sensor. even those are not perfect for SMART. Again, some of the issues with the handling of those and how compact they are, but we don't have the resources to do the metrology and the calibration of sensors. So for those, it was prudent to use off-the-shelf sensors. You can see also our communication solution is simply based on Ethernet with a fiber pair transmission from node to node to node. And there's a provision in here for a crossover cable. So if you wanted to have two sets of sensors in a housing for redundancy, that would be possible. The other thing we can do with that is that the silicon audio sensor is switchable between velocity and acceleration mode. So you could potentially have two sets of these sensors, one in each mode, again, to get that advantage of high clip in one mode and increased sensitivity in the other mode. So, to summarize, we are working to achieve the original vision, or what I think of as the original vision of smart cables, which is low-cost sensors in every repeater. Well aware that practicalities of engineering have taken other projects in a different direction, and that's great. But at Subsea Data, we're still pursuing that original approach. So I guess since I still have time, I'll go on here. The silicon audio, the low noise omni tilt, is a new sensor for many people. So we actually undertook to get that sensor into the Albuquerque seismological lab and collect some data. I'm not going to spend time on this, but it'll be in the slide deck. Basically, we've shown that sensor, despite being compact, has performance very close to the reference sensors out to about 10 seconds. And then, for very broadband things, it is below the high noise model, but doesn't perform as well as a larger broadband. And we feel that that's adequate and appropriate, given the mission of SMART. Okay. Here's a picture of our solution integrated into something that looks like a repeater tray. The seismic sensors are on the bottom, and all the circuit boards are up above. And this is actually, we've got a handle on this for traveling, but I like to get through airport security quickly, so I didn't bring this with me this time. But that shows you what it looks like. Again, dimensions on there, 20 centimeters. We're also working on a form factor that would be a 100 millimeter internal diameter tube. Basically just means changing the direction of things on the Ethernet card. Okay, so here's a picture of our current integration work. Again, you can see how compact the solution is going to be. And this is me out in Albuquerque. So then again, another picture of what the sensor solution could look like. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. I hope it shows that we've thought a lot about SMART. So if we can help in any capacity, please feel free to contact me.
Thank you, Steve. So, okay. Do I have sound? Yes. Can you confirm if people abroad are connected or with some intermittently? Okay. So I would now pass the floor to the room for people who might have questions to pose to these distinguished speakers. We have the equipment now, my brief comments. So now what we have to do is to install it in the cables. There are already a few projects, but... Okay. Sorry. Yeah, the two of you. Can you pass the micro, Zulmira, please? So just 1 second. Could you just please stand and present yourselves before?
Yes, I am Antonio Pazos from the Royal Spanish Navy Observatory. And my question is, a lot of sensor, but nobody speak about hydrophones. My experience in OBS is sometimes, especially in waters with depths less than 1 kilometer, the noise is very high. And sometimes the earthquakes, the broadband sensor, didn't record 3.0 earthquake, maybe, or something like that, but the signal in the hydrophone you have. And it's a good complementing to the seismic and other biology and so on. But nobody speak about hydrophones. Why? That's my question. Why?
Can I
yes,
reply as Antonio? I was putting that question some years ago too, but the approach of JTF SMART Cables was a KISS approach. Keep it simple and stupid, just for beginning. And that's why JTF chosen those set of sensors. But of course, hydrophone is always in everybody's mind, and I do believe that in near future, a new release of the JTF sensors, hydrophones may be there.
Okay, now I would like to list. We have some manufacturers and cable developers here as well, so maybe Antoine wants to take the floor. Yes, please.
Yeah. So, yes, you're right. So now we are developing the first release of the product, okay, with the sensors that was mentioned. But of course, we are open for the next release to include more sensors. I mean, like oxygen, like yes, it's possible. So hydrophone as well could be on the list. It depends on the demand as well. So yeah, but we could not do everything at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Antoine. Any one of the other speakers want to comment on this?
Yeah, I'll
you, Steve.
just say on the one thing we haven't really talked about is security of the data, who gets the data, who gets which frequency bands of the data, and this is known to be a concern to navies in particular, because technology can be used to track vessel movements, among other things. And where SMART is under enough scrutiny as it is with the sensors that we have, and adding hydrophones would only increase that scrutiny. So I feel it is prudent to try and get some test systems in the water before we introduce that additional variable of hydrophones, because they in my experience, they raise all kinds of questions and additional problems. Once we have some, ring buffers and servers up, and we show that we can manage seismic data, then we can take the step of figuring out how to manage the seismic data, the hydrophones as well.
Okay, thank you. Luis, you have a micro? You want to comment on this? No. Okay.
Maybe just a real quick comment here. And I second everything that everybody just said. I appreciate the nature of the question, as we have previously integrated hydrophones in some of the autonomous ocean bottom stations that we previously brought to the use of the scientific community. I do agree with Steve that the bigger problem to solve is about the use case and potentially less about the integration. From a full end-to-end instrumentation solution point of view, I believe it is very achievable and one that the industry representatives here are able to support.
Okay. Maybe James, one last comment on this question, and then I pass the floor to Thomas for.
Yeah, so I'm really just going to echo the other responses here from a technological perspective. Integrating hydrophones into existing data acquisition systems for OBS use cases is entirely possible. It's been done. Really, the bigger question is the use case. Having these systems. The demand for these systems in smart cables themselves.
Okay, thank you, James. Thomas, can you give the micro to?
I just had a very short question. Probably for Antoine, if I've understood it correctly. So you presented the CC
node,
And that would just, the submarine cable would go in the middle through it. And how will it be then connected? So there is also then, and will it be next to a repeater or something? That I haven't understood. And have I understood it correctly that when you have a branching unit, which is not deployed, on the side of the branching unit, sort of the third leg, there you can later on additionally fit a sensor if it has not been deployed? Just these two aspects I haven't completely understood. Thank you.
So the CC node is deployed in the segment, so between two repeaters. Even you can install two CC nodes in the segment. It's possible. Okay, there are some engineering rules. And in terms of branch or trunk, you can put CC node both in the branch or in the trunk. What you need, but you need power in the cable. So for example, if you have a branch without power, so it doesn't work. So you need to have a powered branch.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Hi. Is this thing cooking?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe this question starts with Antoine. I'm not sure. Antoine, how are you all approaching the questions of durability, the longevity of these systems? Whether it's, when they're laying on the bottom, are they embedding themselves, and how do you counter any concerns about the degrading sensitivity? What sort of lifespan are you engineering into them right now and expecting? You have porous housings for water to pass through. How are you addressing sort of biofouling and that sort of stuff with the long-term durability of these guys?
So first, it is designed for to be to be very robust. So we don't intend, for example, to come back for calibration or whatever. Okay, once we lay the system, it must stay forever. Okay, we hope so. Okay, and it was mentioned also by Herbier about the recalibration to avoid the drift, etc. So everything must be working.
Okay, so now I'll pass the floor to Bruce. Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. Just so you know, we, in the remote world, lost connection for just at the beginning of the ASN talk. But anyway, two questions for Antoine is, can climate change nodes be inserted into cable systems supplied by a different supplier? That's one question. Then the second is, given the example of let's say Pisces wants ready for service in 2027, could ASN provide that in that time frame, given the other work going on?
Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, thank you. So for the time frame, yes, I mean we are on track for what you mentioned, 27. What was the question? Yes. And what was the first question? The
different providers.
Different providers. So for now, this is not. It is already quite challenging. We have an integrated and turnkey approach, and it is already, we think, quite challenging to have this robust system as a single supplier, but to integrate, something from outside, for example, it's not what we would like to do, and to provide, for example, our CC node to other supplier it's not also, we think it's going to put more issues on the table, and technical, contractual, etc., etc. So it's not really the path for now that we are thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone want to comment? Oh, Juanjo.
Very short question for Antoine. You talk about calibration. I don't know, during the life of 25 years, you could eventually, if needed, to make some sort of calibrations through the cable. You say once you put the system, you say forever, which is a lot of time. But I don't know, what is your opinion? Or you don't need to do anything?
No, you don't need, but for recalibration, if we offer the recalibration function, this is something that could be triggered from the station, for example.
Okay. Just to conclude, I have a sort of crystal ball question. Oh, you. Yeah. Vasco, please.
One point. It is very interesting to know that there is a real collaboration between cable suppliers and sensor suppliers, merely regarding the reliability of the sensors. Could you know some examples or some general concept of this type of collaboration in order to increase, to improve the reliability of the existing sensors regarding the mentioned manufacturers in this section? Because I believe it is a real critical aspect.
Thank you. Emra, please.
So in terms of the system-level product itself, the CC node, that is an ASN product, so I cannot comment on the product at that level. What I can say, representing one of the sensor manufacturers that is providing products into the CC node, we view the ocean bottom not as a terribly harsh environment, but rather as a stable environment in comparison to the many other deployment cases we have previously provided instrumentation into. We've been instrumenting volcanoes, we've been instrumenting the most remote parts of the world where there are polar conditions, where there's drastic temperature changes between summer and winter, for example, whereas the temperature in the ocean bottom is fairly stable. And despite all of those, in our world, more challenging environments where our instrumentation has performed successfully for many, many years, the reliability data that we have on the product portfolio that forms the basis of our seismic instrumentation solution for the CC node gives us a high level of confidence that the instruments will perform reliably over a very long period of time. That's all I can say in terms of the seismic instrumentation.
I'll turn around and face you. I'd just like to say a few things. So this is more on behalf of the SMART JTF, and again, I'm the chair of the engineering subcommittee, so I feel I need to speak up. And this doesn't necessarily reflect the decisions made for the CAM project or even my company, Subsea Data Systems. But in the various white papers that we've written for SMART, we've set an objective of sensor reliability, that the sensors would perform for 10 years, okay? And that's obviously considerably less than the 25-year life of the telecom cable. But the idea is, after 10 years, if 90–95% of the sensors are still performing, you're still collecting data, that on major ocean routes, transatlantic, transpacific, North to South America, even rings around Africa, those cables are refreshed, every five years, at most. So if your sensors are lasting 10 years, long before those sensors start to fail or degrade, that there's an opportunity to add more sensors on a newer cable. So again, the vision of SMART is to have sensors on every repeater, on every cable. And if that's ever achieved, then the 10-year life of the sensors is more than adequate. When you're in a one-off situation or building an observatory, you may need to make different choices. But for SMART, the biggest picture in the global sense of SMART, if we can get the sensors to 10 years, 15 years, then we're doing really well. And the idea is, if the sensors aren't working, the cable is still good for telecom. So a failed sensor, you wouldn't go pick up a cable or do anything. Even if all the sensors are shut down, the cable is still good for telecom, so that the primary purpose of the cable, continues, for that 25 or 30 year, or if it's only 20 or whatever the lifetime of the cable turns out to be. So I just want to inject that into the discussion as well. Thanks.
Okay, Thank you. Okay.
Real qualification of the reliability. I mean, failure rate, one thing, and design lifetime, another different thing. What type of collaboration? I'm not questioning about how do you proceed to obtain that, but just what is the approach for a real collaboration between manufacturers and of sensors and submarine cables to achieve this objective of improving the reliability?
Okay, maybe James wants to comment this so that we conclude.
Yeah, I can maybe just make a quick comment on the last point. I think from a sensor manufacturer point of view, it's going to require real collaboration between us and partners to effectively produce a prototype system, which is then tested. You know, it's testing of a repeated system with the sensors running that's really going to demonstrate reliability, and being able to extend that testing out to demonstrate, you know, basically accelerate that aging and strain process is what's going to kind of ensure and test and demonstrate this reliability longer term.
Okay, thank you. Let us just connect to Greg. So
Thank you.
directly from Canada. Do you want to comment on any of the previous question or maybe this last one? Thank you, Greg.
I think reliability and calibration question both are worth addressing. Maybe first the calibration question. So we do not plan to be too concerned about the need for calibration of the temperature measurement over the period. Our initial accuracy for temperature sensor that leaves RVR is about 2 millik, and we have a data sheet drift of 2 millik per year. However, rarely do we ever see an instrument return to us that has had more than 5 millik drift, and that could be over a decade or two. And so I mean, the drift basically has an outer bound and then stops after that. We go through considerable efforts to pre-age the temperature elements so that the drift is done before we even start calibrating. On the pressure side of things, the drift is far more serious, and that's the reason why so many people have been interested in pursuing this A0A technique, which reduces the drift by a factor proportional to the pressure range of the marine sensor and the barometer. So if you're at 7,000 dbar and you have a barometer of 10 dbar, then you have a nominal improvement in drift of a factor of 700. Let's just say 2 orders of magnitude. There will still, just like the Argo program, which has the quality control process uses climatology and an atlas of climatology from around the world. It also uses comparables from other Argo floats which are in proximity to try and look for poorly behaving sensors which do start to behave out of spec. That kind of thing might be possible as time progresses and there are more CC nodes on the floor. It's also possible that some elements of remote sensing might be useful in qualifying the performance of the sensors. In terms of reliability, I'm probably going to echo nanometrics, which is to say, sitting under constant pressure at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius is probably one of the most benign environments we experience. And the much bigger concern for us is actually the deployment conditions. We don't usually get hauled into a cable laying ship and thrown over the sheaves. And so for that reason, we have embarked on a lot more aerospace grade shock and vibe testing than we would usually do for our instruments, which are deployed like newborn children by very careful scientists. So we're expecting to have a more industrial approach to the deployment, which is the necessity of that. And so the development has taken that into account. In terms of verifying the failure, it's going to be impossible to state with certainty 25-year life, but what we can do is identify the elements which will be cycling in any way over that 25 years and accelerate those cycles so that we're able to test all of, for instance, the valve movements that might occur in a fairly short time, even though we can't accelerate the passage of time and the effects that only that can take.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. There is a comment on the chat. Oh, please. Last question. Then we have to break for lunch.
I would like to bounce back on your comment. Actually, when we are dealing with qualifications, scientists, environmental scientists don't have so much money, so they really want to have good sensors and be sure that what they are buying is answering their needs. And in EMSO, in our research infrastructure, we are offering the capabilities, the possibility to test, to qualify your sensors on our sites. We have cable sites, deep one, shallow water ones. We also have some partners who are having many facilities. We can have some funds for that, and we can even ask to the European Commission some funds for that as a service. It can be a service provision funded partly by the European Commission. So I invite you, if you want to promote your sensors, qualify them, show to the scientists that it is exactly what they need, we can do that. And on the United States part, I would recommend also to contact the Monterey Bay Aquarium with the Synchro initiative. They are doing the same thing. You can test your sensor, you can promote them, and then they are qualified for the community, so it's helpful for promotion.
Okay, thank you.
And the guy on Mbari is Henry Rule.
Okay, so we have the equipment, we have the resources, we have the cables, we have everything, we just have to cook it. Bruce, please. To conclude this panel.
Yeah. Okay. Two questions. Just addressing the last comment, grinding my own stone here. The Aloha Cable Observatory is also a test bed, and that is the deepest one in the world where you can connect up. So that's 4,700 meters. So new sensors could be tested there. My real question is for the suppliers: can the climate change node or any of the other prototype systems being developed be installed in, quote, unrepeated systems that obviously would have copper in the cable, but otherwise no repeaters? Is there anything preventing that?
So
Antoine, Steve?
James or Antoine?
James.
So I think from our perspective, as long as there is power and data, then they're the main requirements that we need.
Antoine?
Yes, same for us. So we need the power. So for example, we deploy unrepeated system. Our cable is with copper, so it would not be a problem. Just to add power feed equipment at the station to power the cable. If it is unrepeated cable without copper in it, so it might be a bit more complicated.
Yeah. Okay.
A 30 seconds reaction.
I guess I would only add to James's comment regarding power and data. We'd also need a pressure vessel. So while I don't know if a non-repeated system would be applicable in the sense of plugging instrumentation in there, but if there's the housing, if there's the power, if there's the data, I think we're a go.
Okay. Another 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll just say yes. So
okay.
we can wrap up. Yeah,
thank you. One last crystal ball question. Can we aspire to have most of the cables being smart in 10, 20 years, new cables? Do you think it's, or maybe it's too much? No, all the new ones, half of them, 10%, 20%. Do you have any clue, any figure? It's difficult to anticipate.
If that happens,
but
those
it's important.
guys will be rich.
Yes.
I'll just say, I think a prerequisite for that is, some successful initial projects. So, all of us need to come together and make, CAM, TAM, whatever the next one is, with those need to be successful. And then we have the building blocks to go forward and try for more widespread deployment.
Okay. Bruce, I don't know if
Bruce, you want to say anything?
Just, to get true widespread deployment, we have to get the hyperscalers on board, and but as I see it, the only way to do that is exactly what Steve was saying. We have to have proven systems working, and that's the proof of the pudding. So, maybe in 5 years we can really go back to Google and Meta and persuade them to do it, and also obviously the governments, But again, we have to demonstrate, on a real scale. That's all.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Let's give a warm applause to the speakers.
We are going to continue this amazing meeting. And now we, after listening to the marvels of the operators and the technical aspect of sensing, now we're going directly into the benefit for science and society, which is one of the aims of the smart cables approach. So we're going to follow the rule from Jose. So it's 7 minutes. I will warm you, and then 8 minutes, and then we have question and we have for the first person to be here to present is João Vitorino del Instituto Hidrográfico, and he's going to talk about small cables, opportunities and challenge for the oceanographic research in the North Atlantic. So floor is you, João.
Thank you very much. Let me start to acknowledge and to thanks this invitation from ANACOM to be here in this session. It's a very important session, and it's very interesting also from the last year experience. We have a small time window, so I'm concentrating in a few examples of how the smart cables can be used, thinking particularly in this cam ring that we have discussed in several presenters show this morning. I am working here with a configuration, an idealized configuration for the cam ring with smart cable sensors. That came from the discussion last year, so probably this will not be the one that will be used, but let's work with this. And I'm a physical oceanographer, so I will concentrate on the first two sensors that you see there, pressure and temperature, that in this configuration are with a spatial resolution of 70 kilometers, and the time resolution that is provided, I put seconds, but we know what are the capacities. In terms of the examples, I will more or less cover the different spatial and time scales of the processes that can be a very key capacity to help us understand this kind of processes. I will start with the long scales, long spatial scales and long time scales. So the Atlantic basin and very long time scales. To emphasize the importance of the sensors installed in CAM for the monitoring of two very important components. I showed here with these yellow stars the potential locations of CAM ring sensors that are in deep waters in the water bottom depths of more than 4,800 meters depth. That's this light blue area that I showed in the picture that more or less corresponds to the areas in the Cape Verde Madeira abyssal plain and in the north to the Iberia abyssal plain, areas connected by a very small passage, the Discovery Gap. And at those depths, these cam sensors, so the pressure and temperature sensors, can be monitoring the deepest water mass that we can find in the oceans, the Antarctic bottom water, that in this figure right there, an adaptation from an Emery map that gives you the formation area near Antarctica, and then the spread of the water along the Atlantic. So you see we are monitoring, the CAM is monitoring this branch here, the northern branch along the North Atlantic, and the Antarctic bottom water is characterized by very, very coldest water that we can find in the ocean basins, and is basically also characterized by these high values of silicates. So you see here the area formation and the spreading, and that considerable change occurs in the passage from the South Atlantic to the North Atlantic. So sensors will be installed in this area there. This is important, this spread of the water mass by itself, but also by the interactions that it has with the waters above. And the waters above are the deepest part of what we call the Atlantic the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. We have discussed this during this morning. Here, some pictures that we can find in the internet, some animation. So we have this surface warm and saline waters that are coming along the Atlantic to the north, and then we have a deep branch that goes southwards. And in the Atlantic, we have two key areas, the two drivers of this circulation, this deep water formation in the north, and then the deep water formation in the Antarctica continent. So this is part of what we call the thermal circulation of the ocean, so this global conveyor belt that can change all around the global ocean, modifies the surface waters and then incorporates in the deep circulation that then recirculates. This is an important component, and you see that these sensors now that I put with the stars are in the depth ranges between 1,800 meters and 4,800 meters, so in the levels where this lower limb of the AMOC is present. And we see here a section more or less at this latitude, 36 degrees north, that you can see the considerable changes that the sensors installed there can monitor. In the eastern part, the influence of the lower influence of the Mediterranean water, and then in the western parts already influence of these waters that are formed in the north. Traditionally, these waters, this lower limb, occurs along the Atlantic as a deep western boundary undercurrent. And this picture here from McCarthy that gives the Labrador seawater spreading from this low salinity origins in the Labrador and Hemisphere Sea, and then spreading in the North Atlantic to the south, more or less tends to confirm this. And you see here that the CAM can observe at those levels the influence, the border of this influence. But recent studies showed, I don't know if these images are more or less evident, but studies from 2 years ago that analyzed global models with a simulation of observations tended to show that an important part of this lower limb of the AMOC, in fact, it crosses due to the presence of the Mediterranean, the mid-Atlantic ridge, it crosses to the other boundary. So this part of the basin where the CAM is accommodates 30 or 40% of the IMOC. So it's important to know that. Another aspect, now moving to time scales of seasonal or several months or several weeks, the importance of the importance of the CAM in articulation with other systems. Here you see the articulation with, network of observation systems that are installed in the Portuguese coast, the CAM ring there, and this articulation can, for example, help us to observe and monitor processes like the influence of Mediterranean water here, ice salinity core along the slope. And finally, we have also the potential of the CAM to study process of higher frequency. Here is the tides. What it shows is the surface expression of the dominant tidal constituent in the Portuguese coast, the principal lunar semi-diurnal tide. And you see here the high tide, and then followed by the low tide. You see the propagation of the tide. And you see the CAM can cover the bottom expression of this tidal propagation in the ocean, and also the fact that part of this tidal propagation then can trigger internal motions, internal tides, that then can have a much more influence at bottom level. So if the nodes of CAM can detect these motions. So this was a brief overview. And this is only 3 parts of a very broad range of processes that can be...
Excellent presentation about ocean circulation.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Joao. So we move to online speaker, what I guess is online already. I'm going to give the floor to Ellen Pillar from University of Texas, and she's going to talk about the potential benefit of SMART for improving ocean state estimation in the subpolar North Atlantic. Do we have Ellen online or not? Good.
Yes.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours, Helen, so go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
8 minutes for you, special.
Thank you. Okay. And thanks for the introduction, and thanks to the previous speaker for a great talk and for lining me up well. So yeah, I'm a physical oceanographer and a modeler, particularly interested in data assimilation. So this will be a perspective from the data assimilation community. So I think, as a lot of people in the audience will know, the subpolar North Atlantic plays a disproportionately large role in the global climate system. So it's a region of very strong heat uptake by the atmosphere from the ocean. And it also is hosts of very important transformation processes that set the meridional overturning circulation that the previous speaker was talking about. So the schematic on the left shows the upper limb of the overturning circulation in the Atlantic, and the red lines show the very warm and salty water that's conveyed from low latitudes northwards to densify, sink, and then return southwards in that deep limb of the overturning circulation. It might then upwell around Antarctica or be communicated to other ocean basins. And so this very large-scale connectivity of the subpolar North Atlantic highlights its importance for setting the interior ocean properties of the global ocean. And I think this is really nicely illustrated by this figure on the bottom left from a paper that estimates that 85% of the interior ocean volume is filled by just 15% of the surface ocean area. And the red colors here indicate the really key important source regions. And you can see that the subpolar North Atlantic and the Greenland, Iceland, Norwegian seas are really critical source regions. And so consistent with this, we find that the subpolar North Atlantic is a very strong region of ocean oxygen uptake and also anthropogenic CO2 drawdown. And on the bottom right is a figure that shows that the subpolar North Atlantic dominates. It stores more anthropogenic CO2 per meter squared than any other region of the global ocean. And so combining all these factors, there's a huge body of literature that really points to the fact that the region shapes weather and climate variability on a range of timescales and also sets predictability. But because it's such a complex region and because we've lacked historic in situ constraints, what we find is that we don't do a very good job simulating the region. And so the plot on the left here shows enormous biases and very different biases in the upper part of the subpolar North Atlantic in 42 state-of-the-art models that were used for the 5th assessment report of the IPCC. So red is spuriously warm areas, blue is spuriously cold, and you can see that we're all over the map. And as a result of the difficulty in modeling the hydrography here, we also have a lot of difficulty in simulating the whole Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, and that's shown by the spaghetti plot on the right. So most of the models agree in simulating a general weakening trend over the 21st century, but there's a lot of disagreement in the timing and also the amplitude of this weakening. And so this is really tricky for us because it really undermines our ability to interrogate mechanisms underpinning climate change and also inform policy and decision making to try and mitigate some of the worst impacts of climate change. And so these results also really point to the need for more constraints, in situ constraints in the subpolar North Atlantic, especially of the overturning circulation, and also the importance of assimilating all of these constraints into our ocean models to try to reduce biases. So at UT Austin, we're part of a very large collaborative project of model data synthesis. So we're assimilating a huge array of different data shown here from both satellites and in situ platforms into our ocean general circulation model to try to form our best guess of the ocean and sea ice state that's dynamically consistent and observationally constrained. And the powerful thing about this framework is it also allows for dedicated observation impact assessments. And our community has performed a lot of these, and a lot of them point to the fact that we really do need more observations of the overturning circulation. And so the interesting question is, following on from the previous speaker, what information might smart cables in the subpolar North Atlantic give us for overturning that we're not currently receiving from all of these existing data? So to make this point more clearly, I'd just like to really quickly summarize two relevant observation impact studies. So in the first one shown in the top, we assimilated temperature and salinity data from the OSNAP moorings into our framework. So the position of the array is shown by that thick gray line, and I won't say anything more about it because Yao is up next and he'll introduce it properly. But what's relevant here is that this data was extremely beneficial in ameliorating large-scale mid-depth temperature biases that had been really stubborn for us and persisted through numerous previous optimization cycles. But despite this, we actually didn't manage to correct our biases in the subpolar North Atlantic overturning, so we still have very overzealous convection in the Labrador Sea. And then in the second study shown in the bottom, Armin Cole and his colleagues looked at the impacts of assimilating ocean bottom pressure data, so a key variable that might be monitored by SMART from space, so from GRACE and GRACE follow-on. And again, he found some benefits, this time in improving the simulation of the depth integrated circulation, but he still found that this data set didn't really improve the simulation of the overturning circulation. And on top of that, there was this very high sensitivity to the specific ocean bottom pressure product that he used. And so these products differ regionally and they differ close to land, partly because of processing uncertainties, but also because of problems suppressing the terrestrial signal near the coastlines. And so again, the key question is, can SMART fill any of these gaps? Can it provide some key missing information and help us better constrain the overturning circulation? And so we think that the answer is yes, and we feel that SMART may hold really great promise for giving us higher accuracy and higher resolution ocean bottom pressure measurements on the continental shelf. And this is particularly important for constraining large-scale transports. And so the dynamics or the physics that are important here are geostrophy. So in this schematic, this is explained. So basically the net meridional transport at any latitude and any depth depends upon the east-west bottom pressure difference across the basin. And so you end up with a steady state flow that is along the isobars and that has the high pressure to the right in the Northern Hemisphere. And so there have been some really interesting studies that have tried to look at the efficacy of monitoring the AMOC with ocean bottom pressure. And the bottom left here is a study that investigated whether the deep overturning limb could be monitored at 26.5 north using satellite-based measurements of ocean bottom pressure. And what they found is reasonable skill in this methodology, but it still hasn't been investigated if this holds at other latitudes. And it's really not clear if GRACE would provide, and GRACE follow-on would provide ocean bottom pressure data at sufficient accuracy and resolution to be able to obtain really reliable transport estimates. And the same kind of investigation has been performed in a high-resolution model where they could also include the effects of eddies. And so the nice thing about this figure shown on the bottom right is that they've quantified the fraction of the AMOC variance that's captured from monitoring boundary ocean bottom pressure through the full depth range and the full latitude range spanned by the Atlantic basin. And what you can see by these dark red colors is that overwhelmingly in almost all regions, except where the AMOC variance is very low, you can recover variability of the overturning circulation from monitoring boundary pressure, ocean bottom pressure anomalies alone. And this is particularly true as you move toward longer timescales. So the skill improves from subannual to interannual, and then again from interannual to decadal timescales. So it's really very promising. So to conclude, long-term and sustainable AMOC observations are really important for understanding climate dynamics, for monitoring variability and improving predictions. There's a huge amount of evidence from both theory and observations and modeling studies that measuring bottom pressure at multiple depths on the continental slopes would enable efficient and effective AMOC monitoring and provide strong constraints for our models when we assimilate the data. And in particular, smart cables can offer complementary constraints to existing elements of the global ocean observing system and also help us to construct a cost-effective and long-term monitoring system for the overturning circulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Excellent presentation. I think we're going to complement what you say about Atlantic Meridional Ocean circulation, and we move to the next speaker. So keep it there because probably we need you to have some question and answer later on. And now the floor is for Zhao Fu, who is going to talk about overturning in the subpolar North Atlantic. Hello, I don't know if it's good evening or good morning, where are you? If you are in Japan, good evening, if not, whatever. Welcome.
I'm here. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Great.
No,
Okay.
not the screen. Not the screen.
Not the screen?
No. We can see you very well.
Okay, let me
Now it's okay. It's okay. No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me do it again.
I think some latency in the international transmission here.
That could be. Okay. So, no.
We can see that remote now.
Okay, great.
No, we
Right,
don't.
you can see.
Now it's okay.
Now it's okay. Okay, great. Yeah, hello everyone. This is Yao Fu. I'm a research scientist at Georgia Institute of Technology. And it is my great pleasure to give a presentation about the overturning in the subpolar North Atlantic in this smart cable meeting. So I'd like to start with this schematic to introduce you, the Atlantic Meridional overturning circulation and why it is important. But I believe that the previous talks have done a great job introducing the AMOC, so I will just keep it simple. So the AMOC essentially is a very large-scale ocean circulation that spans over the entire Atlantic Ocean. And in simplified terms, you could imagine the AMOC as a two-layer circulation system, but in a very huge scale, right? So in the top layer, the water is warm and flows northward. In the bottom layer, the water is cold, but flows southward. And because of its large scale, it carries a huge amount of heat, fresh water, oxygen, carbon, and nutrients on a global scale. So it redistributes those properties on a global scale. And therefore, it is very important for the global climate and marine ecosystems. And of course, in reality, the AMOC is much more complicated, but I will not go into the details here. Now, because of the importance of the AMOC, we have the overturning in the subpolar North Atlantic program, or OSNAP, which is founded by the National Science Foundation. The US part is founded by the National Science Foundation And OSNAP is a major international collaborative effort to continuously monitor or measure the overturning circulation in the subpolar North Atlantic, as Helen has introduced the importance of the region. And we measure the overturning, which is the volume transport, but also the meridional heat and freshwater transport. And we have contributions from different institutions in the US, Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK. And along those two sections, as you see here, in the center of the map, that's Greenland. And we have two sections. On the western side, that's connecting Canada and Greenland. It's called OSNAP West. And on the eastern side, connecting Greenland and the UK, we call it OSNAP East. And along those two sections, we have mooring observations in combination with satellite altimetry, Argo, and glider operation, and floats, and ship sections. And we use those observations to measure the overturning heat and freshwater transport. And as shown here, so by using those observations, we can generate a velocity section, a salinity section, and a temperature section along those two lines, OSNAP West in the Labrador Sea mainly, and OSNAP East from Greenland to the UK. And here the vertical lines indicates where we have the moorings. As you can see, for example, in the Labrador Sea, we have moorings mostly along the boundaries. And for the eastern subpolar North Atlantic, we have more moorings, but mostly measuring the boundary currents. And from those, salinity section, by integrating the velocity, by integrating the velocity sections, we can calculate the volume transport and therefore the A mark. So here it shows you the latest result of OSNAP observations, 3 time series. The first one, let's look at the orange time series, which represents the A mark strength, so which is basically the volume transport of the overturning circulation across OSNAP East between Greenland and the UK. And the cyan time series represents the overturning strength across OSNAP West. And the black one is East and West combined. And we can see that the OSNAP East overturning dominates the total overturning in terms of the mean and variability. And at both OSNAP East and OSNAP West, we see very strong variability on different time scales. So this is just the latest OSNAP observation result. And finally, I'd like to mention some possible ways of using smart cables in OSNAP observations. I took this map from a slide that Bruce sent me a few days ago. I understand that the cables indicated on this map is far from certain at some point. However, presumably, if there's a cable connecting North America and Europe with extensions to, say, Newfoundland, Greenland, and the UK, we could take bottom pressure measurements at endpoints of the OSNAP area, essentially indicated by those red circles. We can then calculate geostrophic transport, which can be used, or potentially this will aid our AMOC estimate. Another example is that, as I showed before, so the OSNAP observation does not have many instruments in the interior of the basin. So when smart cable go through the basin, we may have a better chance to cover some part of the interior using smart cables. Yeah, so that'll be all. Thank you very much. If you would like to know more information about OSNAP, please visit our website or send us an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Excellent in time and in content, of course. And now I don't know if we have the next person online. or not? If not, we can move to the next one. It's online. Okay. So I'm going to give you the floor, Nadia. And well, I'm going to present you. Nadia Pinardi is from the University of Bologna. She's going to talk about experiment from operational oceanography to management solution, the Global Coast experiment. So Nadia, the floor is you. We are happy to listen to you for as much as 8 minutes. Come on.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation, and sorry not to be with you. Let me try to find where my presentation is. This is it. Okay, so and I hide the floating and I make the full screen, and now you should see my full screen. Is that okay? Everybody sees?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so again, thank you for inviting us, and I'm talking on behalf of the board of Coast Predict, the UN Decade program on coastal predictions, as you will see soon. Vili Curafalo, Joaquin Tintoré, Emma Heslop, and Giovanni Copini, Mered, and Ariba for the secretariat. So, we have, I would like to explain to you what we are doing in Coast Predict program and why we are interested in making more observations especially in the coastal ocean. And so we have envisaged a global coast experiment and then some outlook. So Coast Predict, as I said, is one of the 40 programs, 40 programs, and the aim is to provide decision makers and coastal communities with integrated observing and predicting systems to identify solutions for coastal risk management, both at the climate and the short scale early warning system. So the experiment that we have thought of is to have many different application areas of integrated observing and modeling, and have intercomparison and find out the relocatable concept. So we want to demonstrate at pilot sites an integrated observing and predicting system that will solve the gaps, the knowledge and technology gaps, design and use an innovative cloud computing infrastructure for data exchange and analytics. We think this is a break in the barrier technology component for our experiment. And then clearly our solution should be replicable, and as well as services stemming out to support coastal resilience. So this is our network. Last year, we launched a survey to the UNESCO UN Decade community, and this is on a voluntary basis. The response from now is already about a bit more, is 140 pilot sites that described to us what they do in their coastal area, what are the needs, and they offered their site for implementation. So what we know now is all of them, or the majority of them, we are talking about near 80%, they all want to real-time forecasting of extreme events. They want to have climate downscaling at their coast, to be sure that complexities at the coastal is considered properly. And then we want to have also urban oceanography, so urban settlement coasts are one of our, and we want to enhance integrated coastal zone management tools with non-static data, continued dynamic evolution data. Okay, so our design of the experiment is to construct a global coast network, which we have done. We have constructed a community of experts with UN-endorsed projects. where that each of them has innovative methods and technologies to offer for the different pilot sites. And we want to have them to converge into a global coast cloud that has a pretty much state-of-the-art data lake and computing environment. So at the end of the decade, of the UN decade, hopefully we'll have some of these applications running on the cloud, and they will be shared across the different pilot sites. So this cloud solution will overcome tech barriers, connect the work globally, enable public-private collaboration, and have a replicable solution. So in the cloud, we will have all the pieces of the ocean value chain, going from the real-time ocean observing to the routine ocean predicting with different modeling tools, and then the customized applications, which we call also services, as well as digital twins answering the societal relevant questions. I just wanted to show you my experience with smart cables, not smart cables, but with bottom pressure measured with a cable that transmits data at very high frequency to the coast. This is the Antares experiment, is a neutrino experiment where they offered us their bottom pressure cable sensors to be analyzed. And what we did is to compare their bottom pressure sensors signal to the tide gauge in Toulon. This is the southern France coastal area. This is the escarpment, the shelf, and the deep. We are here 2,500 meters. So we did that analysis, and we found that actually the pressure that was measured through the cable, the sensors, is actually consistent with the sea level measured at the tide gauge. Here you see for 3 years the time series. But we also saw some events that were captured by which we think we understand where they come from, were captured by the cable sensors and not by the sea level at the coast. So we overall, just to conclude, we believe that it could be interesting for our global coast sites to experience some combined tide gauge and cable sensors monitoring. So my outlook, which I was hoping to discuss with you more being there, is that I've been always a big sustainer of smart cables, even when I was working for JCOM. For the climate-related coastal sea level hazards, they are very important one. By the way, recently we understood the importance of bottom pressure in the sea level monitoring, the mass content of the ocean, and how it changes much better than before. But what we believe is for Coast Predict, we need to properly interface with other in-situ observations and models. And at the moment, I don't know of anybody who is trying this. And so, yeah, and then some cost-benefit analysis for climate-related coastal sea level hazards is required. And hopefully we can work out an expert group like the others that we have that will help us to understand how to do this in a relevant way for coastal resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I think we really appreciate your view to connect coastal areas with deep sea floor. And I think this is some new aspect that we didn't approach too much. So it means that the possibilities of enhancing information coming from the deep sea cables are enormous. So we're really happy about your talk, and we hope to continue connecting with you Coast Predict.
Thank you
Grazie
very much.
mille. So the
Yes.
next talk, I think Fernando Carrillo is not here, but he's going to be replaced by Luis Matias from the Instituto Don Luis, the University of Lisbon. You know him very well already. So he's going to talk about integration of small cable data into geophysical monitoring and early warning systems. The floor is yours, Luis.
Okay, thank you.
You have 1 minute
So-
extra because you replaced someone. So.
Fernando Carrillo apologized. He has a meeting that was arranged 6 months ago, so he could not fail it. So we have been seeing that smart cables are very important for natural hazards like earthquakes and tsunamis, but also for oceanographic purpose, non-natural, meaning the monitoring of the deep sea currents, and also for climate change. I add to this that EPMA is the Portuguese agency that is responsible for the tsunami and earthquake monitoring, and is also sending messages, alert message for oceanic and atmospheric meteorological events. So it's really the proper stakeholder to all the data that could be generated by or will be generated by SMART. So in fact, Portugal, in this case, Portugal mainland, but also the Azores, we have been suffering earthquakes in history and recently. In fact, Portugal as the largest earthquake in Europe, Portugal mainland as largest earthquake in Europe since the year 1000, which was the 1755 earthquake. So we need earthquake and tsunami monitoring. One of the applications of seismic monitoring is for early alert of strong ground motion. So seismic early alert. This is an example. So here we are displaying the lead time, so how this system works. So the sensors detect the P wave, so the first, which is not the strongest wave that will shake the ground and cause destruction. And so they take a few seconds of this energy, and then there is the algorithm. Either you use 5 stations on the right or 10 stations. And with this information, you must estimate the strength of the ground motion, it means the magnitude that was generated, and also the time of arrival. And what you see here is the lead time in seconds for Lisbon, taking into consideration different points where the earthquake can be generated. So, of course, there is a blind area. If there is an earthquake in this domain, there is no lead time, okay? But for instance, if you take the 1969, so I survived the 1969 earthquake. I was 9 years old. So it's rare to find in the audience people that survived the 1969 earthquake. So it means with the 1969, you have 40 seconds to Lisbon. So what is the problem of this system? Is that for offshore sources like this, so you are relying on the information provided by a very small group of seismic stations. So this is liable to wrong evaluation and false alarms. So I think this is the reason why this system, which is in place at EPMA, is not yet approved to be used by the authorities. I believe this is one of the reasons. So there must be a system, a way to reduce the false alerts, which is smart cables. So on the left, you see how the seismic alert works. So currently reading 10 stations, the operator has 5 minutes to produce a magnitude and a location that can be distributed to the authorities. And on the right, you have the alert system for tsunamis, which is in place, running, and covers several countries in Europe. So these are the countries in Europe that are receiving the alert messages by EPMA. So you have the first message is triggered by the earthquake information. In Portugal in August, we had a 5.3 magnitude earthquake just outside Sines, some 50 kilometers outside Sines, that was felt by many people in Portugal mainland. This magnitude was only 0.2 away from issuing a tsunami alert, because it is, if there is 5.5 or larger, then you must issue a tsunami warning system for a possible local earthquake, which is limited by 100 kilometers. So there is a tsunami database, so you can estimate the level of the tsunami at the sea coast and use this information to send to the authorities. And then, to confirm this message, you must rely on observations at the coast. Of course, if you have a tide gauge at the coast, that coastal area will not be warned or have the information confirmed. So we need really monitoring offshore. So here comes the cam. Okay, so we have seen this many times before. So the instrumentation, let me go back. Yes, the instrumentation, I'll go to the instrumentation. So the instrumentation required are ground motion, seismometer. We have been this morning, this afternoon, we have seen, or this morning, we have seen presentations about the instruments. So these are the basic instruments that we'll have available. The data acquisition has not been mentioned too much this morning. Resolution 24 bits, it's required. Format is mini-seed, and the protocol is seedlink. So it feeds immediately to the operation room. So there is nothing to be done for the Atlantic Cam. It enters immediately in the operation room as business as usual. So it's 20, 40 stations more. But there is also pressure and temperature that will be received. So the EPMA has, in seismology, we have a system to distribute the seismic data in real time or near real time, and EPMA is the Portuguese agency for that. So it's very easy to add another channel for temperature and pressure. EPMA currently is not providing this kind of information, but it can provide in the future without any change, major change. They can provide this information on pressure and temperature to the proper stakeholders using the standard protocols in seismology. So what is the gain using, so this has been investigated, so it is published. What is the gain using the smart sensors? So this is the gain in the location of earthquakes. So here you show the percentage in gain in the uncertainty ellipse on the location of earthquakes. For this, we need seismometers. We need sensitive sensors, seismometers. But for the early warning, we need strong motion. So ideally, our climate change units will have the six channels, 3 for broadband, allows this, and 3 for strong motion, which allows the seismic early warning. And of course, you have the same gain for tsunamis. Here we don't show the gain in the time of arrival. It means the sensors will detect the tsunamis at deep ocean. So we can confirm if the tsunami was generated or not before it reaches the coast. So it is now currently done in the Pacific using buoys, but then in the Pacific the tsunami can take hours. They can take hours to reach the coast. Here is minutes. So any minute gain is maybe life-saving. And here you have another type of comparison is on the left, you have the tsunami recorded on the tide gauge, which is a very complex environment. It's a mess. And here you have the recording of the tsunami at deep ocean. So it's very simple. You can use it to model the tsunami source. And I believe that's all.
Thank you very much, Luis. We are more than happy that you survived the 1969 earthquake. My father was in Lisbon and he survived too with some damage. Okay, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Now we move to the next one. I think Juan Cantabella is online. He is from the Instituto Geográfico Nacional from Spain, and he's going to complement a little bit what Luis was saying about the earthquake and tsunami monitoring in Spain. Juan, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
You have
Thank you, Juan.
8 minutes, by the way.
Okay. Thank you to everyone. Good afternoon, and good evening, and good morning for the people online. Thank you to the organization for inviting us to present here. This is Juan Cantabella from the Seismic Network of the National Geographical Institute of Spain. And well, my presentation will be in line with the last one delivered by IPMA. I will be discussing the seismic and tsunami hazard in Spain. I will explain how we monitor earthquakes and tsunamis, some of the challenges we currently face, and finally, how smart cables technologies, particularly those in the Northwestern Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea, can enhance our current capabilities. So this map shows the historical earthquakes catalog covering almost 1,000 years in the Iberian Peninsula and 500 years in the Canary Islands. Earthquakes primarily occur along the plate boundary between the African and Eurasian plates, as seen in this line, of epicenters extending from Azores to the Gulf of Cadiz. We also observe seismic activity in the south, southeast, and east of the Iberian Peninsula, the Alboran Sea in the Western Mediterranean, and in northern Morocco and Algeria. Additionally, the Pyrenees in the northern Spain is another active area. Although strong earthquakes are relatively infrequent, there have been remarkable events in the southwest of the Iberian Peninsula.
Sorry, but we don't see the slide.
Sorry?
We don't see the slides.
You just see myself? Okay.
Yeah.
It just came up.
Yeah, okay.
I see it remote.
We can't see it.
He has 2 monitors, probably.
No?
Sorry.
I see them online.
Yeah, we see that online.
Do you have 2 monitors, Juan? Because maybe this is the problem.
Yes, I have 2 monitors.
And this is the problem. If you use only one, it's easy, unless you need to do something there.
Okay. Let's see if I...
This happens.
So, do you see?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Remote sees it.
So, online is okay too?
Yes.
Good. So, I was saying that in the western part of Iberia, besides the well-known 1755 Lisbon earthquake, we have another one, the one that Luis mentioned previously in 1969 of magnitude 7.8. In the south and southeast of the Iberian Peninsula, significant events with hundreds of casualties include those in Granada in 1431 and in 1884, Almeria in 1522 and 1804, and Alicante in 1829. And also in the Pyrenees, a seismic series occurred in the 15th century, also caused hundreds of casualties. And lastly, in the Canary Islands, they experienced moderate seismicity linked to the volcanic activity with around 50 earthquakes with magnitude between 5 and 6 in the past 50 years. Regarding the tsunamis that have affected the Spanish coast, this is a screenshot of the new catalog available on our website. It provides detailed information on the key parameters and its generated cause, along with description on the observed effects in the affected areas. In the catalog, we can identify here 14 reliable historical tsunami events over the past 500 years. So in this slide, I present the seismic station whose data we use in real time to detect, locate, and characterize earthquakes almost in real time. The station managed by the IEN are shown in blue, and those provided by other networks are in red. As you can see, there are no real-time offshore seismic stations, which leave us with significant gaps in both the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea, only partially covered by occasional stations on the islands. And in this slide, I present the tide gauges we use for sea level monitoring as part of our national tsunami warning system. Once again, we can see that no offshore tide gauges are available, with results in a delay in confirming tsunamis. While we can detect earthquakes that could potentially generate tsunamis and issue alerts in 2 or 3 minutes, currently we cannot confirm the presence of a tsunami until it reaches the coast, which can be 30 minutes later. In summary, due to the lack of offshore seismometers, we have greater than desired uncertainties in locating offshore earthquakes, making it more difficult to associate them with the active faults that generate them. Our ability to detect smaller earthquakes in the ocean is reduced, and there is a delay in tsunami confirmation. These factors ultimately reduce our capability for earthquake research and, more importantly, for tsunami early warning. Therefore, the benefits of a SMART cable for us include a significant reduction in uncertainties in offshore earthquake locations, leading to better identification of earthquake sources, an increase in the detectability of offshore earthquakes, and an enhancement in our national tsunami warning system, as tsunami could be confirmed before they reach the coast. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Juan. Okay. I mean, you confirm what Luis was saying, that we may know the tsunami before hit the coast, which is an advantage for all of us. This is the way to survive, indeed. Well, now we're going to move to a little bit southward to the Canary Islands, where Antonio Villaseñor, which is a researcher at the National Research Council of Spain, he's going to talk about the seismic and oceanographic digital acoustic system observation in submarine cables and in the Canary Islands. Antonio, the floor is yours. You survived also the earthquake, no?
Yeah, I was 3 years old. Thank you, Juanjo. Well, as Juanjo said, we'll be staying in Spain, but a little bit south, going to the Canary Islands. Well, this is most of the things I want to present here are the work of my colleague Arantxo Galde, and she cannot be here because actually she is on her way to a DAS conference in Vancouver, Canada, so I will be filling in for her. Okay, as you all know, the Canary Islands are a volcanic archipelago. It has had recent volcanic eruptions, like in 2021 in La Palma, in the island of La Palma, in the western part, that produced extensive damage to the western part of the island. And in 2011, we had a submarine eruption south of the island of El Hierro, which is the one to the southwest. That would have been, when DAS technology was not that developed at the time, would have been great to have some DAS observation of that submarine eruption at the time. In addition to volcanic activity, there is also a lot of seismicity in the Canary Islands. This is a map from the IGN, from the seismicity of the last 30 days. So you can see that there is significant, there is seismicity everywhere, but most of it is concentrated between the central islands of Tenerife and Gran Canaria. This seismicity is a bit intriguing because it contains shallow earthquakes and earthquakes as deep as 40 kilometers, and the origin of the seismicity is not clear. It could be tectonic or maybe magmatic. In fact, there is a small volcano right between the two islands of Tenerife and Gran Canaria, so it would be very useful to know what that seismicity really means. The problem that some of the speakers have introduced before is that we only have seismometers. Often we only have seismometers on land. So lacking seismometers close to the seismicity makes it difficult to locate them with sufficient accuracy, and particularly to determine the focal depth with precision. And focal depth is very important to decide if an earthquake is tectonic, magmatic, or what's the origin. So in order to improve our knowledge of the seismicity in the Canary Islands, particularly between Tenerife and Gran Canaria, we made use of a cable. We have to thank Canalink, a local Canary Islands provider, that allow us to install 2 interrogators on both ends of the cable that links Tenerife and Gran Canaria. So we were able to sample the first 60 kilometers of both cables. So indeed, this cable was able to record earthquakes. Here is an example of a magnitude 3 between the 2 islands, very close to the submarine volcano that I was talking about. And you can, well, if you were a seismologist, we could clearly see here P and S waves and move outs caused by the longer distance from the cable to the earthquake. The sensitivity of the cable was not as good as we expected, and this is a thing that has to be investigated more in detail, while some cables seem to have be very sensitive to record seismicity and some others not. Maybe we should not be using raw strain data from DAS, but maybe convert it to displacement, velocity, etc. So this is a field that is still in progress, but we indeed were able to record earthquakes and improve the locations of these events between the Canary Islands. What we also found is that in addition to locating seismicity, which was our primary goal, we were able to use this DAS data for a lot of other studies. For example, here in your left, you can see an image. It's not important what the details mean. These are oscillations, but I want to point out that the scale there is hours. So it means that with some DAS instrumentation, we are able to see perturbances that are hours, even days long, which are very useful for oceanography, for example. In this case, this observation that you have on the left is an observation of internal tides. So that's a very important observation to have. We were also able to observe what we call T waves. T waves are acoustic waves generated by earthquakes. So you have an earthquake. Here, for example, there were earthquakes in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge between Brazil and West Africa. And these earthquakes, when they occur, they convert energy into the water, and they can travel very far distances through the SOFAR channel. And these were recorded in the Canary Islands. This observation is interesting by itself, but it also can be used for climate change studies. For instance, you have repeating earthquakes in the same spot, and that's something that is occurs frequently. If you have difference of time, arrival time of these T waves, that's caused by differences in temperature in the region. So you can also have temperature estimates that are not from temperature sensors on the cable, but also from measuring these waves from earthquakes. And another example that we found is that we were able to, with not a very good quality, but we were able to observe fin whale vocalization. So we were able to track whales. This is a spectrum. Well, that's a strain measurement from one of the sensors in the cable, and there is a spectrogram, and what you can see is these small yellow dots. These correspond to fin whale vocalizations. You cannot see them as well as you do in, for instance, hydrophones that was mentioned before. But, however, you can have thousands of observations of the same whale, so you can actually track them and do a sort of studies. So basically, my point here is that even DAS is being used for mainly in the current state for seismological applications in order to get the maximum profit and then convince agency and cable operators to install those in their DAS interrogators in their cables, is that they can serve a large part of the scientific community, including oceanographers, climate change scientists, and also marine biologists. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. So excellent complement to the possibilities together with small cable and DAS. And now we're going to the last talk of the session. We have another Antonio Pazos, which is the director of the Real Observatorio de la Armada. and he's going to talk about the Western Med Seismic Network and former OBS pool projects around the Gibraltar Strait. So we go back to the Iberian Peninsula, more or less.
Okay. My experience in smart cables is nothing. So when they request me a presentation, okay, I put this presentation about a future campaign, marine campaign, geophysical marine campaign, related with the studies of the tunnel between Spain and Morocco. So in this context, I present we manage the Western Mediterranean Seismic Network, also the small pool of the broadband OBS, and with how we collaborate in this project. So first of all, okay, I'm from Navy, so it's strange that Navy have seismic instrumentation. But in Spain, the first seismograph in 1898 was installed at the observatory of the Navy. So we start with the seismology and so on. But anyway, we started in broadband in 1996, but now we have in the slides you can see the Western Mediterranean network that have 17 stations, the most of them in Spanish territory, including places in North Africa, but also have one station in Portugal with the Évora University, and also 3 stations in Morocco, in Averroes, Tiowin, and Ifram. And as you can see here, the partners of the Western Mediterranean. Also, we have a short period network around the Cadiz area that is here, but is in this part. We focus for monitoring the seismicity at the Gibraltar Strait. We related this network for this project. And one of the problems that I have not a slide here with the earthquakes, but if you remember the presentation of Juan B. Campabella of the IGN, just here there are nothing, no earthquakes, very strange. So the next campaign in April, and the end of March, 1st of April, is probably a campaign with OBS in this area and so on for 2 years, using Navy ships and also oceanographic ships of the Navy to take precise bathymetry in the area, and it's called the Capitán de Navío Manuel Catalán campaign. Okay, this is the actual OBS, lobster OBS, that is with a trillion sensor, also hydrophones. We deployed this kind of instrument, and also we are buying for NAMU OBS, that also with trillion broadband sensor, and the plan is deployed the OBS just in the between where in the area where the tunnel is projected. That is more or less here. Okay, and also possibly is in discussion to use DAS techniques using the cables from Estepona, that's this one, and also this one, the Tarifa cable, to have complete records in the area. The main difficulty to have OBS deploy a lot of OBS in the area is the bathymetry. There are no good places to deploy OBSs, very difficult. In fact, some years ago, we have a campaign here, and we have no communication with the OBAs about 600 meters depth. No communication at all. So I send the Liberty command, but I really didn't know if the OBS can up or not. So finally, get the surface and we localize, and everybody was happy, but very difficult. And this is the end also of my presentation. So the next campaign have the broadband on land instrumentation, OBS, and I'm sure also cables.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Excellent compliment to DAS and to... Okay. So thank you very much to all the speakers. You did an excellent presentation to show to the cable operators that science is interested in cables, even if you don't have too much connection with the cables. But I think complementarity is something that we learn here. So now, Jose, I think we have something like a quarter of an hour for question and answer. So first, I give the floor to whatever in the room who want to ask to whatever speaker or to have any question related with the topics already given. So some question here, Antonio. It's the Antonio afternoon today.
Yeah, I would like to ask Luis if they are thinking to incorporating DAS data also to the real-time system in Portugal.
You. Okay, so we have now one DAS operating from Azores, so but it's a temporary deployment, so in a few months we'll recover the instrument. But there is another DAS which is operating from Madeira, South Madeira, and so the interrogator was bought by a Portuguese research agency, so it will stay there for a long time. So as a way to proceed for the future, what we are planning is to provide this data in real time to the, even if it is not, there are some seismicity now around Madeira, which is a little bit surprising. But we are going to provide this data at every 2 kilometers. We choose one of the best channels, and we are going to provide them in real time to IPMA. So for them, it will be business as usual. So more of 20 stations or something like that. So it will be a sort of a test for the future. So it will be a DAS which will continue to operate and will provide data in real time. So the interrogator is from ASN, and they have a SeedLink plugin. So it will be like any seismic station. Yep.
Thank you. Any other question from the room? Ingrid?
I have a comment, I would say an acknowledgement and a question. My first acknowledgement is for Nadia Pinardi, that I thank a lot, because actually she presented the Antares data, which is an EBSO site from the early beginning, even before EBSO was a legal entity. Antares is the beginning of the history, so this is also an information. We are dealing with marine science, but actually we can go beyond marine science. Antares was a neutrinos telescope installed in the deep ocean. So we can even interact with particle field for this type of cable systems, not only marine science. That's the first point. So I wanted to thank Nadia for this. And I have a question for her, but not only for her, because she mentioned about the coastal predictor, coastal cloud. And I would like to understand what is the vision of Cost Predict about the future of this cloud, knowing that at European level, the framework, which is becoming more and more strong or stronger, let's say, is the blue cloud, the marine cloud, which is now part of the federated European open science cloud. So how they want to interface with blue cloud, and knowing that blue cloud is also using the national resources, for instance, in Italy, which is a G4 Science, and is interfaced with EGI, which is a European initiative funded by the Europe. And I think this is something that we need to consider, because DAS and other systems are generating so many things and data that we cannot deal with this by ourselves isolated. We need to really think about that at higher scale, larger scale.
Thank you. I don't know if Nadia is online. Could you check? No.
Maybe some others have some answers about that.
Not anymore. We can send you a question to, because it's recording, no, this or not? Yes. Any other question from the floor? And do we have any other question from the people online?
No. Oh, Bruce.
Bruce, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. Okay, thanks. Yes, for Antonio Villaseñor, about the DAS measurements, two questions. You showed a plot where you detected internal waves. Can you say what you're actually measuring? And is that a quantity that could be directly incorporated into ocean models, for instance? So getting temperature or velocity. So that's one question. The other is, for the marine mammal work, what is the horizontal range that you can detect marine mammals in general? Thanks.
Antonio.
Yes, about the first question. Well, there is well, I'm not an expert on that. Arantxa should be here as, answering this question. But what I do know is that it's still very not well defined what those observations are. They correlate with the periods and the amplitudes of the internal tides, but the question of whether we are measuring pressure or temperature is still an issue. So it seems that in order to be able to distinguish those things, we would need to have instrumentation like pressure sensors or temperatures installed near the cable. So this is still a work in progress. It's not still clear what we're measuring, temperature or pressure. That's for the first question. And the second one was about the marine mammals. Well, we haven't worked much on we've seen the observations. Of course, I don't expect that we will see the signature across the entire cable, but I think that we have made studies and we're still able to track to follow them at least for a few tens of kilometers. So that's the sensitivity that it has now.
So the detection range is tens of kilometers, or you can track it over that distance?
Well, we can both.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we can see it on the horizontal across the cable by tens of kilometers, you can also see them perpendicular.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Any other question from the online people? Jose.
Yes? Okay. Can I have some? Okay, so we have a question following on Bruce's question for the marine mammal detection. Could you extend it's from Charlotte Rowe, could you extend your detection range by using stacking of adjacent DAS channels?
Antonio, you are the
sorry.
mammal guy.
Sorry, it's a question in the chat from Charlotte Rowe. And following on Bruce's question, for the marine mammal detection, could you extend your detection range by using stacking of adjacent DAS channels? I don't know.
Well, that's, of course, that's a possibility because we have been only looking at the raw DAS data, so we haven't done any special processing. So doing things like, for instance, converting the string is not on?
Yeah, it's for people remote to listen.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So what I was saying is that we have only looked at the raw DAS measurements, so it's strain. Probably that doing some analysis of beamforming or converting the strain data to displacement or velocity could improve that, but we haven't done that yet.
Antonio, what is the equipment, DAS equipment that you are using? Can you tell us?
Yeah, we are using that's from Aragon Photonics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this, because it uses a technology that is based on chirp pulses, is able to be sensitive to longer periods. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you tell who you are
Sorry.
for the audience?
Sure. Hi, my name's Chris Atherton. I'm from Giant. So I'm part of the Submerse project. And just to kind of comment on
Antonio,
what
listen
Antonio
to
has
this guy.
just said then. We've got DAS deployed in Svalbard as well. And we've been able to replicate the same technique that you're talking about, where we can follow whales. It's baleen whales. I'm not the expert on it, like myself. But we've used the Optidas interrogator, but we're also deploying a DAS unit from the University of Alcalá from Madrid. And that one, we believe that we'll be able to detect temperature changes with the DAS. We're also deploying an ocean bottom sensor so we can calibrate the signals as well. But that was installed about a month ago, so it's early days yet. But it'd be interesting to follow on from Catherine's question, whether you could use adjacent DAS channels to extend the range. That would be interesting to look at as well. So happy to share what we've done if you are as well.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I would like to add to that. You have seen an image of the DAS that Antonio showed us. Any multi-channel analysis, it's not possible because you have to deal with changes in signal-to-noise ratio from channel to channel. So it will be really very, very difficult. And we have seen, this is not a problem with the acquisition system because we have seen exactly the same thing in the Azores, where you have volcanic sea bottom, and also in Madeira, where you have volcanic sea bottom. So it will be very, very, of course, it's a challenge. We must address the challenge, but it's not like in Svalbard. In Svalbard, it's, okay, I love that data, but not, our data is not in the,
Cool.
It's not like that. So it will be difficult to apply it.
I wondered whether because with Madeira it goes through the SOFAR channel, that it would be... with Madeira, because the cable goes through the SOFAR channel, I wondered whether it might be possible. But you're right. I mean, if you're comparing the different channels, it's very difficult.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Excellent. There's someone online, no? I guess.
It's okay. So yeah, I'm Kate Reichert, and I just wanted to point out that going back to some questions like some time ago, but one thing that we are trying to do is to use the Sonardyne AZA pressure gauges near oceanographic moorings, so that we can disentangle. It's like kind of redundant data to try to really get precise records on both the oceanographic and the solid Earth signal, and we're doing it both in locations where we don't expect tectonic motion, like the Bahamas, and also places where we do, although the oceanographers didn't know it, Lesser Antilles. So that's kind of another thing. And I'm doing that and a lot of other ocean bottom measurements, like ocean bottom seismic deployments. But I would love it to be like smart and like much better and much easier than like everything that I do. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have someone online or not?
Yes, if I could.
Bruce.
Bruce here. I have two separate questions. With the DAS systems and so on, and I'm thinking maybe Madeira fiber, what's the state of understanding to do noise interferometry between the different channels of a DAS fiber in order to extract information about the water column, sound speed and velocity, and or the corresponding seismic velocity in the sediments. Has anyone been looking at that?
No.
I guess not.
It's too late in Hawaii now.
No, yeah. Actually, they have been. I don't know if this works or not. They have been studies in Japan using submarine cables there, and they have been able. They are not focusing on the water layer, but they have been able to obtain the velocity structure of the first 2 kilometers, I think. So yeah, they have been successful obtaining ambient noise correlations and converting them to velocity.
In the sediment?
Yeah.
In
Just-
Japan, yeah.
Well, for information, I believe the Madeira fiber to Ella Link is, there's a funded National Science Foundation proposal to attempt to do this in the water. They're interested in those internal waves and so on the continental slope. So that was one question. The other is for Helen and Yao. So with the pressure sensors, you can measure and multiple sensors and the differences between pressure sensors. You measure one component of the ocean velocity, barotropic component, let's say, and then we're also measuring ocean bottom temperature. So in a very crude sense, I mean, they're measuring different scales and point versus average and so on, but in principle, you can get some information about the heat flux across the cable. Has that been considered in your thinking about AMOC circulation and so on?
You can answer.
Can you connect?
No,
Yeah,
I think there are two connect. Helen, you there?
Yeah, we are here.
Oh, I'm here, but Yao, we interrupted Yao. You could feel free to.
Okay. Yeah, I see myself in the screen, the big screen. Yeah. So in terms of the temperature sensor, for heat flux, for me, I'm not sure if that can be used to estimate heat transport, because when we calculate the heat transport across the section, we typically need the temperature information over the whole section, not at one single spot. So we need from the top to bottom and a nicer coverage of the basin as a whole. So that's why at the moment we use Argo to cover the whole section for the upper 2,000 meters. But for the bottom layer below 2,000 meters, we actually have no measurement in the basin interior. So, but of course, any additional information about temperature would be nice. But we actually need more to actually have a better to better resolve the temperature structure below 2,000 meters in the interior.
Yeah,
Okay, so right now you're saying you have no measurements, so any ocean bottom temperature would be a positive step. Helen, yeah.
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, I agree with Yao that I think for meridian heat transport calculation, you want the endpoint boundary for the VG, for the dP by dx and VG, but then you need the T in the interior, the temperature in the interior. But from a data assimilation perspective, we have nothing in the bottom. And, we have these huge cells in our model. So very small uncertainty in benthic ocean temperature can actually lead to large uncertainty in ocean heat content. So from an assimilation perspective, that would be really valuable. And the other community I think I spoke to, who I know expressed interest in this, would be the benthic ecologists. They are always interested in knowing temperature properties around their sites. So I think that there's a lot of value of this data, but not for really a heat transport estimate.
Okay. I'm just a little interested in, I mean, yes, I understand, you know, for the general definition of AMOC, you want the basis scale, but it seems like by having both temperature and pressure along the cable, you know, you get the horizontal resolution then, you know, for those particular measurements. And so I would assume that would be useful, especially in a data assimilation context. Anyway, comment.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We'll test it in an RC.
Yeah.
One before the last.
Yeah, last one. All right. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to follow up actually on a mention Bruce had a few moments ago about the whales, and maybe a little bit of a petty question. However, first I want to commend the esteemed geophysicist for asking a biology question. I think there's some relief on the part of a lot of biologists and biological oceanographers, and mostly this is a geophysical discussion. But with regard to the sensing of whales, and some of the whale or the sensing experts suggested range on that. Is there a sort of a resolution threshold as well? Can you find 1,000 kilogram narwhal? And this is a topical question because we're being asked this by indigenous regulators and interested in marine conservation areas. Is there sort of a lower limit to the kind of resolution? You aren't going to be able to see a sea bass, but are you spotting porpoises or small whales with any degree of resolution? And are you doing that with DAS, or is that also available with sort of barometric measures on a smart cable? Thanks.
Thank you.
Maybe I guess that's for me. Well, the example I showed maybe is not one of the best ones because we were working at 50 samples per second, so the frequency for the whale was right close to the nightwind, so we could barely see it. So there is not much we can do about that. Well, I know that with cables you can see all sorts of scales. For instance, there have been a recent study in a lake in which they can see, in a volcanic lake, in which they can see bubbling from the gas. And of course, there is a lot of interest in studying landscape, the soundscape of the sea with dust, because it's much better to do it with hydrophones, but with dust we have the advantage that you can have a lot of sensors at the same time. So I guess it's still a work in progress. You can see a lot of scales, that's true, but for instance, there are many problems. For example, if you want to see sounds related with life, with fish or shrimps, things like that, that would be in the shallow waters. But then in the shallow waters, those cables are armored, so they have less sensitivity than a cable that is in deeper waters. So I guess that what we need in these cases is, instead of using existing telecommunication cables, what you have to do is to deploy cables specific for your study.
Thank you, Antonio. I think we are time to close the session, no?
One last question from the chat.
Okay, as always.
Respect people.
No problem.
Remotely. So, George Vulgaris from the US NSF is saying that early this morning we have heard about hydrophones. The issue of national security was brought up, and the challenges that this might present. Is this issue present for DAS applications? How do the different countries in Europe deal with it? I don't know. Does someone from Spain want to comment on this?
Well, I know that the DAS data that is acquired in the Pacific Northwest is embargoed for some time after the Navy has been able to look at it. But all the experiments that we have done in the Canary Islands and in Spain, we only have had to the agreement of the telecommunication company. Well, here we have my other Antonio that He's from the Navy, so
From
he may know if the Navy
defense.
has the Spanish Navy has some regulations about if some, I mean, yeah.
I really don't know if there are some regulation about that or not. My experience in hydrophones is with the OBS, also in the Strait, Gibraltar Strait. And you have, okay, we saw a lot of noise for the traffic, but we don't really, we wasn't interested in to identify the ships or that kind of things. I'm sure Navy have very well identify every traffic around the strait, but I don't know if they have hydrophone installed or not.
I'm sure, Antonio, you know, when any submarine is entering and going out of the Strait of Gibraltar, you know, at the nanosecond accuracy. Well, I'm going to close, but I want well, I think it was a really intensive session. I mean, which means that science is really interested in the application of a smart cable, combined with many other things, like DSA, a smart cable, mooring, seafloor observatories, and even coastal observatories, which is really good approach from Nadia. And we talk a lot about, it's obvious that for seismicity and early warning system, this is a spectacular advance, amazing. Nobody thought about this 10 years ago, maybe. But also, we put package related with climate, which is another big topic in the society. Everybody is asking what is going to happen in the next years, if my apartment at the coast is going to be below seawater or not. And my question, for instance, for you, Joao, or for the people who are doing oceanography is, of course, it's really important to have a monitoring temperature all over the planet, or to Atlantic, Pacific, Indian Ocean. But many oceanographers, they want to know what is the variation on the water column from the sea surface to the bottom. So I guess what you should do is the combination of with the Euro-Argo, Argo float, and the topic. Somebody from the operators were mentioned this morning, this how to connect, maybe not in real time, but almost in real time, the information coming from both sides. I mean, to see what is the evolving temperature, for instance, from the surface to the bottom. And you are an expert. What do you think? Is this a good challenge, an opportunity?
Yeah. It's working? Okay. So I presented, sorry, in the end of my presentation, there was this kind of proposal of articulation for the aspects related to the coastal boundaries. So near the coastal ocean area in the transition to the deep ocean. So I put that in the context of how smart sensors can articulate with infrastructures that are monitoring the coastal ocean and then together to build a more global picture. This, I think, that can also be the challenge for in the open ocean to try to bring observatories that cover the water column and put together this information with the bottom pressure and bottom temperature sensors. For example, we heard about this heat transport. Yes. In some deep areas, I was thinking about the Antarctic bottom water. Perhaps it's the bottom observations can provide some estimate, because we are talking about a layer above the sea bottom. But then, for the upper levels, perhaps we need to combine with gliders, with fixed platforms, and so on. That's the present articulation. Last year we talked about the future, and the future could be a direct interaction between smart sensors and systems that are operating in the water column. The possibility to communicate, eventually use the smart cables to pass information from systems operating deep in the water column, transmit that information in real time. That's
So you're
future
passing from
vision.
smart cable to smart ocean. So the whole ocean
Yes,
is smart,
yes.
which is a good point. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much for all the speakers. We have a very nice session. And now we have a mini coffee break or something like that. And we are coming back in half an hour or 45 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Now we're entering into the serious thing, which is the governance and the data. So after this splendid session about science and society, in the first place, we need to say again, one more, that thanks to ANACOM for the effort to organize this meeting. And Jose was also convincing me the next meeting. Now this is the first meeting of a series of meetings. And I promise that the next one will be in Barcelona sooner or later. So the next speaker will be Augusto Fragoso from ANACOM. And you are going to talk about data, of course, blue data. The floor is yours. I can give you 12 minutes because it's a special guest.
Good afternoon, everyone. Usually I start thanking the organization, but it seems the organization is us and JTF. So I compliment everyone. Thank you for being here. It's not every time that we have such a great audience and participation list. Probably every aspect was dealt with during this conference until now, and now we'll try to focus, like was said, in the difficult part. The title, Earth's Pulse, leads me to think who's the doctor that is feeling the pulse. Well, I will start with a slide that I always like to start with, that shows our economical zone extended to the European shelf. And other than the size, it's important to see what's happening there. In the next 5 years, more or less 20 to 25% of the cables in the ocean will be crossing our area, that area that is represented there. And all you see with that kind of green blur down is the ship movement up and down from the north to the south, passing in this area. Seeing that, we understand what is in stake when we think about sovereignty and about doing something in this area and with this area. Sovereignty, European sovereignty and Portuguese sovereignty. What does that mean? It means to benefit, to explore, control, protect, defend, to obtain it all in a sustainable way. And yes, in the beginning we saw 4 of the SDGs represented supporting what was supposed to go on in this meeting. We think there is there are much more SDGs impact. But the thing is, today everything is data. And if we talk about blue sovereignty and blue economy, then we have to think that means that we need data, we need science, knowledge, sustainability, orientation, even defense, and all that supported with what we call blue infrastructures, where the cables are one part of. The things that we have been discussing about smart cables are mostly in the safety and security area. Civil protection or defense are in that region. But when we talk about sensing the ocean, we have to think about all the other aspects that are supported by all kind of data that we can extract to build digital twins that allows us to have more enlightened strategies. And that goes for port management, for maritime traffic, maritime cargo, fisheries, etc., etc., etc. Being all data, what we are talking about is digitizing the sea, digitizing the ocean, and everything related. That means sensors, data flowing, and places where we can store that data and process that data, basically to build the referred digital twins. The question is, when we are up to action in this area, for instance, but what we are representing here, which is a significant part of the Northern Atlantic, all the Atlantic actually can be put in the same image. The question is, who is going to perform these actions? Who is going to be able to, and how are we going to perform whatever actions over this so vast, extended area of the ocean, the Nordic Atlantic? And the answer seems to be simple these days. I mean, there is no human capacity to do it, so we have to censor it. We have to obtain data from very sparse, very dispersed number of sensors and different kinds of sensors. And as well, to perform actions, we need unmanned vehicles. There are no Navy at this point that would have the capacity to implement all the systems that we need for those several objectives of sovereignty. So we need another kind of approach. And that is clearly unmanned vehicles. We have been growing this industry a lot. We have been in several projects where, from protecting the cable, laying cables, putting down sensors, retrieving objects, whatever you can think about, are done today quite easily with this kind of means. The thing is, when we think about it, actually, before what I was about to say, a principle that we are applying when we thought about the Atlantic CAM, the Atlantic CAM ring, was exactly to put down a first layer of sensors. This is the CAM ring project. We are having 50 sensors in 3,800 kilometers of cable that are crossing 3 continental plates. So the Eurasia, the American plate, and the African plate. Now, when we thought about it, something that came to our mind was that there wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. I mean, the kind of data that we are extracting, it's very important, basically and mostly because it's continuous and of quality, but is far from being enough. We need sensors of different types at different depths and basically in all the layers that we can think of, from the near space to the bottom sea. Basically, these sensors are being deployed. Some of these for a while, they are not new. The thing is, most of them are, for instance, we saw yesterday in the Atlantic Convergence, one of the Atlantic Convergence presentations, someone showing the number of floating sensors in a certain area of the ocean, and 80% of them, they were off service. So basically, they were obsolete or not working at all. When we think about all the sensors that we need, and they need to connect to transfer information, then we have to think also in a different way to have ocean coverage. If we have data flowing, you need connectivity, and connectivity, part of it is on the cables themselves, like in the case of the smart cables, but all the other kinds of sensors also need connectivity. It's when satellite 5G and other means of ocean coverage come along. And we need to think them strategically and in an integrated way, in an integrated connecting ecosystem. We have been testing this. In Portugal, we have a concept of experimentation and innovation. We call them free technological zones. Basically, they are sandboxes where we can test technology. And one of the main ones, it's actually nearby. It's like 20 kilometers from here, from Lisbon. It's run by the Navy. And for instance, in this sandbox, just last month in September, a big experimentation exercise was run by the Navy. It's called HEPMUS. And we had more than hundreds of, I think 200 or 300 series of different experimentations integrating all these that I was talking about. Sensors, sensed cables, rovers, land rovers, surface rovers. One of the things they have inserted in the exercise this year, very interesting, was the artificial island that in the water column were having not only a sensed cable, but a series of sensors connected through several means, 5G and satellites, providing different kind of information. Another very interesting project was about this set of about 30 ships that were recovered, 5 to 7 meters ships that were covered in the polymer, so they could not sink in any condition, with solar energy and all kinds of sensors dispersed in the ocean in a mesh way, so more or less 40 kilometers from each other, making a net of censorship that was providing data, but also coverage in all that area for different kinds of sensors that were out of the ships. So basically, it's necessary to promote innovation, and we are doing it. Well, when we think about all this data, usually we would say what would be the elephant in the room, but in this case, is what would be the whale in the room. And it's about where is this data, who is tackling it, and how is being dealt with. So this is the big question when it comes to data governance. Basically, this leads us to think about investment and who is investing in these means. So basically, when we talk about cables, for instance, the biggest investors are, at this point, the hyperscalers. I conceive that in collaboration terms, they will provide any data that they can get from their cables to several means, but they are not under our sovereignty. So we have to question who is actually investing, what is happening with the data, who the data belongs to, who is actually benefiting from that data. As a regulator, of course, we have worries in that field. So basically, we defend that we careful have to balance the private and the public investment in order to assure that the data is actually going where it's supposed to do to assure our sovereignty. Well, challenges about governance and regulation. Basically, first, the regulators have to change. So we need a different kind of regulation. So instead of just ex post regulation, we need ex ante, but oriented to innovation, having the regulators inside these sandboxes actually working together with who is promoting innovation in order to accelerate the innovation process and the introduction in the society of whatever we are developing. We have to cope with the different jurisdictions because the cable, for instance, passes several countries. So each one of them are having different rules. So rules harmonization is absolutely necessary. We need, in terms of digitalization of the ocean, we need censorship capacity. So we need to provide better and more kinds of sensors. We need, of course, a connectivity strategy, because if I'm looking at this in this way, in the three-dimensional way, then my connectivity strategy is not all about the ocean bottom, it's also about what I was saying, coverage of the sea with 5G, for instance, connectivity, horizontal and vertical integration, in terms of the whole connectivity ecosystem, in terms of data governance, data quality, standardization, and interoperability is necessary, and this should be in design, so should be all these, but from the first moment and integrated in the projects themselves. Data volume and management of that volume is, of course, a challenge. That's where the data centers come along. For instance, in Lisbon, we have data center capacity, we have in Sines, but we should have more, even in Açores, and we should have specialized data centers to take care of these kinds of data, in our opinion. Data sharing and access is something that also worries us, because the thing is, we know that everyone wants this data. It's very difficult for someone to open the data from their hands when it's to share it about several entities and to obtain value from this data. And for society to obtain value, we have to have the data sets released for science mainly, and for companies to use it in a profitable way. Computing processing capacity, not only data centers, but data centers that can work with very high volume data models. So basically promoting the usage of AI. And if we want to treat this data, AI will be absolutely necessary. Innovation-oriented frameworks and competencies and RH. Now, this last part is extremely important because we cannot find very easily this kind of competencies in the market. I'm going to finish saying just that in terms of digital twins, on the top we see the kind of digital twins orientation that we have in terms of function. So disaster preparedness, ocean modeling, marine ecosystem management, etc., etc. In the middle, we see the ones that we can, at this point, study and find. They are very structured already, digital twins about the ocean itself. And on the bottom, we see more transversal ones about Earth itself, where the ocean data component is a segment of those digital twins. What we would like to see there would be one specially dedicated to all of these that we have been talking during the day. And Portugal has been always having a natural vocation to integrate people, nations, technology, and economy. And therefore, I finish my presentation saying thank you to you all and hoping to see you in one of these debates to create such models, data models, and such digital twins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Augusto. Now we know the way to go. So we're going to continue, and we have some questions for at the end of the session. The next one is Juan Cantabella, who is coming back to talk about EGN role in earthquake and tsunami management, national responsibilities, and integration with European and Mediterranean institutions. Now we talk about responsibilities, which is also important. So the floor is yours, Juan. Be short, you, please.
Yes. Can you see the presentation?
No, not yet. It's a matter of nanoseconds and it will come.
Okay, okay.
I hope. No? Now here we can see it. I don't know the people online because we have this problem before.
Okay.
We've been able to see it for a long time.
Okay. So good afternoon again. First, I would like to thank the organization for inviting us to deliver another talk under the governance and data management section. So I aim to complement my previous talk with related, just distinct information. Specifically, I'll be focusing on our national responsibilities and our integration into some of the most relevant international organizations in our field, specifically the NEAM tsunami warning system and the EPOS European research infrastructure. So, sorry. Okay, our responsibilities are outlined in a royal decree approved in 2024, and they include planning and management of monitoring, communication, and alert systems regarding earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic activity occurring within Spain, to conduct research in the fields of seismicity, tsunamis, volcanology, and early warning, and coordination of the national plan for surveillance of seismic, volcanic, and other geophysical phenomena. I believe the first two are straightforward, so I will focus on discussing the third one in more detail. This national plan has been established in a Royal Decree Law of 2022 and has the main aim of strengthening the Spanish system regarding geophysical risks through the optimization of resources, which means working with national partners to share data, expertise, and technology, and the improvement of surveillance and early warning systems, as well as technical regulation of the hazards. The draft of this national plan is being prepared by a working group with a broad institutional and territorial representation, and we are now in the final phase of approving the draft in this working group, after which it will be submitted to the Spanish government for approval, likely in 2025. This national plan will outline measures to be implemented over the next 4 years. Regarding the international integration, one of the organizations the IGN is part of is the Intergovernmental Coordination Group for the Tsunami Early Warning and Mitigation System in the Northeastern Atlantic, the Mediterranean and Connected Seas of the UNESCO, ICG-NIAM-TWS. This system is structured so that there are 5 tsunami service providers: IRMA in Portugal, FENALT in France, INGV in Italy, NOAA in Greece, and COERI in Turkey, which provide tsunami alerts to all subscribing member countries. And additionally, there are recognized national tsunami warning centers, such as in Spain, which receive these alerts, but also have their own systems to alert the population. And in fact, they have the authority to issue warnings at the national level. Here I present an example of an alert message issued by one of the tsunami service providers on the right, and another as it would be issued by our National Tsunami Warning Center on the left. As you can see, it is common for national centers to make adaptations in order to communicate more clearly with their institutions and the public. The content, even the content of the messages may differ based on more detailed studies. The other organization I will discuss is the European Research Infrastructure Consortium, EPOS, which stands for the European Plate Observing System. EPOS, which was granted the legal status of a European Research Infrastructure Consortium by the European Union in 2018, currently has 18 members, as shown on the map on the left, including Spain. It represents a long-term initiative to integrate existing national and transnational research infrastructures for solid earth science across Europe. By improving and facilitating access to multidisciplinary solid earth science data products, service, and physical access to facilities, EPOS is developing a federated and sustainable research platform. This platform provides coordinated access to harmonized quality control data from diverse earth science disciplines, along with tools from analyzing and modeling. EPOS architecture is organized as shown in the figure to the right. Firstly, we have the national research infrastructure feed into EPOS, and they will continue to be owned by and managed at the national level. Secondly, we have this EPOS delivery framework, which encompasses the legal, financial, and operational components that support the EPOS architecture. And inside this framework, the thematic core services, TCS, represent the community-specific integrations such as seismology, tsunamis, volcanology, geodesy, and others. We, IGN, participate in those I have just mentioned. And finally, the integrated core services that provide the infrastructure that enables access to multidisciplinary data, products, and service for various stakeholders. Here in the center, we have the data portal, which is this screenshot that I am presenting here, where you can see a summary of the available data and services. And I believe that the data from Smart Cables would be very well received here. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much, Juan. Hope you can keep it there just for the last part for the question. Now we're going to move to the other side of the Pacific, indeed. And I think Benoit is online or not?
Yes,
I think, hello, Benoit. I'm going to present you. Thank you very much for the effort. I think it's only 9 o'clock, no? Are you?
Yeah, it's not as bad as I was fearing.
So you are very optimistic, keeping everybody happy. That is the title of your talk. Data management approaches for the smart cables. From Ocean Network Canada, Benoit Piren, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanjo, and thank you for inviting me to present at this meeting here today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'll be trying to be as clear as I can. So first of all, thank you also for Augusto, who basically introduced all the questions that I'm going to be covering as well, hopefully in this presentation today. So just a quick reminder of what smart cable data. They typically will contain a number of hopefully very stable sensors and cable repeaters. And we've talked at length about temperature, pressure, and accelerometer data that we hope these sensors would be providing. The repeaters would be located, say, of the order of 100 kilometers from one another along the cable. And as we know, several companies are working on developing sensor packages. The data, of course, we've talked about that at length in the previous sessions, will be useful for climate study, geohazards, and should be fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Now we're going to see in a second what that means. Because there are questions to be resolved. Now, who is going to be owning the data that's coming from the sensors? First, that's an interesting question. We'll talk about data access, which was also one of the questions from Augusto, as well as the national security concerns along the cable path. So let's take a quick view of a notional cable. So you have here a cable going from one exclusive economic zone to another exclusive economic zone and over international waters. And maybe the same cable will have spurs or branches going to yet another country if we have a festoon of connected countries that all have repeaters, of course, along their path, as well as hopefully sensors in those repeaters or in somewhere along the cable. So if I want to color a little bit to represent a little better the different sections or the regions that the cable will cross, we have, of course, a shore station A, a first exclusive economic zone, international waters, a second exclusive economic zone, and maybe a third one with this EEZC that I'm depicting here. This is just for example and for a simple purpose. Obviously, there would be more repeaters in this notional cable. We've always heard about the data that should be as open as possible, but I think we have to consider, and again, following up on Augusto's talk, that there might be a requirement to close access to some of the data, and we should do that only as necessary, of course. There are some facts that then therefore will be driving the implementation of data management for smart cables. The first one is to realize that the ownership of the cable is not necessarily the same as the ownership of the data. You could have a consortium owning the cable, but then there could be a decision that the data coming from the cable will be owned by different entities. And again, the role should be considered here. Because the data ownership can change along the cable path. Again, because of our different regions that are going to be crossed by the cable, there might be a need to support different owners of the data that will be coming out. Each data owner is probably going to have, hopefully not, but it might be the case that they will have different data access policies. And then, of course, each sensor will have to have a different data access policy depending on its location. Each sensor type might end up in a different data repository. And again, this is a topic that Augusto highlighted as well. So the data management solutions that we might come up with for smart cables that we would need to keep, like I said in my title, everybody happy if we could, would have to address each repeater sensor and location ownership, policy conditions, and data repository choices. So yes, it's somewhat complicated, but I think just to illustrate the complexity again, here's a little table with a few examples. Imagine on the first row here is we've got repeater number 1 in the first exclusive economic zone. It's got 3 sensors in this repeater. It's got one data owner, but has different policies for the different types of sensors. And in particular, in the EEZ1, we may have a diversion for the accelerometer data, but when available, the data would go to an earthquake early warning system, such as, say, Shake Alert, to just list an example that some people might know. In international waters, IRIS might be, or EarthScope as it's now called, might be the destination for some of the accelerometer data, but NOAA might be interested in having the pressure sensor data for tsunami alerting, or maybe different ones will be accessed. And of course, the data for some of these sensors might be public, abiding by the CC BY policy. And then again, in the EEZB, we might be facing a less friendly entity that might want to restrict access to all the data. So how do we build trust? A possible solution to implement those requirements would have dedicated fiber pairs for the smart sensors. I think that's a granted requirement. We could use dense wavelength data multiplexing on that pair of fibers, such that we essentially have as many wavelengths as there are regions to cross and or data ownerships. So again, here the choice of my colors was not completely random. We can imagine a color or a wavelength for the laser used for each of these sections of the cable. And then, of course, to build the trust, we'd have to integrate filters in some of the repeaters to isolate each region, basically dropping as a wave, as the industry calls it. And then, of course, in order to allow for different policies for different types of sensors, for example, in order to isolate accelerometer data that might be of concern to some of the militaries, we might want to implement the concept of VLAN in each of the wavelengths, such that different types of sensors could go to different network or different virtual networks. So implementing this somewhat complicated looking approach, but I think feasible technically, would encourage the adoption by many countries and would alleviate the issue that we have where some international cables would have an issue with sharing data across these different nations. This method essentially allows everybody to implement a policy they feel more comfortable with. And then, of course, we'd have more data that we can make public and certainly make available in real time for alerting systems. For data access, my pitch would be to use what I would call variable specific data management centers where they exist. So for example, as we mentioned in my simple table there for seismic data, we've got data centers that exist. For oceanographic data, we do too, and so on and so forth. So we'd have to make sure that these selected data centers abide by well-defined methods and use standard data formats when they make data available, that they have access methods, including application programming interfaces, such that machine learning-based systems can actually automatically and autonomously access the data without having to intervene, and then use, for example, as I mentioned, Earth scope ARIS for seismic data, NOAA for tsunami warnings, pressure data, and of course others are possible too. I'm going to make a pitch for my own data management system called Ocean 3 for oceanographic and acoustic data. And of course, in order to, again, build trust and make everybody happy, these data repositories should be Core Trust Seal certified, meaning that they abide by good practices, good policies, they have a long lifetime expectancy, and so on and so forth. Now, of course, we heard in the previous sections a lot of talks about other upcoming technologies. What about distributed acoustic sensing? And again, Augusto made a comment about, you know, what are going to be the concerns related to DAS when it comes to national security. We will have to deal with that, obviously, because I suspect very much that the navies will be very concerned by that. So at the moment, you don't have anything that can go across multiple repeaters in terms of DAS technologies. However, groups and companies such as Alcatel Submarine Networks are working on a system that would actually span multiple sections of a long cable and basically, again, use a different wavelength. You're dropping those waves in every repeater such that you essentially have continuous DAS information along a potentially very long smart cable. And data management issues for DAS, of course, depending on what we want out of it, is now the data volume. So that was not a concern for the more traditional sensors. I don't know that any vendor-independent data formats have been established, so we'd have to work on that in the meantime. Of course, we talked about the national security concerns for all countries traversed. But again, the concerns, I believe, can mostly be addressed by the same methods that I produced in the previous slides. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benoit. I mean, I wonder if the title of your talk was something to do with what you explained, because the complications are so big that you're really an optimistic guy, which I'm happy to have you on board. Eh? Thank you, Benoit. And if you have time, keep it there, because we may have some question for you at the end of the session. Well, now we go...
Happy to answer any.
Sorry.
I would be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
You're happy, guy, so no problem. Thank you very much, Benoit. So we're going to follow now with Bernardo Aliaga, which is from the UNESCO IOC, and he's going to talk about the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission Global Tsunami Early Warning and Mitigation System Governance Model, integrating smart adequate data for operational purpose. Bernardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Juan Jose. And obrigado, Jose. And this is a pleasure to be here. So I will go very briefly to this presentation. We have a long way. I am now trying to summarize 20 years development. But the tsunami community is a community that has gone a long way. altogether from the beginning in the 60s, over there, with the first intergovernmental coordination groups or international coordination groups for tsunami. And that was essentially in the Pacific. So when the Indian Ocean tsunami hit in 2004, near 20 years ago, there was nobody in the listening side in the Indian Ocean, no governmental institutions, no early warning system at all, and was that everything, no observing system at all available to produce a tsunami information product in 2004. So the community reacted very rapidly, but the state of the art at the time was so bad that even the institution in charge of that, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, which has the budget of just one of your cables, for 2 years, actually, was at that time not known at all. And a journalist in one famous New York-based journal wrote, there is an obscure organization in charge of tsunami. And then it is true. And even today, if you say IOC, that is the International Olympic Committee, or at best, the Indian Ocean Commission. So, but the community reacted in a very good way, and we were able to put together these 3 other intergovernmental coordination groups in 3 other basins, one of them that was just described by our colleague. What I have said so far, that was written in open statement in Nature. That was in January 2005. So the community reacted so well that today we have a very mature system that is covered by 12 tsunami service providers. One is based in Lisbon, IPMA, and others in other regions. Is covered by what we call tsunami information centers that are in charge of capacity building, training, checking the status of the system, etc., etc. So it's a mature system, it's a sustainable system, it's evolving. We are integrating now volcano and landslide-generated tsunamis as much as we can. We are going cautiously. But why this system worked well? Because it was conceived from the very beginning in a very solid form. Very formal, so DG Matsura at the time wrote to Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asking for the nomination of tsunami warning focal points in each member state. Through the Foreign Affairs, through the permanent delegation of the country in front of UNESCO, whatever, with a form. And now we have a lot of forms. And when it comes to observing systems, we now are entering into SMART cable. When it comes to observing system, for seismic records, we had an issue at the time that was not so reliable like it is today. For sea level, we have the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission data exchange policy. So I was sitting in a technical group in a meeting in Mauritius in April 2005, supporting the chairs. There was Germany, Norway, and Thailand, etc., all the interested member states sitting around the table 14 hours. And what saved the session was that we had, and we still have, a renewed IOC data exchange policy that for sea level monitoring enabled us to have VLIS in Flanders, in Belgium, VLIS hosting a service that delivers data from 1,400 sea level stations, raw data, real time. So I will just try to explore, and this is an exploratory work, what we can do in terms of this part of the delivery of data from smart cables. This was the situation in 2006. the IRIS data compared to the CTVTO, and you probably know what is CTVTO, the Convention for the ban of nuclear test, very important in these days. And the reliability, the redundancy, the robustness, etc., of the data of CTVTO was much higher than in IRIS, that today is evolving with Earth scope. But in 2006, that was the case. So we developed over 4 years, and I was supporting that process as well. We developed over 4 years a memorandum of understanding between CTVTO and UNESCO, enabling the international monitoring system in Vienna, in Switzerland, to deliver all data, we are talking about terabytes, from CTVTO stations, including primary, auxiliary, and even hydrophone stations, to national tsunami warning centers recognized by UNESCO. So today, this list of countries, they receive all the data from the station that they choose, from the long list that they have. So this is it. I think that we can perhaps explore something similar with, I don't know, ITU. I'm sure that you in the telecommunication community have standards, have technical working groups, have task teams that develop those standards. Something similar was what was in place in CTVTO. So they developed in working group B the norms to allow this sharing of data. Thank you. 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Excellent, Bernardo. You did very well. So we're going to continue, and thanks to the introduction from Bernardo, because now we're going to jump into another big international organization, which is clearly supporting the Joint Task Force, which is the International Telecommunication Union. And I think Hiroshi Oti is going to talk about the smart cables related activities within the ITU. Hiroshi, are you there? Good, I don't know, what is the time now there? Welcome.
Okay. Yes. Do you see my slide?
We see the ocean, but we don't see you yet.
Okay, I'm looking at the... now it appears. Do you see my slide?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to speak at the workshop today. And I'll talk about the operational aspects of the Joint Task Force on Smart Cables, because ITU is providing secretariat services. Then this slide is a bit busy, but it just shows where the Joint Task Force started. And now it is a long time ago, the first presentation of the the first presentation was done in February 2011 at SADC 15 meeting by Professor Yu from the university in Australia. Then that triggered a lot of interest from among the experts, and several workshops happened. And after the second workshop, the task force was jointly established by ITU, WMO, and UNESCO IOC. This is a summary, and as you saw already, Professor Bruce Howe, University of Hawaii, has been the chair for, I think it's almost 8 years now, and he's very active and triggered many things. And now the idea of smart cable is not only on paper, and they are developed in several aspects. And ITU is now supporting as a secretariat for this joint task force, and we are holding regular conference calls to exchange information and ideas between members. And also we are holding approximately one workshop a year. Mainly recent years, it's co-locating with the PTC in Honolulu. This is a joint task force webpage, and it's a bit busy, but it has a lot of information related, and, including the past events, presentations, and also some videos are posted there, so you can still watch the past events. And there's a dedicated smart cable website, and the ITU's webpage has a link to the smart cable website itself. So you can further explore the information about the smart cables. This shows some partners. Well, we are working with a lot of partner organizations. As you see, as many logos of these organizations. ITU had a high-level conferences just after the COVID period, which was 2022. We had WTSA 20, which is a conference in sector member telecommunication sectors conference, and which happened in which originally planned to take place in 2020, but due to the COVID, it was postponed, and it took place 2022. Another conference is WTDC, which is Development Sectors Conference, and also PP22, which Plenipotentiary Conference 22, which is the highest level of ITU's conference. And in these high-level conferences, smart cables were discussed, proposed to be included in so-called resolutions in various sectors. And in the smart cables are now mentioned in WTDC resolution 34, which is the resolution from development sector, and also the plenipotentiary resolution 136. And we have another high-level conference, which is called WTSA 24 in New Delhi, starting from 15th of October. So I'm leaving for New Delhi in the middle of next week. This slide shows the recent development of ITU Cycle 15. So the smart cables are discussed in ITU Cycle 15, which is a group that develops standards on telecommunication infrastructure. And the one group is devoted to develop standards on submarine cables. And this group started working on smart cables in 2021, and now they approved the first set of recommendations, as you see in the slide. One is used to be called G.SMART. Now it is officially numbered G.9730.2, and which is on smart cables. That is ocean monitoring cable plus telecom cable, dual purpose cable by one. And another recommendation is G.9730.1, which is on dedicated scientific sensing submarine cable system. So this is for the dedicated, so ocean monitoring, but without telecommunication. So ITU approved these two first set of recommendations. And this happened. This it was just happened in the late August this year. So to summarize, ITU is supporting the regular activities of the Joint Task Force on Smart Cables, and also within ITU, smart cable discussion is happening in high-level conferences as well. And then finally, standards are also done. Standards on smart cables are done in ITU, in particular this in telecommunication standardization sector as an ITU-T recommendations, and recently first set of two recommendations were approved. So these are the summary of the activity within ITU on JTF on smart cables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hiroshi. Thank you for your input from the International Telecommunication Unit. I think we need you and all of you, so we are happy to have you with us today. Okay. Now we're going to the last talk of this session, at least. And I think Emma, I hope you are somewhere there. And Emma is from UNESCO IOC, and she's from the GOOS. And she's going to talk about integrating small cables into the global ocean observing system. Emma, thank you very much. Sorry for the small delay. The floor is yours. Thanks for coming.
Thanks very much. So I hope you can see my PowerPoint. I'll just make it a full screen.
We can see it here.
And yeah. Online. Okay. So this is perhaps a parallel PowerPoint in some ways to what Bernardo showed you, and it will pick up on some of the data themes that Augusto and also Benoit raised. So my name is Emma Heslop. I work supporting the Global Ocean Observing System at IOC UNESCO. And so we are a part of the IOC, like the tsunami unit of Bernardo. The big difference being is that we're really coordinating across a wide range of sustained ocean observations and aiming that these ocean observations will support a really broad range of applications. So in the case of tsunami, it's absolutely vital you have that end-to-end connection. But we're coordinating across a broader range of observations for the GOOS 3 delivery areas, which are very broad as ocean health, climate, and also weather and hazard warnings. So GOOS has been working for over 30 years now, founded in, I think, 1991. And we are a joint program between UNESCO IOC, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and the International Science Council are the co-sponsors, but IOC is our lead sponsor. So this is a visualization, just to give you an idea a little bit about the role of the Global Ocean Observing System and what we're doing. We really are looking to do the coordination, the integration, making sure the data flows across a really broad range of variables, and also advocating for the need for ocean observations. So we connect to the beneficiaries of ocean observations across research, government, maybe industry user sectors, and also investors in ocean observing, to advocate for the need for ocean observing, and also to make sure that an integrated system delivers those needs, and to understand what those are. And on the other side, we connect to a really large ecosystem of providers, many different networks, many different nations, different programs, sort of regional systems and national systems, and really coordinating to make sure that the observations can be integrated, can be harmonized, can be that the data flows through to those that need the observations, and that each part of the system doesn't have to kind of get into and understand all of the various global mandates, be biodiversity or climate change. We do that advocacy and do that understanding and develop some frameworks under which we can collaborate to create an integrated observing system. And I note that the observing that we're really talking about is sustained observations. So this is a kind of a quick view of the structure, and you'll see in the next slides I'll pick up on some of the areas, and then also how smart cables really fit into this. So we are sponsored, our sponsors are there. We have a steering committee, we have a management team that works across several, is located in several different parts of the world, really supporting a series of, I guess, we call them GOOS components. And of these, we've got components of GOOS that are looking at this requirement space, what's needed, connecting into global mandates for disaster risk reduction, but climate and also biodiversity and others. And we have in the physics and climate, biogeochemistry and biology and ecosystem space. We also work with the World Meteorological Organization in their work in weather forecasting, hazard warnings, climate. We're involved in their rolling review of requirements process. So looking at what is a minimum system required in that space, and then looking across the various parts of ocean observing. We have the observations coordination group that I work with quite closely, and where now Smart Cables is connected and is an emerging GOOS observation network. So we have observation networks that are quite platform based, but we also have a number in the bioeco space that are more essential ocean variable based, and we have various systems to support the free flow of metadata and the monitoring of the system. Amongst this is Ocean Ops, and then nationally we have national focal points to help organize nationally GOOS regional alliances, and we also have the expert team on operational ocean forecasting system to work on the best practices and developing networks of operational sort of ocean forecasting centers. We work very closely in the data space with IODE, and this is all connected in through projects and working in the decade into sort of various advances. And ultimately it's meeting the needs of the member states and of various areas of delivery of observations. And so quick run through the GOOS structure. Also important to understand, and also for the work with smart cables, is that we have a framework called the Essential Ocean Variables. And these are really, curated, let's say, by the three expert panels across physics, biogeochemistry, and biology and ecosystems. And they really set up a minimum set of ocean variables that are needed to assess the ocean state and the variability for important global ocean phenomena, and then also to provide data for applications that fundamentally benefit society. And these act as a like a key reference framework across ocean observing. They work for harmonization, for interoperability, and for collaboration. And they're the reference across ocean observing, across data management, governments, and increasingly also within industry. So we worked with the Smart Cables group to introduce bottom pressure, and you can see it in amongst the physics EOVs there as one of our 36 essential ocean variables, and obviously also temperature and currents are there as well. And the aim is that these essential ocean variables ensure that we can meet the needs of climate change mandates, the Sustainable Development Goals, Sendai Framework, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, the CBD. So the other kind of big area of coordination is really across those observing systems. And you can see here a representation of a whole series of platforms, and we will need to develop an icon for smart for subsea cables ultimately. But just to say that this is currently it is an operational system. I mean, we don't have enough observations to meet the pressing needs of society, as we've been discussing here today around sort of tsunami and other areas. But we do have a system that delivers over 120,000 observations a day. And these observations already reach the forecasting systems. There are 84 countries involved in the ocean observing system. There are over 8,000 platforms in the water, ranging from voluntary observing ships. There's HF radar, GLOSS, the tide gauge is also very important in the tsunami network. There are sensors on animals, there are ocean gliders, there's a number of different sorts of moorings and drifters, and also Argo floats, which many people are likely familiar with. So a whole series, there's 13 global ocean observing systems. There are 3 emerging networks. These are networks that are not mature yet, but are offering a unique set of variables in a sort of a unique space filling a unique space in our spatial, temporal, and variable scale. And smart cables is one of our emerging networks as of this year. And then there are also 12 essential ocean variable-based networks for biological, ranging from mangroves to mammals to microbes, in fact. Okay, so underneath that, and now I'm going to sort of dig in a little bit into the area where we work with smart cables already. And this is underneath the observation coordination group. And this is the group that coordinates across these 13 global ocean observing networks, more mature, and the now 3 emerging global ocean observing networks. And the work of the OCG is really helping to ensure operational alignment, if you like, both internally within the GOOS networks, a lot of work across the networks, but also externally with bodies like WMO, with the IODE, make sure the data flows, helping set frameworks to guide and strengthen the implementation of GOOS, such as working on best practices for each of the EOVs and the life cycle of that essential ocean variable, and engaging with new networks and new technologies. The operational center OceanOps is also under the remit of the observation coordination group, and you can see on the right-hand side of the slide here a set of attributes, and this is what we expect of ocean observing GOOS ocean observing networks, and this is where smart cables is developing within our sort of global ocean observing system towards maturity. We expect the observations to be sustained, that it observes one or more essential ocean or essential climate variable, that they're global in scale or have the intention to be global in scale. They have a community of practice. The joint task force would be that. Maintains a network, delivers data that are free, open, and available in a timely manner. Ensures metadata quality and delivery. So all of these areas are areas that we're working with smart cables on. And this is very important to have these kind of benchmarks against which we measure the maturity of our networks. So how are we working in integrating smart cables and working with Bruce Howe and the team? So there's been a sort of an evolution. Smart cables was originally a GOOS project, and projects are of limited time duration and are really about innovations in the global ocean observing system, with a view to sort of engaging and finding out whether a pathway to becoming an emerging network was appropriate and correct. As I mentioned, bottom pressure, extremely important, adopted as an essential ocean variable. And then this year, smart cables was adopted as an emerging network. The benefits for being involved as a network. I mean, there are some, obviously you saw with the attributes, there is some work to be done to be integrated as a part of GOOS. But once you are integrated, you really are responding to these global societal needs. You have visibility as a part of the global ocean observing system. And we wrote an article talking about the 3 emerging networks in the summer that really got was quite widely shared. You're leveraging the collective knowledge and the frameworks. So, for example, in terms of data flow, we have under the OCG a sort of a data implementation strategy based around moving towards having a federated system, having ERDAP servers, and have just completed a meeting with across IOC from including the tsunami unit, including the science unit, and the International Ocean Data Exchange, IODE, and GOOS, really setting how we create an open framework for ensuring that all the EOVs can flow across and into systems where they can be harvested from many different parts of the world. So, you know, we're working at building the frameworks that will enable sort of multiple access to multiple EOVs at the same time, be it from a biological framework and a smart cable framework. Who knows what the combinations of services that we'll be able to develop, including the digital twins, and what is the metadata that needs to flow with that. So, you know, you can leverage this collective knowledge. Not each sort of part of the system has to work every single piece out to ensure that the data can be visible and can be used by users. Important to this is thinking about the data provenance, and I pick up also on what Benoit said in terms of making sure that in some way knowledge travels with the data about the licensing or the appropriateness of its use. And being a part of the OCG, Smart Cables is also able to bring issues to the table or opportunities and play a role in working with GOOS in its development. So from our perspective, I thought I would just end on some of the work that we see ahead. We need some more work to really show smart cables as an integrated part, an emerging network, an emerging GOOS network, integrating into one of our kind of reporting mechanisms, the report card, getting specification sheets and available, etc. To continue to work and engage with smart cables towards network maturity, and playing a role as in an integrated observing system amongst other a part of a solution set amongst other observing networks, to work on best practices and data flow, etc. And I know we've already engaged in the data space. The OCG vice chair of data, as I understand, is engaged with smart cables already, because by the nature of the way that smart cables works, when your installations your first installations will be going live, then we want to be able to integrate those data streams from day one. So I hope that gives you a kind of a picture as to how smart cables fits into the global ocean observing system, fulfilling many of the interests of you heard from the various science presentations in the previous segment. And yeah, I'm happy to stay on and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much for this clear presentation, how to integrate smoothly into the GOOS, the smart cables. So we are completely over time. In any case, we can have a couple of questions, one from the room and one from the online people. Luis Matias.
So this is a question to Emma. So there are already, at least in North America, a couple of cables scientific cables that are recording data. So what is the difference you see from between Neptune or the smart cables? So are the smart cables so much different from Neptune or the H2O observatory? Are they providing data to GOOS or not?
So I think that's a great question, and I would perhaps pass that in a little way to Benoit, but perhaps I can respond from the observing system perspective. The smart cables is a lot of our networks, they're orientated around a specific platform. From my perspective, there wouldn't be, if smart cables was going to include other network cables, this would, I don't think it would make a huge difference from the GOOS perspective. You would be providing more variables, but perhaps it would increase the complexity of the data flow and the various organizations. There tends to be a commonality of let's say operational matters across the networks that kind of congregate together. Otherwise, you might sort of include them all in one. But I think Benoit can probably suggest the differences and the similarities and sort of, whether that would work or not. Benoit.
Thanks, Emma. Yes, I had to think a little bit about an answer to that question. Of course, the data that the Neptune Observatory and the other observatories that ONC manages here in Canada and elsewhere are available to anyone. They're well managed. We have proper, we have obsessive metadata management. We have good quality control over the data that are being produced. And so I think the reason we haven't tried to officially deliver our data to GOOS is, and perhaps our wrong impression, but it was our impression that GOOS would only consider things that have a global perspective, of global scope. And of course, we're not that. Even though Neptune is big, it's still what you would call a regional cable observatory. And yes, we've got tons of data, but they cover a surface area or a volume, if you will, that is not tremendous on the global scale yet. And that's why I think it makes sense for smart cables to be more of a priority for GOOS, because the potential for smart cables is to indeed cross over many different ocean basins and therefore provide to GOOS and to the WMO and other organizations a data set that would be perhaps more relevant rather than being just confined into a smaller area. That's just my answer here.
Thank you, Benoit. Thank you very much for your explanation. I think we can give the last question. Bruce, you want to say something if you're still alive there?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the big differences is the Neptune Canada and the other are primarily research endeavors, and so they're, sensors are coming and going, and it's this whole question of sustainability for Neptune Canada and OOI. There is sustainability, but it's of a different type, I think, than what we're suggesting. That a sustained global operational system would be, and as I see it, one of the really requirements of SMART is that the data is being provided to operational warning centers and ocean modeling and forecasting systems, and that's really a requirement from my perspective, that it's really geared towards the operational, and at the same time it can provide data for research, obviously, but trying to get a research-oriented system to follow the same kind of path is more difficult. So part of this is organizational and so on, that you know, part of the SMART concept is, especially at this early stages, KISS, keep it simple. And that's what we're trying to do. I hope that helped.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruce. I think we cannot follow anymore the Jose Barros statement from the beginning. Keep it simple and as simple as possible, but not stupid, because it's not stupid. As simple and intelligent as possible will be shorted. So thanks all of you. I don't know, Emma, well, you have the last word, come on.
Yep. So I was going to be, having thought a little bit more, I was going to be devil's advocate here and say that, I mean, the Ocean Networks Canada cables also do seismic monitoring, right? And so what we have seen with other networks is that part of those networks, right, do become part of the global network. So the seismic part could become a sub-network or a part of smart cables in some way, if you needed to differentiate between telecommunications cables and other sorts of smart cables. And maybe gradually with time, as sensors change and more sensors are developed, then more variables could be added. We definitely saw this in the ANIBOS networks, where only a subset of the information that's collected on the marine mammals is a part of the network, but the number of variables is now growing, and we've seen this with a couple of things. So in some senses, the seismic monitoring, the alert monitoring could be a sub-network underneath smart cables. Maybe not immediately, but you know, being devil's advocate, why not?
Thank you, Emma. As Benoit was saying, he considers himself Ocean Network Canada as a regional area, which is a large area. And I think they are recording, I don't know if 36 of you essential ocean variable, but a lot, 80% of the 36. We are growing, and I think 3, 4, and what I have seen today, the development of new technologies will provide in the next coming years possibilities to include more sensors within the cable. But I think this is complementarity. So thanks to all of you. Excellent presentation. We know more than this morning. And now I give the floor to you, I guess. Thanks to the speakers.
Well, you know that in a regulator, we have usually... I know. He was worried that I was skipping the last panel that I'm supposed to moderate. But you know that in a regulator, we have 3 kinds of people. We have the people that tell us what not to do. Sometimes they tell us what we can do. They are the jurists. Then we have the engineers that actually do it. And we have the special breed that I call the economists. And the economists are always trying to find value, economical value, and business models. We heard Philippe today, and we know that is so, that is necessary always to consider a business value or a business model if we want something to prevail. And part of that business model is always the funding. And that's about it that we are to talk now. That's why we invited from DG Connect, Thomas Cooper, talking about the CEF Digital.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Augusto, for organizing this. I think this is a very interesting conference, and I am really impressed and surprised about the number of activities going on in this part of Europe, and I think that not everybody is aware how advanced you are. I've been asked just to give you a little short presentation about what we as the EU do in subsea and specifically in financing. So we started out a couple of years ago when I have been talking to a number of parties. I think Portugal was even one of the first ones with the Cammering project, that there was an interest and we were considering setting up a facility to co-finance them. We now have an instrument that is called CEF Digital. And for those of you that have not heard about this, this is an instrument where we can co-finance submarine cable systems. Actually, it is connectivity solutions, technology neutral, so it does not have to be in the water. It can also be terrestrial links. And we have had today here a number of projects which we have co-funded. Just to name a few, Ellalink, Cammering, Olisipo, we heard about Pisces, I see in the back of the room, Pencan and Canalink. So it is, there's a lot in this area. I just quickly wanted to present what we do. So we co-finance connectivity infrastructure, subsea and terrestrial, and satellite would also be possible. But that's the fewer projects. We have successfully done already 3 different calls for funding, and we are about to open call 4 in a few, I'm hesitant to say days, so maybe it's safer to say weeks, but it will happen in October. I'm convinced. We finance studies and works, studies with up to 50% co-funding, and for works there's typically 30% co-funding rate within one EU member state, 50% if it is cross-border, so it literally says if there's a strong cross-border dimension, but we think that a cable going from A to B is by definition strong cross-border because you cannot use it for anything else. And I forgot, of course, Medusa, Norman Alby. And we can finance up to 70% for works in outermost regions. We have some, so if there's somebody here in the audience who's not familiar with this, I could go on, but I think a good few know about this. So just to mention that there are some security clauses that the project promoters should be EU controlled, and some conditions for partners and suppliers apply. So what do we do specifically for smart cables? We have changed our call conditions so that smart, as a cost for smart components of a submarine cable, what we've talked about today, are eligible as costs. So if you have a project with us and you can apply for up to 10% of the total project value, and this concerns works. For studies, we are always a lot more flexible. So if you actually implement this, you can apply for up to 10% of the total project costs for co-funding from the EU. And we have also financed a number of projects through our research budget. So where, but this is sort of a different nature, and where the sort of the interesting bit comes, and I've discussed this actually in the breaks of today's workshop, is what you do. You have on the one hand, and as I think both are represented here today, people that promote connectivity. So they have the idea to do primarily with the aim to, for example, replace the Cammering project to Azores and Madeira. And there's also an interest in using this opportunity to install sensoring, smart, We cannot finance it for 100%. So we would need to get together to form a group of telecommunication, research users of the data to finance the gap. And we are there to help if that's possible for a part of that. I think that's what I wanted to say. I think Bruce is also on, and I'm happy to take any questions that may be, but I don't know, Augusto, is it afterwards?
I think we will do it afterwards.
Fine.
But the thing is, we all know that there is no excuse for not smarting your cables. So, but we will hear now Bruce, who I welcome to stage again, this time in this panel, to give us your thoughts about how to provide and promote funding and ways to do this.
Right. Let's see. Okay, so thank you. So I'll talk about money as well. Let's see. So first, ultimately, I do believe that it's appropriate in the very long term that ocean and early warning agencies in countries should pay for the SMART component. But as we all know, there are other factors. As I see it, the system's underway now. Obviously, CAM and TAM are the two main ones, but all of these in the planning stages will set valuable precedents in many respects for the follow-on projects into the future. So it's not just financing, but technical and security and permitting and so on. And I guess at this point, it's clear to me that there's not one size that fits all. So there's no single solution that covers the entire spectrum of challenges, let's say. And at this early stage, again, we've talked about, we really need to have some real systems out there to demonstrate completely feasibility in all these respects. And so these early systems will address all the challenges they have to, and they won't satisfy perhaps challenges relevant to other systems, but nonetheless, they'll make forward progress. And again, because of all these issues, and we don't have access to large amounts of money, we have to start with receptive early adopters and positive and proactive countries. And if there's a cable system going to a country that absolutely has no interest, well, then we don't even waste energy and effort in that case. So another thing that's very clear here is that all the systems that have been discussed here in Lisbon have or will obtain some amount of government funding, whether it's national government or European Union, for instance. So it's not all, it's by no means all commercial funding. And then Thomas just finished talking about the CEF2 funding, and I give the actual quotation from one of the calls concerning the support for the SMART part. But these other considerations, government, political security, and geopolitical considerations, and it's some of this involves the governmental responsibility for connecting citizens and small populations, for instance, Azores, Madeira, and the concept of territorial cohesion, and now also climate and early warning. So, again, these first systems will set precedents. So we all know history is a good way to inform the future. So I just list some of the relevant numbers in the Portugal case for the costs and so on, and these are public numbers and so on that they presented when they signed the contract. TAM is more of a private system, and so there are fewer numbers available, but France is stepping up and paying definitely for the smart component of 18 million euros total, and that absolutely covers more than just the simple CapEx, let's say. It also covers post-installation science support and so on. And the financing there is almost complete. But important aspect there is accessing, in this case, the French National Development Agency, and then also importantly is the Asian Development Bank providing probably a private sector financing. So these are setting precedents of how future systems could look for funding. So as we move forward, and this is absolutely work in progress, we do have to interact with development banks and government agencies, the relevant ones, and find the right people to talk to in these entities, and often through the climate and disaster risk reduction parts of the entities, in addition to the telecom parts. And what we really want to do is have our sponsoring organizations, ITU, WMO, and IOC, through their connections with the member states and specific projects to work towards including SMART as a matter of course in any submarine cable project. And there are two ideas, and these were actually first articulated by someone from the Inter-American Development Bank, 3 for the price of 1: connectivity, climate, and early warning, and then the idea of dig once for critical infrastructure. So your multi-purpose infrastructure from the very beginning. The other aspect is one of our strategies is to work more closely with research and education networks, RENs, and for instance, Nordunet, Géant, Red Clara, the Australian one, and so on. Nordunet's a great example because they are playing such an active role in planning the Arctic cables and even in the subpolar regions and so on. And from the very first steps, they included environmental sensing and SMART. So that's a path we're also trying to find and go along. And then the last line there is as part of this process, and especially contacting ministries in different countries, we want to suggest that countries provide regulatory carrots, basically incentives, so lower taxes or shift taxes around, faster permitting and protection service and so on. So we need everyone's help in this process. There are other possible sources, and I mentioned research funding, and some examples here are NSF has proposed a cable from New Zealand to Antarctica, and that would be what's called an MREFC project, requires congressional approval, more than $100 million. And in this case, it'd be more like 300 or 400 million for the Antarctic cable. And there are other categories of NSF funding that could provide partial support, in a collaborative way. So there's specific call for proposals for projects less than 4 million, up to 20 million, up to 100 million for mid-scale infrastructure, as they call it, and then the MREFC. Some examples in Europe, the Submerse project and is European funded, and then Safador is I think largely German funded, but it's the same. It's a research project. Now to bring that kind of money into smart cables requires substantial lead time. So we really need to be involved with projects from early on. And this gets back to also sort of discussion with Emma is the difference between research and sustained observing. And sustained observing implies monitoring, and in the NSF world, monitoring is a bad word. You know, that's NOAA's responsibility. So anyway, these are some ideas. In the next line there, I mentioned again working with government agencies and ministries, and one example of us doing this is we just had a 3-week trip through South America, 5 countries, and one tangible result from that. It was already underway, so I can't claim credit for it, but Chile is proposing, again, a cable from southern Chile to Antarctica, and they have obtained funding from the Development Bank of Latin America and Caribe for a feasibility study. So that cable I see as necessarily being an international cable because it will end up serving like 10 countries' stations on King George Island. And so it'll be a collaborative effort, and it will take some time, but in the end, that's the best way to do it. I note that the UN Decade of Ocean Science, when it was first set up, part of that process was to connect projects with possible funders. And so we're still looking for that. Maybe Emma can say a few words later about that, or Bernardo. And just one last point here. There's an old example of more operational mission-oriented agencies in the United States funding a cable, and that's a Svalbard cable connecting Norway to Svalbard, and that was to support a satellite downlink on Svalbard, and this was in 2003, and they couldn't pay the total capital cost up front, but they arranged to have a bank put up the capital costs, and then they paid back the loan over 7 years. So there are many different ways of looking for funding. I think in the submarine telecom world, ignoring the hyperscalers, every project is unique for funding, and smart cables are not different in that sense. So I'll take this opportunity to just give a summary of smart cables as I see it now. Again, you know, the concept is it's a global array for observing the oceans and Earth. And in that process, from a technical point of view, it means creating this planetary sensor network, providing power and internet on the seafloor. So it's absolutely a marriage with telecom, and again, connectivity, climate, and disaster risk, 3 for the price of 1. And there will be endless opportunities into the future, since so much cable is being deployed now. It's between 50 and 100,000 kilometers per year. So there will be systems that we can pick and choose to emphasize. You know, we will benefit, and I don't think any other part of the ocean observing system can claim 25-year life and such high reliability and really low lifetime cost as this kind of concept. At the same time, we do bring benefit to the cable community in the form of cable protection and better understanding the environment that the cables live in. We do see this as a business opportunity. Alcatel obviously does, and the other companies that are involved see business opportunity. Again, recent successes and the systems underway will set the precedents for future and help solve these issues that have been discussed today, these challenges. And the EU funding example is fantastic. So thank you, Thomas, for your help there and the CEF process. So I just encourage finally to as you think about smart cables, keep this global picture in mind, but obviously we have to act locally, incrementally on the regional basis to build a complete network. And I urge all of you here at this meeting to exercise leadership and help move the entire program forward. Thank you.
Well, now would be the time to ask at least one question to each one of our, or any one of them actually, or the both. We are slightly delayed, but at least one question we can take, so please do.
Thanks. Thomas, you're at the podium. With regard to CEF program's support for smart cables, very welcome. Is that should that be considered as sort of dilutive of a project's eligibility for funding? In other words, if a project is coming in for support in telecommunications and there's a smart element to that, is that smart sort of coming out of a separate CEF pot, a separate EU pot, or is it, again, sort of dilutive of support that the telecom project might otherwise receive, if that makes sense?
It comes from the same budget.
Yeah.
That's a difficult question to answer politically correct. We have defined a maximum, or no, a typical project size in the call conditions. If you had the motivation, or a good motivation to go slightly above that, you could use that. So I don't think it cuts one-to-one into your hardware budget for the rest, if I would put it that way. But it is not an extra top-up. And if you're thinking about the fascinating project you talked about this morning, then that's anyways in different dimensions. And I think if the EU would sort of participate in that, we would need to find other solutions. The overall budget of our course would probably not be enough.
Maybe one more question. Well, if not, I would like to thank the both of you. It was a great presentation. We know now better where to obtain funding. We will do it. So, thank you. And we are moving now to the closing remarks and actually closing this wonderful event. To do so, I would ask Juanjo to do the honors of the first intervention. So please do.
Well, it is not easy to make a wrap-up of this excellent first meeting about the connectivity. but I will be very optimistic, say this is a win-win operation in the sense that we have almost all the stakeholders here. We have the operators, we have the science, we have the knowledge, we have the monitoring people, we have the data people. What we don't have is the politician yet, but they will come sooner or later. Because I was checking carefully, when we always have the feeling, the people who are doing science together with operators, this is very expensive. And you know, I made a very rough check at the European level. You know how much costs 1 kilometer of a highway? Between 6 million and 10 million. This is a huge amount of money compared with the amount of the cable. And the amount of add value we are going to bring all together, working in a good business model, putting together telecom people, science people, and the add value that the people from IOC UNESCO will recognize is what happened in Banda Aceh when a big earthquake destroyed 275,000 people. So this is incredible. I mean, if I will be a politician and say, I buy this model today, tonight, they will kill me maybe tomorrow morning, but doesn't matter. So I think we're on the way to produce, well, my impression was a lot of optimism here. Benoit was the more optimist at all, but all of us were optimistic, and we have the tools to create the network. The more complicated business, where we are, is not the technicians, it's not the sensors, it's not the science, it's not the knowledge, are the regulatory forms, and Bruce is asking, well, some space to be more flexible at the international level, because I have a little bit of experience in putting a cable of 6 kilometers near Catalonia. We took 75 of our time for permission, 25 for technical aspect. And if we reduce this gap, at the end, we will manage to have a wonderful network all over the planet, because we are talking about global ocean observation system, not regional, global, affect the Atlantic. I mean, Portugal is leading spectacular things in Europe. Everybody's amazing about what we're doing, what Portuguese are doing. Medusa, you mentioned Medusa. Medusa should connect immediately to the CAM. So at the end, we have the ingredient to be optimistic, to work together. And somebody in the beginning this morning, they talk about collaboration. Arctic. I have been 20 years of my life working in Antarctica. And you know, when you go to Antarctica, the people, they never ask your name. They ask what you need. And this is what we should do here. What you need to continue this big operation. So thank you to all of you. And I hope that the next meeting will be spring next year, probably, in the Mediterranean. Thank you very much.
Well, after the closing of Juan, my closing should not be more than thanking everyone, the wonderful speakers that we had, the people that was on that side, our technicians, ANACOM and JTF team that put it together. And for sure, in regulation, we always have the part of the offer and the part of the consumers who actually use the service, the demand. Like Juan said, next time we hope to have two different kind of stakeholders in more quantity and quality here, which is governments and obviously the people that can use this data, the people that can use these systems to provide new businesses, new opportunities, and also more value to society. So thank you all. I hope that we will see all together very soon about continuing this theme. And I hope you enjoy the rest of our Friday in Lisbon, if it's the case, and have a nice flight home if you are not, or if you are traveling after this conference. Thank you.